So this first clip is gonna be from O'Shea Duke Jackson. And I wanna give a shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Now, O'Shea probably, you know, he don't vibe with me, but I rock with him. I think he's a good content creator. I think the brother's a good brother, man. Now me, I debate everybody. So trust me, niggas don't like me, and I know that. But I can't help it because I'm just being me. I'm an argumentative nigga. If I think I'm right and you wrong, I wanna have a debate, man. I think Sarnetta did that to a nigga too. Because before I was even on YouTube, I was watching the hell out of Sarnetta and just dreaming of one day being where I'm at, nigga, like in this debate community, you know. But let me quit though. I want to play this video because O'Shea is in Africa, and what he's about to say about Africa is like, wow. The fact that O'Shea been living in Africa for a long time, years, but he's not a Pan-African per se, and he don't push Africa to everybody. I can respect that man for that. Let's go. Let's hear him out.
Because all they're gonna tell you is I'm sorry. Nothing else. You risk your stuff. Ain't no protections for your ass over here. For the most part. They want you to take the risk. Come over here. Come do this. Now, to be fair, I'm going to say this. Uganda never really says that. So, you know, but most countries is even inviting y'all over there. Now they trying to even take you over to Burkina Faso where your ass don't have no level of a chance to really do nothing over there. Even if you were to get residency, who that cares about you takes you to Burkina Faso? Tell me one person. It's almost like this. Listen. I'm going to take you to a dangerous place that just had a military coup, and I'm going to get you residency there. Okay? Now, I could take you to my home country, which is Zimbabwe, and that would be better. But let me take you to a place that you have francophone issues. You speak French. It's dangerous. The country, the president has 18 assassination attempts.
Wow.
Tell me what kind of person even positions that to you and love you,
right,
and care about you. What kind of person that care about you even tell you some shit like that?
Now, guess what? I just heard the Pan-Africans over on Sarnetta channel. They had a big panel about FBA, and they brought up Burkina Faso, and they brought up the fact that we need black people over there helping that brother and all that. It be blowing my mind the fact that they sitting their ass in America as Pan-Africans telling you to go to Africa. It blows my mind that these guys are sitting their behinds right here on American soil, right here on FBA soil, telling us how great Africa is and how much the Africans need us, but yet they right here on American soil and they're Pan-Africans and they ain't been nowhere, ain't going nowhere. But they want you to go. That's very interesting. O'Shea got a damn good point.
What kind of person that care about you would even mention that? What kind of person that want the best for you even think like that?
Pan-Africans.
As a person who care about black people, you supposed to tell them no.
Oh, dog, what's up, brother?
That's not a good idea. Let's take them. If we're going to ask them to go someplace, why don't we give them a safer place? Can we go?
Because they don't give a crap. It's just all dialogue and it's all part of an agenda. They don't care what part of Africa you go to. Because they ain't going. They don't really care if you go or not. They're just making an argument because it appeals to other Pan-Africans. When you say stuff like, our brothers over there, man, they building governments and nations and we're not helping them. Yeah, that's right. We ain't helping them. We being divided. Actually, they doing they damn thing and we should be doing ours over here instead of you niggas over here in America telling us to go help them with their nation building versus us black Americans building our own, which is what FBA doing. Y'all silly.
That's right. Get a deal with Rwanda. Can we go to even Zimbabwe, where Dr. Ericon is from? Can we go there? No, because a person that care about you, that's just going to show you don't care about your ass. A person that care about you would never recommend that. Would never recommend that.
This is
You
what
would
James
never
Small
recommend a
recommended.
place for a person that just had a military coup and tell me that you love them, that those group of people in the diaspora. You cannot tell me you love them. If they're Black Americans, if they're in the Black diaspora, Black British, and you.
Our James Small gonna tell us he love us. Hey, I love you. But you trying to put us into this danger with all of this robbery that's going on over.
This nigga telling black folks to go to Burkina Faso. And his ass ain't went. People, it just shows you that these people don't care nothing about you. They're trying to protect their own assets. Because think about it, Professor Smalls make a lot of money selling tours to Africa every year. It ain't that he really want to live in Africa, because if that was the case, he won't be able to make money with tours. He got to be able to take Americans to Africa. If he live in Africa, who he gonna sell a tour to Africa to? He's already there. That answers the question. And by the way, I'm working out, so I'm out of breath. I'm doing my workout. But we gonna knock this out with our workout. And I'm just saying. All right, I'm gonna let my OG on. OG Leo, what's good?
Grand Rising, my brother Sanchez. Much love and respect to you and the family always. Flat motherfucking power, and shout out everybody in the chat, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been telling these Pan-Africans that for a minute, because I've been to Africa, you know what I mean? I'm a veteran. I'm a disabled veteran. You know, and I've been telling them that, go to Africa. Have you ever been? And most of them, you know, they only dream about going to Africa. None of them, they scared to go or can't afford to go. But yeah, this is an excellent topic, Brother Sanchez. You know, I just wanted to tap in with you.
Okay, for sure.
Do your thing. I'm here.
All right. Yeah, that's something, man. Like, they telling niggas to go to Burkina Faso? They'll tell niggas anything. Yeah, and it's a good selling point because they're saying you got a black man building this utopic nation in Africa. It's going to be this, it's going to be that, a lot of hype behind it. But the way O'Shea just broke it down, we look at it totally different, and he's over there. So yeah, we want to take his advice. When O'Shea tell a nigga, don't come to this place in Africa, you might want to listen to that nigga. Because I can vouch for O'Shea. He's a damn expert at diaspora matters. He's a OG when it comes to the continent, man. So can't take that away from him, man.
Over there. That ain't love, like he's saying. That ain't real love. Ain't nobody gonna tell you to go down danger, but tell you they love you.
So that the West want this man out of here, and as soon as they get him out of here, they gonna renege on everything that man has done, including your ass. And you tell me that you're gonna get Black Americans and the Black diaspora, they're gonna invest in businesses and all that. That could be null and void. It could be. Why would you give him that risk? And you got all kind of stuff going on there. You got Boko Haram and all kind of jihadist groups there in the country. So you tell me who loves you acting like that. You tell me who care about you acting like that. You tell me that. And then if you call that out, somehow I'm a CIA agent. Somehow I'm a problem. And that's Africa for you. That's how they work. That's what happens.
Y'all hit that like button.
Somehow somebody's the problem because they don't want to shut up while you do your damn BS. Somehow when you say something that don't make sense, You're the problem. You're operative. Oh, because you don't want to get somebody to get their ass scammed or lose their money.
Some of these YouTubers need to stop telling people to come to Africa. The locals coordinated because they noticed our movement. So they were watching the videos and they were aware of the trend to come to Africa for African Americans. And so they raised the price on housing.
Do y'all hear that? The Africans are over there listening to our videos and they hearing us say that we gotta love ourselves and have African pride. We are African people and we need to go back to our motherland, right? And unite with our tribes and try to find our tribes. Like, this is Pan-Africanism. The Africans are listening to all that, and instead of them saying, oh, those are our brothers and sisters, they are returning back home. Let's plan a warm welcome for those Negroes. Those are our people. They was taken from us. That's our family. No, the Africans are listening to all that and they're saying, listen to these silly, dumb niggas. They think they Africans and they keep coming over here looking for a culture that ain't theirs, but we'll show these niggas some. Let's raise the prices on their ass because them ain't our family. Listen, the Africans listening to you niggas and they saying, oh, we can make a lot of money with these dumb niggas coming over here thinking they Africans. If them niggas was our family members, they wouldn't even be trying to capitalize off of something that this fucking emotional. Because it's a family reunion, man. It's your lost tribe coming back home with love in their heart and all you got is money on your mind. It ain't the same, y'all.
And Brother Sanchez, not only that, you know, Africa is divided by 55 or 56 different country states, and none of them are united. So they, to me, it looked like they need to come together as brothers first. You know what I mean? They're divided by religion, politics, and science.
You said it. I heard the Pan-Africans debating and arguing against FBA, and they even had to say, yes, Africa is messed up. It's been colonized. Our brothers and sisters, they ain't much better than us. They had to admit that because they need an excuse for why Africans ain't practicing Pan-Africanism first. If you really think about it, right? Black people shouldn't be the main initiates and practitioners of Pan-Africanism. We're the lost fucking tribe. The way that we practice Pan-Africanism is from a victim perspective. We're trying to find our way back to our home. But this should be a two-way street. The people that lost their damn children should be very much so the biggest practitioners of getting them back. Because all Pan-Africanism is reuniting a family that was broken apart through colonialism, according to what they saying. Now, if somebody kidnapped half of my damn family, then the half of my family that got kidnapped ain't gonna be the only ones trying to reunite back with they damn people. It should be two ways. Like if you kidnap half of my family, both sides should be trying to reunite. So Pan-Africanism should be practiced in Africa first. You can't convince niggas to get on board with Pan-Africanism if the Africans ain't even fucking with it, bro. Come on. That's right. So if the Pan-Africans was serious, they would be in Africa, galvanizing them first. Uniting. In other words, Pan-Africanism should start in Africa. It shouldn't be starting in America. The Africans ought to be the number one people promoting Pan-Africanism and saying, hey, our brothers and sisters, come on back home. Come to your people. They ain't doing that, nigga. They don't even see you like them. It's just these black people like Professor Smalls who trying to make money with tourism promoting that, but not the Africans.
Housing and on everything, business services, everything. I mean, they moved in an organized way. I don't think a lot of people realize that about what happened in this movement. I don't want to say failed movement because some people made it work. I'll just kind of go on a tangent and say, I don't think everyone should come to Africa.
By your definition, it is a failed movement because they sell it as a movement that's a one shoe fit all. Any black man that partakes in Pan-Africanism will batter himself is what they're telling you because Africa is so rich with resources and it's your land, silly. You should be over there, you know, capitalizing off. That's what they tell us. This brother saying it ain't nothing like that. When you go over there, you're going to be the one that they're capitalizing off of. You ain't going over there capitalizing off them. And I believe that. I believe it's the other way around more than it is what Pan-Africans selling us because they got to over-glorify to make their money. So I'm listening to people who are in Africa like O'Shea, this brother right here, and these people are telling you the truth. And what I like, talk to people who are in Africa, but they're not Pan-Africans. That's when you're going to get an honest answer because these are just black people that's traveling the world and they don't have a reason to lie to you. They ain't trying to sell you nothing. They just telling you about their experience traveling. Now, these people that's trying to sell you the Africanism and the tours like Professor Smalls, they know what Africa like. They know everything O'Shea know and what this brother know, but they can't tell you that because they're trying to sell you Africa. And they can't tell you. That's like me trying to sell you a car. And I know that it's some faulty parts on this car, but you don't know that. Right? Now, the people that drove that car before and they're not trying to sell it to you are telling you, hey, man, I drove that car and the brakes squeaky. You got problems with your mileage meter, right? You got a foul odor coming from that trunk. And it seems to be electric issues in this car every now and then. Now, that's somebody telling you the truth because they drove the car, but they ain't trying to sell it to you. Now, listen, if that same person was trying to sell you that car, do you think they would point out all those discrepancies about it? Heck no. So do not listen to Pan-Africans that's telling you about Africa. Listen to I would listen to the Passport Brothers. I would listen to regular traveling niggas who ain't selling me nothing to learn about what it's like in that place because they're going to be glad to share with you their genuine experience traveling. And because they ain't trying to sell you nothing.
I don't think every African American should come to Africa. The amount of corruption and bribery needed just to register a business, we're talking $10,000 land surveys for 5 acres. We're talking $6,000 business registration process. And the sad thing is some people were happy. They were agreeing with it. They were finally free to be how they were. So when you went into government offices, there was a very different energy. There was this, I'm going to cheat you and you're going to like it energy. And we all felt it and you couldn't say anything about it. There was a lot going on in those offices. I've gotten into trouble in those offices for calling out certain things, calling out corruption. I've been in trouble for that. I don't know if some of you who know me know that I've been in a Tanzanian jail 3 times. Because of certain things. One was firing somebody who didn't want to work. Another one was you just can't call out corruption. You got to act like it doesn't exist and play some mind game. And that's not how some people operate. That's compromising. It's a fine line and it's a tiptoe eggshell sort of dance you have to do there. And
y'all believe this man? I do. I sure do. Because if you think that you're going to get the kind of democracy you got here in America, and let me mind you, our democracy is fucked up. Our democracy is so, let's just say low quality. Democracy here is deteriorated. We can still criticize authorities in America, but it is start to become with a price to pay. We saw that with Jimmy Kimmel. So people are telling us to go to Africa, and I gotta ask, are we moving backwards, black people? Because you're gonna get over there and it's gonna be exactly what Trump is trying to create here, a tyrannical dictatorship. We're here trying to fight against that. Why would you go to Africa up under one that's already established? These people cannot really care about black folks giving them that advice. When we can get land cheaper in America than Africa. I said it. Come tell me I'm lying. Come tell me I'm lying, you Pan-Africans, because they love that lie. You can get land so cheap in Africa. Yeah, brother, let me tell you something. Money-wise, you will pay less for the land in Africa. But that ain't cheap land because Africa's so congested and the resources are being extracted from the land at a rate that even the tribes that's been there for years is suffering. What make you think? See, the reason Africa good for you Americans, because y'all get to do YouTube when you there and make this American money and spend it there, which goes a long way. Most Africans living in Africa, they got big old YouTube channels with like 1 million subs. And they telling you life is easy here. Yeah, when you got a fucking big YouTube channel and you can just sit back all day and make videos in Africa and make hundreds of thousands of dollars online. Yes, Africa would be it would be lovely then. But if you're just moving from America to Africa and you got to get in Africa and get a job and work and do all that, oh, hell no. That ain't the way you go to Africa. But that's the way they telling us to go. Just pack your shit up and go because it's better and you're going to end up doing better there than here. That's a lie. I would tell anybody, if you don't get your money right here first, don't even go to Africa. Because they're trying to make it like, oh, you don't got to get your money right here. If you can just save up enough to get your black behind to Africa, everything will be all right. And that's a lie.
I don't think a lot of people want to do that. I fell into the trap of thinking that it was, my job to stay and push and push and push and push against something that was done. And I poured more time and more energy and more resources into projects that were not going to succeed at that point. I made the mistake of...
This is what James Small is pushing to everybody. This is what Afro Think Tank. This is what SETI. This is what these guys are pushing.
And what I don't understand is, how don't they know if... Now think about this, y'all. You got Afro Think Tank. You got SETI. You got James Small, Sarnetta. We can go down a list of Pan-Africans. Don't you know all of them niggas can put a little money in a pot and go buy a bunch of land in Africa? Because what they keep telling us, it's cheap. The land cheap. Guess what I'll say? Hey, Afro Think Tank, do you got land in Africa? No. Wait a minute. All of you niggas are Pan-Africans and y'all ain't put y'all money together and got some of that cheap land that y'all keep telling us about? Oh, come on, SETI, for real? Damn, but you want us to do something you ain't done. And you telling us we're dumb for not doing it, but you ain't done it. Oh, this is interesting here. Let's go.
And they don't think that we understand that it's scam.
Feeling obligated to something that no longer had the favor of God on it. And unfortunately, many others made the same mistake.
You are always in Africa. You got the African Day Parade.
This right here is a big nail in the coffin. Because right here, y'all about to see Professor James Small go in on Africans and talk nothing but FBA talk. And I keep telling folks, there would not be no FBA if that wasn't for James Small. Right. James Small was one of the OGs that helped create FBA. And when he bought businesses in Africa and started making money in Africa, he went against his original statements. Now, they are accusing Tariq of doing that. They're saying Tariq used to be a Pan-African. Now he's anti-African because he's making money. That's reverse psychology. That's what COINTELPRO do to people, y'all. That's what Freemasons do. They do reverse psychology. They will accuse you what they're guilty of, so that when you finally call them out for it, the people will be like, but hold up, he said that about you first. So it's really the other way around. Professor Smalls used to be FBA. That don't mean he didn't love Africa, because FBA love Africa. They lying on FBA. I'm going to tell you right now, as a FBA man, I love Africa, and I love my brothers and sisters around the world. I love Haiti. I love Nigeria. I love Kenya. We don't like tethers. That's right. We don't like tethers, man. They ain't trying to make it like FBA don't like African. FBA don't like this group, that group. We don't like the tethers in them groups, and we don't even like the coons and tethers in our own group that's going against our mission. So what make you think we gonna like a foreigner that's doing it? Right now, FBA will disown my black ass if I start undermining the agenda in the moment that I think I'm bigger than this shit. All of these black folks screaming FBA gonna throw my ass under the bus. Ain't no personality worship with this thing. That's why I like it. The moment Tariq Nasheed go against the agenda of what he know the group said that is about, he's done. Ain't no leader, bro. Ain't nothing but a mission and a bunch of people united with it. Let's go.
You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on their...
Do y'all hear that? Are you serious? This can't be Professor Small, but he said Tariq changed his damn spiel. See, what happened to this Professor James Small? This Professor James Small had love for Africa, but he had love for his people too. And he wasn't putting that shit before his people. And when you got a level head and a clear mind like that, yeah, you can love Africa and still point out what's going on with your people. And when you're thinking like that, that's honesty, that's genuine. But when you go against and turn around on everything you saying right here and go against FBA, we got to ask why, because you know better. And then the why is the brother got a club in Ghana. He got a club. He has a place of business in Africa. So his words, we can't trust them because they're going to be biased, y'all. If I'm doing business with these people and making money, then that will explain how you did a complete 180 when you know what's up. Let's play the video.
Their own people with no respect for themselves as human beings, and then because they speak a language, try to play you off like they got something culturally that you don't have. The most culturally enforced African in the world is the African American.
Did y'all hear that? You know, if you teaching that, it's going to be hard to sell tours to Africa, bro. When you talking like this, guess what we need to be doing? We need to be selling Africans tours to America, nigga. That's right. If what Professor James Small just said is true, why the hell am I going to Africa if they ignorant, dumb, they against me? Everything he just said about him, then he turned around and said the African American is the shit above everybody. Then guess what? Everybody need to be flopping their ass over here to come holler at us then. Why we selling our people tickets to their third world beaten down poor ass country that you said ain't better than us? This moving backwards. Come on.
Most of the movements that have changed the world that allow all ethnic nations to profit has been our movement. And
so why go against FBA? If James Small know that most other movements that done the world some good was started by black folks, why he going against this black folks movement called FBA, y'all? That's right. He already said that black people make the best movements and our movements benefit everybody. But now they going against a black movement called FBA because they don't think it's gonna benefit Africans, who he just said don't give a freak about us, by the way.
So we get peed on and played down because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us. You know?
So he know that. So we can't say Professor James Small don't know the truth, because I'm seeing a lot of people give him a pass. And they like, man, he the elder, man. The elders are from an old generation. They don't know no better. You a damn lie. Y'all need to do more research, man. Professor James Small was one of the elders laying the foundation for the talking points that FBA got. That's right. You got a lot of people on YouTube now, man, and the algorithm promoting their channel, man, and they just don't have all the facts. They ain't been around long enough like your boy. And it's a lot of people doing that. They're just writing it off like Professor James Small is an old, washed-up Pan-African and his era is dead. And their viewpoints is old talking points that we don't fuck with no more. Nah, bro. You need to realize that the talking points y'all got, Professor James Small used to say them back in the day, my nigga. That's important to know. So you can see the history of FBA, the evolution of how FBA came to be. FBA is not some group that cut off from our elders because our elders don't know no better and that their era is washed up and gone away. No, FBA is a bunch of young folks that broke away from our elders because they are gate guards. That's right. And we need to know that. You don't write that shit off as just, oh, they don't know no better. No, this is dangerous. We need to teach the children, not only are they elders, they do know better, and they was teaching this FBA shit first, but they abandoned it for other personal agendas. That's very important, y'all, because that gives FBA more legitimacy. People can't say, oh, FBA is a bunch of young black folks that disrespecting their elders. They going against their elders and abandoning their elders just because they elders ain't hip. Just because they elders ain't in the know with how the modern politics work with young black folks. No, don't give them that pass, man. Don't give them the ignorant pass, because we missing the opportunity to show the young boys what infiltration look like, what gate guarding look like. I got receipts right here that this man know better. And when you know better, you should do better. And he doing the opposite. This must be exposed. That's right. It's very important. We can't give him the ignorant pass, because that's too good, man. If a person don't know, you can't really be mad at them. And if you saying that Professor James Small don't know, and y'all turning on him and disowning him as an elder with FBA, it makes us look very evil. It makes FBA look evil, man. It makes FBA look disrespectful. It make us look like we just don't have no respect for our elders. But when we tell the world, listen, we didn't abandon our elder just because he's ignorant. No one knows everything. So we ain't abandoning our elders just because they don't know something. We're abandoning our elder because he do know it, and he won't stand up for what's right. That's right. That right there makes us look better, y'all. Because right now we looking real bad if we saying this man just an elder, man. He don't know no better. And we still treating him like that. Oh, man, that mean we're evil now. So it's very important that we let it be known why we're now delineating from some elders too. Because FBA is all about delineation, but what people don't know, we're delineating from our elders too. It ain't just other races. So I don't want Africans, Nigerians, Kenyans. We don't want y'all to think we just picking on y'all. Hell, we're delineating from our own people too that's undermining us, man. That's right. So don't you feel bad. Hell, you know if we doing it with our own, if you over there tethering it up, you gonna get it and you ain't one of us. Now that ought to make you feel a lot better, huh? Yeah, we delineating from our elders too. All that goes under delineation too. We delineating from all these elders that have enriched themselves with agendas that is anti what we standing on now. And that's going to include Professor Small.
Are they our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race and then we have an ethnic place. We African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or that's his ethnic nation.
Hey, big shout out to Nasir, the enemy's public. Shout out to the chat room.
Racially, we are together, but economically, we may well be enemies. And we have to be clear on that, that our economic enemy is just that. And if you deal with your economic enemy like it's your friend, you're going to be the loser at the end of the day. Now, we raised the question of Pan-Africanism in this hemisphere. You know, you had the brothers from Trinidad, and then you had W.B. Du Bois, and we created this phenomenon. But Africa has never created a Pan-African movement.
But yet, you mad at us because we created a movement to unite black people with Africans, and Africans spat on it. They shitted on it. They said, we don't want to unite with you nigga. And they went and got with the white man that's our enemy. And Professor Small know that. He just said it. If that's true, don't it make sense for us to say, you know what? Fuck Pan-Africanism then. We're going to make our own group just like they doing. Because think about what black people did. Black people said, we ain't going to make a group that's just based on us and black people. We're going to make our group to include Africans too, and we're going to call it Pan-Africanism. Africans didn't make that. We did before FBA. Before FBA, we were saying, no, it's other black people in other places that look like us too, them our brothers. And they weren't trying to get with the Pan-Africanism shit. They thought it was a joke. They spat on it. And we still was pushing it for years, still believing in them. And here we are in 2025 where we just had enough. Niggas is like, you know what? We making our own group now. Because why the hell are we going to make a group to include all of them people? When we try to get them in the group, they say, oh, I'm good. I got my own group. I'm a Kenyan. And we say, okay, my Nigerian brother, come get down with this Pan-Africanism. This for all black people. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm Nigerian. So when we try to practice group politics, everyone want to rep their tribe. Then when we say, okay, we see what's going on. Fuck the group politics. We finna make us our own little tribe too. Hey, y'all being divisive. We say, okay, we just gonna make us a little tribe like everyone else doing then, since no one wanna come together. FBA is a plan B that black people in America made because plan A didn't work. And plan A, hey, give me an A for Africa, nigga. Give me an A. A, you got your A, you got your A. Give me an F. F, you got your F, you got your F. Hell yeah, nigga.
You understand? Africa has never really supported a Pan-African movement. We had a couple of people in Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere and Mugabe, but most of Africa never gave a damn about a Pan-Africanism because they're still bogged down in the colonial slavery of European Judeo-Christian indoctrination, which is worse than anything that we've suffered. Worse than anything that we've suffered. The illusion of the clothes and the language make us think we're dealing with somebody that has some African purity culturally and spiritually. You're dealing with a confused, backwards Christian that love Europe more than they love their own ancestors. They would not even use an African word for God. You know, in Ghana, if you talk about being a traditional African, you might get beat down in the street.
But you want us to be traditional Africans and go over there and practice traditional Africanism. Bro, why are you setting us up for failure? This man want niggas to move to Burkina Faso, and he want you to go to Africa practicing traditional Africanism when he just said that can get you beat down in the street. Why is Professor James Small trying to line niggas up?
You understand? You're ostracized on the radio. Movies are made to show African culture as being the devil, while Christian culture is coming in as the savior. This is TV shows and on TV in Nigeria and Ghana every day.
Y'all think y'all slick, huh? All you Africans, huh? One thing about Black Americans is we real fucking resilient, okay? And when we want to find something out, we gonna find it out. But see, we not as stupid as y'all think we is, okay? Contrary to y'all belief, like I keep saying, without our ancestors, y'all wouldn't even be able to be over here. But check out this content I got for you. It's gonna blow your mind.
Okay, so truthfully, when was you
Hold on, why the sound went up?
settled in Africa? They don't come from Africa though. Like the Africans themselves? That's crazy. It's crazy.
We keep telling y'all to leave us the fuck alone. This shit like quicksand. The more you move, the deeper it gets.
So what they just showed, I'm gonna read it to you. Africans are finding out that their ancestors come from the West. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look that up. But I don't doubt it.
Yeah. That way.
Y'all want to know something crazy? Every time when a melanated person from America say that they're part of the Olmecs, white people never deny this. But every time a person claims to be an Olmec from America, you know who always has something to say? Black people. Well, to be specific, Black Pan-Africans. White people know this. The world.
That's so true. You got white historians that have admitted that the Olmec heads are linked to Asiatics and blacks. And when you look at them, you can see those features. The Olmecs would have been like the term Islam used, Asiatic, black type mixed group of people, because my research shows that the people we call in the Olmecs, their culture can be found in Southeast Asia in a forgotten kingdom called the Khmer Empire. And the Khmer Empire had these black people with slanted eyes. They were black Asiatics. They got statues everywhere. And they were called the Nagas. And it's crazy that they call Negroes niggas today. And then Islam call us the Asiatic black man. And I just think that's interesting. So when you talk to Pan-Africans, they will laugh at you and call it pseudo when you say that, hey, the Olmecs is the black people in America and that they ain't African. We ain't West Africans, right? So the only people that's going to debate you on the Olmec history is Pan-Africans. It's interesting because white historians won't even do that because they look at the statues and they know it's obvious what they looking at. But see, the Pan-Africans will still debate you because they will point you to Egypt and say, look at these Egyptians. Don't they look like black people too? Right? But the thing is this right here. If they said that black people came to America with these transatlantic slave trade, then we would have been West Africans, not East Africans. Egypt is in East Africa. So nail in the coffin, folks. Let's go.
The world knows this. The white people don't never deny it. And matter of fact, white people are the ones that told us, along with us knowing this history. Go look on the History Channel. They tell you in your face that the Olmecs are black and they're from America.
And I'm going to tell you some real stuff. Now, people ain't going to like this one. If we did get into a debate about who are the black people in Egypt, because I'll give them that. There is Negroid, black featured people all throughout Egypt, the pharaohs and all that, so they can make a little argument that we the Egyptians, right? But how you debate that is when they say that we come over on slave ships, none of them slave ships picked up slaves from Egypt. That cancels that out. But another thing is this right here, right? You see braids in Egypt, but you don't see it in like a lot of surrounding areas. Braids are called corn rows. And guess who was planting the corn in rows? The Seminoles, the Olmecs, all them. Is it possible that the Olmecs left America and started a kingdom in East Africa called Egypt? Because we see step pyramids in America and Egypt. The culture that we see in America, we see it in Egypt. And they say, well, it started in Egypt and came to America. But can we say, is it possible history is being told in reverse? Because why would Egyptians call it corn rows? They didn't grow corn. Who grew corn? Who's known for corn? Indians, right? The indigenous Americans, right? So the way that they planted the corn, they copied that for a hairstyle. And when you look at corn rows, it looked like corn on a cob, the way they braided, and they planted in rows like how corn grow. But that wouldn't be nothing that Egyptians would be familiar with, though, which is very interesting.
America, and we are those people. But it's just funny how that they know it, we know it, but it's like everybody that's like stuck don't know it. Nah, for real, just like, am I bugging? I be watching the History Channel. I watch all these documentaries. White people love talking about the Olmecs.
But I'm just saying, though, because you ain't planting no corn in that desert. Right? If you look at where we plant corn at in America, you got to go up there to Nebraska, up there, and it ain't nothing but big plains of grass. So corn rows really, now I know what a lot of folks gonna say, but Sanchez, that don't mean we started it. And you're right, just because it's been called cornrows since antiquity. Maybe other people was doing that same hairstyle, but just because they didn't plant corn, that don't mean that they couldn't braid some hair. And you so right. But to say that those people started braiding before everyone else, and then they taught this to the world, I have to challenge that with my cornrows theory. Because listen, the indigenous Americans are telling you with the name that they call the hairstyle where they copied it from, bro. They didn't say they calling it Egyptian hairstyle. That's right. When a Pan-African say braids come from Egypt, and that's how we know that black Americans are Africans, I'm pushing back at that. I'm saying that the black Americans been wearing braids ever since before the colonizer showed up, and we was calling them cornrows. And that name right there letting you know where we copied this hairstyle from corn, not from Egyptians. Let's go.
And it's at this point, it's like the white people still, it's like, you know why I don't, excuse me, but you know what's crazy? is that these white archaeologists, these white astrologists, these white geologists, right? They've been on these TV shows and they tell you the people from America before Columbus was black, the Olmecs were black. They also tell you that the Olmecs all correlates to the Indians or correlates to the African Americans. They literally tell y'all.
Shout out to Eclipse. She said the pyramids and the epicanthal iPhone are not indigenous to the Americas. The iPhone is a mutation caused from ionization.
Only Pan-Africans, Africans, and other ignorant black people are the only people that are saying that black people aren't Indians. Black people aren't the Olmecs. Only black people are doing this. Now, if I'm wrong, cool.
But see, a lot of people don't know that real truth, real growth. I've been telling them that we the children of the corn. The children of the corn, that term come from the indigenous Americans because they survived winters with corn harvesting, y'all. If it wasn't for corn, the quote-unquote Native Americans wouldn't have survived. Corn was the #1 crop that helped them sustain themselves, and they didn't just eat the corn on the cob. They made cornbread, corn flakes, and all that stuff that we eat today. And y'all think that the Pilgrim discovered corn flakes and all that. They learned that from your ancestors when they colonized us. But now we're buying that stuff from them when it's our patents that we taught to them. So let's go. We the children of the corn.
I know some Native Americans are doing that too, and that's only because they want to fit into that description. But for those who don't want to fit into our description, they let us know all the time on television, in media, in documents. They literally tell us the only people that say that we're not what we are black people and other haters. But seriously, if I'm bugging, let me know.
Africanism does not benefit Black America. Here's how. Black America support Pan-Africanism. That's saying everybody has a land except you. And when I say land, I mean indigenous land that they come from and they can go back to or they are still in. On the African continent, like Nigerians, Kenyans, Ghanaians, so forth, it would make sense for them to support Pan-Africanism no matter where they go across the world. Guess what? They still can go back to their land. They still have a land. So for them to support the unification of Africa, that makes sense for them because they still have their land. It's going to benefit them and it's going to benefit the African continent. The problem with the Pan-African ideology is that you assume that everybody who has been told that they're African is actually African. So with that being said, Black Americans over in the United States, for us to support a Pan-African ideology, that's basically giving up your heritage here in the United States, essentially giving up your land and giving up your birthright. When we talk about Pan-Africanism, we also have to have the conversation about colonization. We also have to have the conversation about secret societies who hold the real truth of the world and have gave the masses of the people, no matter what your ethnicity is, a different version of the history of the earth.
That's fact. That's why I stay on Darwin head. You can't be a Pan-Africanism without subscribing to Darwinism. How it worked, when you part of one ism, it's going to be a lot of more isms that you got to accept too. So if you say I'm with Pan-Africanism, you got to be with Darwinism and several more isms. Let's go.
Over to the American continent, we're talking about places like Haiti and Jamaica, islands that are more homogenous, Negroid, or what they will call black today. Even though they are being deceived that they're from Africa, even if they did accept the Pan-African ideology, at the same time, since their island is more homogenous and it wasn't as much immigration to their islands from all over the world, like in the mainland North America, what we call today the United States, for these people in these islands, these melanated dark-skinned people who truly are the real American Indians but have been brainwashed that they're from Africa as well, even if they do take a Pan-African ideology, guess what? They still have their island. They're still claiming their island. Even if they're brainwashed, believing that they're from Africa, they still have the island, you know, because they're still the majority on their island. Because the lack of immigration from all over the world to that island. Not saying the islands, of course, has been colonized and people have immigrated to the islands, but not on the scale as the mainland North America, what we call the United States. And this is how it differs from us over here in the United States. When a so-called Black American accepts a Pan-African ideology, you don't have a land. Where is your African land? When you accept, where is your land? Where are you going to build at with a Pan-African ideology? Right. Because you're actually giving up your land when you say that you're an African. When you say that you are African and you have no African ancestor, you're giving up your land.
Right. And that's why the white people in this country that's powerful, who are colonizers that come from Britain, who are the real immigrants, if they don't have to compete with the indigenous people, then the country is just free for the taking. The people that should be standing up the most against the establishment are saying, fuck this place, I'm going back home to Africa, when you already in your house. And if I was trying to take over your house, I would be glad that you thinking like that. Because when you get to Africa and you say when you going back home, you're going to realize you don't have a house over there and that you just left home.
You're giving up your land. See, because everybody has someone where they can be homogenous to themselves, they can be in control of, not integrated in. See, when a Jamaican, when a Haitian, when a Nigerian, a Ghanaian, a Kenyan, all these people, if they ever get tired of the United States, they can go back to their land. They're not giving up the power and the title and the right to their land. They're just saying, hey, build Africa. As an American, a so-called Black American who's the real American Indians, when you say that you're a Pan-African, you're giving up your whole title to any land, because where are you from? You're getting lost in the sauce. You're calling yourself an immigrant when you call yourself a Pan-African, when you accept a Pan-African ideology. Pan-Africanism gives everybody title to land, to leave a land and go back, and it benefits them in that way, but it doesn't give us that same benefit at all. So Pan-Africanism is not beneficial at all. When you're talking about real political growth, you're talking about growth of a nation and growth of a society, and to build in your native land, it's not beneficial to us to be Pan-Africans. And us as the real American Indians, the real indigenous Americans, or so-called Black American, we get nothing back in return. Africanism in essence gives up our birthright, our history, our heritage, our identity right here in the Americas. Whole time, instead of focusing your energy and building inside our communities in America and making America greater and learn how to get along here in the Americas, because it has happened. We have a lot of different nations here, a lot of different ethnic groups here in the United States.
Tamarican says, fun fact, American Aborigines, Paguans, Samoans, and Aitas were all taken to Madagascar. The people of that island has all 4 of our lineages, and it's the only place in Africa we inhabit by a great number. Man, that sure as hell debunks the out of Africa theory. And the slave trade concept.
Instead of learning how to get a hold of America and take control in our communities in America, it's putting all our apples over in Africa. Whole time we don't even have a land because they saying, hey, America's not yours. And it's deceiving us to put our energy over into Africa and this whole romanticization of Africa. And whole time we're in our land. So when you accept being a Pan-African, first of all, you giving up title and the equity that you have here in America from you being the indigenous America, and the history and the equity of the United States from you being from the foundation of the United States, because they built the United States on top of our land. So saying a Pan-African, you're giving up everything, including your land. Meanwhile, everybody else is benefiting because...
And let me show y'all how this works, right? McDonald's ain't a food company. McDonald's is a real estate company. And franchising is what I mean. McDonald's don't sell burgers, they sell properties. So when a franchise owner buys McDonald's, they are the owner of that whole building. McDonald's don't own that. McDonald's own the land that the franchisor builds the McDonald's on. All McDonald's own is the likeness of the brand and the real estate. Now, this is very dope because what McDonald's found out is that you can make more money by taxing people for doing business on your property than by selling them cheeseburgers and French fries. That's right. I'm going to say that again. McDonald's realized we can make more money by taxing people to do business on our property than selling burgers, because McDonald's, before they got the game, they was just selling burgers and fries, and they was paying a lot of their profits to the owners of the land that they was building these McDonald's on. So the owners of McDonald's got smart. They said, you know what, we want to cut them out. They started buying land and charging people to build a McDonald's on the land. That's how franchising came about. McDonald's was one of the big corporations that helped the concept of franchising become normalized. And it's about property. It ain't about selling products. It's about you can go sell products and I'm gonna tax you for selling that shit on my property. Who you think make the most money? The dude that's making money in real estate or the dude that's making money selling fries and milkshakes? McDonald's got smart, man. So why am I bringing that up? America is not a nation. It is a business. It is a corporation. And that business has established itself on your property. And if I owned a business and I was doing business on somebody else's land, but those people didn't know that it was their land, that way I can basically take all the profit, because damn near all of the profit they making from the corporation of America, the landowners that the business of America is built on should get damn near 30% of that. We're talking trillions of dollars owed to your people legally. But our people so lost, when you talk like that, they think it's some pipe dream and joke, but it is a reality. What you're calling a pipe dream is that you think we ever gonna be compensated. People don't think we'll ever be compensated. And I'm saying you shouldn't even look at it like that. You should look at it as it just like, hey, whether I'm gonna be compensated or not, let me tell the true history about what happened to my people. It ain't even about me getting paid. It's about the next generation knowing the truth and what's really going on. Because what happened to people say, man, we ain't gonna get reparations, so forget all that. No, it's deeper than reparations. It's teaching the next generation why we even owed reparations, to go into the story of what was taken from you. See, I may not never get my shit back if someone robbed my house, but I want my children to always know how I ended up in debt. It ain't a matter of, man, they ain't gonna give you your shit back. They might not, but I want my grandkids and all them to know how they great granddaddy lost everything, so they don't just think I'm a piece of shit and a lazy man. You see what I'm saying, OG?
They can leave, come and go. They can leave.
Yes, sir, bro. I understand and totally agree. Yeah, I was driving.
Yeah,
you hear me, bro, Sanchez?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree, brother.
Hell yeah.
And go other places in the world and go back to their land, sitting here in limbo, not putting our energy inside of North America, United States, and building inside our communities and building up our own land, and just learn how to build a better country and a better nation inside our own communities, our first nation, which is your community and your ethnic group. And then the second nation, which is our country here in the United States. We're putting our energy into the deception instead of uncovering the history, the heritage, and building on that history and heritage right here in our own land.
And that's my thing. Like, when you tell our young men, we need to take back our glory, we need to take back our greatness, they be like, what the hell are you talking about? Ain't nobody taking that from us. We're just lazy. We're just dumb and lazy. See, they're buying into the talking points that these people are saying about black folks. You're not doing it, but the young folks is. And that's who they trying to reach. So the thing is, no one's going to give you back what they took from you. You got to take it back. But you won't know to take it back if you don't know it was taken from you. So when a person say, ain't no need of talking about this because they ain't going to give it back, we got to take it back. Well, we got to talk about it in order for them to take it back. We got to talk about it in order for them to give it back or for us to take it back. Either way, we got to talk about it. Right? If they're going to give it back, we going to have to talk about it to keep on encouraging them to do so while they thinking about it type shit. Either way it go, you got to talk about it. If we going to take it back, we got to talk about it. If they're going to give it back, we still going to talk about it. But, you know.
Let me be clear. This is nothing against Africa and the African people. But as an indigenous American and the American people, don't be tricked right from the house, right under your feet by being bullied into calling yourself African and being deceived into a Pan-African ideology.
American, that's why they labeled you as
No,
they don't
actually,
put
white people
differentiation
think I'm
between
just
white
black
people.
We labeled ourselves as
Can I
bad.
say one more thing? It's
Go
crazy
ahead.
how like
Go
no,
ahead.
okay, I ran into this lady from Iran yesterday, right? And I noticed with immigrants that's not black, they never ask me where my parents from. I say American, or they ask me if I'm American. I say yeah. They say okay. White people too. They be like, oh, you black American.
That's because they know.
Yeah, but it's always black immigrants. I gotta tell. They want to know where my parents from. It's not the rest of them.
I seen this thing where this guy in Arab, this Nigerian girl was over in Italy, and they was asking her was she black, and she was like, yeah, but they asked her to differentiate. They was like, are you black American, as in black American, or are you from a different
black
country?
Americans better.
And then she was like, yeah, I'm Nigerian. They was like, oh, so they actually, the host is right. They know the difference. I can't stand the foreign one is lying, talking about white people don't differentiate. Yes, they do, because we got Irish, we got Italian. In Chicago, we got Irish and Italian, and they let it be known that they don't like each other and that they different. We got the Slavics up there. We got the JEWS people.
Yep, we got Jews.
Who they are.
We live with white Americans. White Americans know exactly who we are.
And they know who they is. That's why I'm like, stop lying and saying white people don't do. Yes, they do.
So this whole Pan-Africanism thing, I just want y'all to tell me one thing that they have done. Look, who's the most popular Pan-Africanist right now? Dr. Umar Johnson.
In Ghana,
right?
Umar, the most popular Pan-African, and he can't accomplish his goals without the support of FBA. That's right. The reason Umar will not never get the support that he want from the people is because he puts African above FBA, but he need the most support from FBA. What a dummy. Tell me I ain't hitting it on the head, y'all. Because listen, before Umar was shitting on black people, he had way more support from the people. It's like he started shitting on them and putting Africa above FBA. And he want to know why we don't donate to him. You see, and he will actually shit on you because of that, because black people don't donate. And he'll talk about that you don't donate enough. But we shouldn't be donating to a person that's putting another group above us, because we're saying, why don't you go ask them for the money? That's right. Why don't you ask the group that you putting above the people you begging for every day? Why don't you go ask them for the money? If they so special, let's see if they support your ass, because your whole school is based around Pan-Africanism. So why aren't Africans donating to your school more than anybody else, Umar? And why are you asking black Americans for more money than Africans, Mr. Pan-African?
No, I'd say Ibrahim.
Dr. Umar Kirk.
Ibrahim Traore.
Dr. Umar Johnson said he is the prince of Pan-Africanism.
Bro,
what has he done? What has he done?
Hold on. Why are you taking Umar? Why are you
time out? Did y'all know? Time out. Dr. Umar Johnson says that he's the prince of Pan-Africanism, but he said foundational black Americans should not. Hey, bro.
We don't know.
Hey, bro. That man said that we do not deserve, that we don't need reparations. Does that sound like Pan-Africanism to you?
Now, what's so crazy, Umar is telling the people that he's begging from every day, they don't need no free money. Now, keep in mind, Umar is FBA. He can take his reparations and finish his school. He rather all of us not get reparations while he keep begging y'all for money. Tell me that ain't sad. The white man about to cut a check and give all of us some money, and Umar saying, don't you give them niggas nothing, and don't you give me shit neither. White man, don't you give none of us niggas no damn reparations. Then Umar turns around and start begging y'all niggas for money for his school.
Stupid.
You, sir?
Exactly.
No. But
Exactly.
here's the thing, right here. Hold on.
That's why we say it's a scam.
Let me finish. Like, here's the thing about reparations. I think Black Americans deserve reparations. Black Americans should receive reparations. Are white people going to give us reparations? Probably not. So we have to figure another way.
Probably not. Ain't no another way. What you mean? We gotta.
And what niggas is saying is like, white folks ain't gonna give us reparations, so we gotta figure another way. We ain't gotta figure out no another way because we never looked at reparations as the way to liberate us. And that's what y'all doing, and it's embarrassing when y'all talk like that. Like, if they ain't gonna give us reparations, we gotta figure out something else. Like, bro, reparations ain't nothing that we're putting our eggs all in this basket. Like, niggas is still running businesses. Niggas is still investing into Bitcoin and stuff. Niggas ain't just sitting around waiting on reparations doing nothing. But it makes it seem like that when niggas be like, if they don't give it to us, what we gonna do? Keep grinding like you been doing. Don't tell me you stopped grinding because you started waiting on reparations. That's foolish. But it sounds like that the way they talk. Like, this is just like, I doubt if anybody advocating for reparations honestly think we're gonna get it. It's more of us controlling the narrative of reparations because it's being used against us. That's all.
Figure another way. You want to know what the way is? Delineating. That's why we.
And I'm gonna tell you something, Dynamo 1423. Anything you want to know about FBA, you gotta click the link and you can come up and I'll answer all your questions. But we're not going to be typing back and forth in the chat room with you and reading and doing it that way. So I'm gonna call your bluff, Dynamo. If you serious about understanding FBA and want to see what it is, click the call-in link and I'll tell you all about it. But we ain't gonna educate you from the chat room like that. You gotta be serious about it now.
How we get reparations? How are you going to get?
All right, the biggest difference that I noticed between Black Americans and Africans with this whole conversation about delineation is not how they look, it's how they think. Black Americans are very much community-based. That is how they were able to be successful in the civil rights movement. That is how we're able to do economic boycotts and be successful. That is how Black Americans are arguably the most successful and influential Black people in the world. Whereas Africans, they are 54 country, thousands of tribes. They don't see kinship based on Blackness. They don't think of you as their brother or sister because of your complexion. And
right. Don't you know in Ghana right now, they got a gang epidemic that's worse than Chirac? Drop a one if y'all been following this Ghanaian gang war. They got the farmers versus the herders. Yeah, you know how like we got Crip and Blood? In Ghana, they got the farmers going to war with the animal herders for the land. And the animal herders are gypsies. They move around with these massive herds of animals, and the farmers are saying it messes up the land, and then the gypsies go to the next place. So they've been killing each other. And it's bad, man. The farmers versus the damn herders. And they like to come over here and say, you black nigger, you gangbanging, like, get the hell out of here. And all the tribal wars going on in Africa. And they do not unite under Blackness. They feel like if you ain't in my tribe, then F you. They don't see black skin as the unifier.
And that is the key difference between the two. So you can't expect them to come to America and all of a sudden change their mindset and say, I see this Black American as my brother and sister, somebody I should look out for, somebody I should, like. And because we share a common struggle or we have a common goal, I don't see it as that. It's about me, my tribe, my family, and about us.
Shout out to my brother Paul Baldwin. He hit it dead on the head. Joining groups is the problem rather than fighting the fight. There you go. And that's why I can never join a group. I never join a group. Shout out, drop a FBA in the chat room right now for that, everybody. Drop a big FBA for him real quick for Paul on that one, man. FBA is against all groups. All of you religions and Christians and all of these different groups out there, we against all that. And we about lineage. Quit identifying yourself with your indoctrination and literally identify yourself with your people based upon genetics and genealogy. That's what FBA all about. And that's why it takes away the group. It's FBA is so anti-group, it's a shame, And the thing about FBA, it can never qualify as a group. Because by definition, let me read it's a lineage. You really can't be a part of it if your genealogy ain't right. It ain't like if you don't accept these thoughts or this belief system, you ain't in our group. No, I can't kick nobody out the lineage. If they bloodline is FBA, hey, I can't do nothing about that. I cannot like that person. I cannot like that brother. But I can't say he ain't my family. Because it's lineage based. So that's the beauty of this thing. But let me play this.
Elevating. So this is why people are saying delineation is important, because you have individuals who look like the collective, benefiting off the collective, but they don't have the collective mindset. Black Americans are very much, how is it going to affect the whole? We know we are judged on the whole. Anytime anything happens, like this mass unaliving the other day, and it's a brother, why he have to do us like that? We look at it as a community. Whereas Africans, they say, that's that person. Do not judge everyone. We are not all like that. That's the first thing we saw is skin color. We didn't look at, there was a shooter who did this, judge that person. We know America is going to look at, that was a black man. This is what black people do. Now, another example, this supposed boycott, which no credible Black American even wanted or pushed for, was majority fueled by Africans on the continent.
Somebody said it ain't just Ghana with the farmers versus the herders. Said you are talking about the Fulanis. Yeah, man, I am. I watched the documentary, but I forgot that F word. I do remember them saying about the Fulanis in the documentary. Thank you for that. It's not just Ghana, it's all over West Africa. Yeah, the documentary that I watched, he was saying that this was a problem throughout a lot of parts of Africa. And you saying it's West Africa, but he did say the Fulanis. Yeah, thank you for that.
American with very little influence made a post, and Africans on the continent took that as an opportunity to blow something out of a proportion that most people weren't even considering. Many of them don't understand, nor do they care about African businesses in America. They've never been to America, probably won't ever have the opportunity to come to America. So whether or not an African business succeeds or fails, it's of no consequence to them. They're not benefiting from it. So fueling or inciting a boycott doesn't matter. They're just glad to be a part of the conversation. And a lot of it is out of sheer jealousy of the African business and jealousy of the Black American. And I think we have to keep a lot of that in mind when we're reading these posts. We got to put a lot of these things in context. I mean, personally, do not believe you should boycott businesses. But I'll say this, a lot of people have something in their heart because of this conversation. Make sure, I'm gonna just say this, you don't want people messing in your hair or your food if they have something in their heart against you. Even if you want to go out and support more this business, just be mindful, be careful of doing that. But I don't believe there was no reason to boycott. You have good African businesses and you have bad African business. You can judge those accordingly. Some people absolutely understand and respect the Black dollar and have earned the Black dollar. Whereas boycott is not necessary. I believe that delineation is necessary. And if anything, the boycott showed many people just how others view Black Americans. But the delineation is necessary to preserve culture, to preserve legacy, to preserve inheritance. Black Americans have a very special right to this.
And to preserve our history too.
This land. And
we have a rich history that's in this land.
We that are here have a duty not to let the ancestors' work go to waste.
The pro-Black and the Pan-African movements.
Man, I never thought I'd see Black folks in America coming together like this with this FBA thing. I ain't gonna even lie. If you Black and you ain't part of the FBA shit, you missing out. This is everything they thought we would never do. Y'all are on the wrong side of history. If you know that you're FBA and you ain't with your people on this one, nigga, everybody coming together for this FBA shit. What? You talking unity, bro. Lineage base. Saying who part of the family? Come over here, man. We too divided as a family. We having a big family reunion. And that shit is called FBA. And some niggas is like, I ain't going to the family reunion. Hey man, that shit was deep. It was fun. You missed out.
It's really started here in America, right? That's a fact, So that shows we, the enlightened thinkers, we thought. And I'm not taking credit. They had great people too, but a lot of the movement started over here because we seen that we need to unite amongst one another. It was great Black American thinkers. Even the Black Panthers had this type of energy. So for us to now switch up on that, I think that it's wrong on our
end. Let me ask you something, sir. Why do you think we switched up?
I'm not saying.
Why do you think I rolled over and said, "Fuck them Africans"?
Because I want to say online, the media has, because what's his name? Kelly was saying just now, he used to love Africans. He has it tatted on his wrist, but when he met him online or whatever, they calling him all these names. He couldn't fuck with that no more.
Wait, so you think all of our experiences, everybody who's on this panel right now, my experience, everybody's experiences when I know the radio come online, is based off of online?
No. Let me not twist it in that way, right? Because I met people in real life who are African who obviously feel some type of way, and he said, his friends' parents didn't like him as a kid too, which is fair. But you see, a little experience like that is gonna make you color a whole continent.
Since you're gonna undermine all of our experiences and say that it was just him, it was just them, we should have generalized. Let me give you a general example. Westmore, in Baltimore, the mayor of Baltimore, who's half Jamaican, I think, and half FBA, came out and made a statement saying that Black Americans don't deserve reparations.
And this man is the mayor of Baltimore, and he's a tether. And don't you know this tether becoming mayor of Baltimore is all due to the works that we did? And because the whole thing is him getting that seat because he's a Black man, not because of his tether ethnicity. But when he get in office as a Black man, he's gonna promote his tether tactics against Black people. Didn't Barack Obama do that too? Didn't that South African by the name of Barack do that to you too? And that's a prime example, the mayor of Baltimore, a tether. But when he got in that seat, it was a Black man running for mayor, and all of the Black people got behind him. They didn't see his tether side. They saw a Black man. The Obama effect. As soon as you get in there, you undermine us and promote the tether tactics. Man, we ain't falling for it no more, bro.
We shouldn't worry about that, and we should just worry about just moving forward. Example one. Example two, we had Kamala Harris come out and say, well, Black Americans, I need your vote, even though I'm not Black American, but I'm gonna act like I'm Black American, and I can't do nothing particularly for you, but you should vote for me because I'm black. So these are no longer jokes. These are spaces that they're now representing us and telling us what they think we need. Now this is a much more bigger problem. This is not a joke no more. Go ahead, Polo.
That's what I'm saying. Stay away from niggas that they pushing and promoting that's gaining a lot of momentum with those far-right conservative talking points, because they are implanting them in all of our movements. You got a lot of far-right conservative guys in the FBA movement, and they're making the same arguing points that Andrew Tate made, and they are pushing the Trump support. FBA is not a political movement, it's a lineage movement. And far as I'm concerned, if you are in FBA pushing for any political party, you undermining the agenda and you might be a damn infiltrator. That's right. Because ain't no need of you coming up in a group where a bunch of black folks is saying, fuck the Democrats, fuck the Republicans, fuck Trump, fuck Biden, we loving on ourselves. We ain't trusting on no more white men because they done failed us too much. We getting with our people and we finna start strategizing. And when we start doing that, if a nigga show up saying, but look, man, Trump getting them immigrants out of here, bro, get the hell out of here. Get out the group. We don't care what Trump or Biden doing if they ain't cutting the check, and we got to be firm on that. That's right. They want to do everything but give us reparations, but they can give it to the small hats. And the reason I think we ain't going to get reparations ain't just because they don't want to give them to us. It's because a lot of our people keep pushing for these political puppets. Even in FBA, you got folks that's slobbing Trump off. Like in FBA, we got to have a middle finger up to both parties. Cut the check. We ain't no more personality worship, bro. We don't care who the fuck you is, Trump or nobody, man. We don't care. Cut the check. And we got to stand firm on that, bro. It's too many. Bringing your political ideology into FBA is no different than a Christian coming up in this shit promoting Christ when you come up promoting Trump. But Christ woke you up this morning. But Trump got them immigrants out of there. Fuck what all of them white boys, what you telling me what they did for me. When Christ gonna cut the check? Christ got all that power, right? Can't Christ abracadabra black folks in a better position? So I don't want to hear no Christian showing up. I don't want no Muslim showing up talking about Allah, because Allah ain't helped us either. FBA is about us helping ourselves now, man. Right. And whenever someone show up in this group pushing a little ideology, whether it's Christian, whether it's flat earth, whether it's, I don't care what it is, conservatism, Trumpism, bro, you undermining the agenda. You undermining the agenda.
Hello?
Ask a question, like genuinely, right? At that point, I see where you're coming from.
So you see where I'm coming from. Okay, go ahead.
I see where you're coming from, right? I you know, it's a problem when people don't respect you, but you know they infiltrate.
It's on a national level now.
She's right, and the reason I say, if you heard everything that she said, this guy's trying to imply that it's a government psyop that's tearing black people away from Africans. And I hate to tell people, look, there's a thing called a Pan-African movement that has been around probably since before the Garvey movement of the 1920s. But what people don't understand is it seems to be a one-sided thing. The only people propping up Pan-Africanism is black people from America. And the reason why I know this is because we're the only ones talking about it. When you get to the continent of Africa, it's nothing for me to see people talk about how when black Americans get there, they have a thing in Africa called the Black American Tax, to where when you get there, they're going to upcharge you on everything once they realize you're from America. So that's what I'm saying. So if we're so, but then when white people go over there, it's like, hey, you can move into my home, nigga. You can live here. You can take my soul. They take over. So the reason why I know that to be so is because they have a thing. Let me tell you something you probably never heard of. There's a thing.
Peace and love. If you are enjoying the show right now, we are encouraging you guys, if you can, to hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat, so that we can keep bringing you the content that you love.
Support the content you love.
that they introduced. 1960s, you remember they had the Immigration Act that Martin Luther King and the Civil Rights Movement was pushing for. And they pushed for that because they thought we would get allies from other black people internationally to come here and basically bolster our numbers. But what they didn't tell us at the same time, they had a thing called Memorandum 66. Have you ever heard of this? Memorandum 66 is when basically when Africans touched down on the American soil, they had to go to a class that basically showed them violent black people, told them to stay away from black Americans. These are not your friends.
Flat Earth is the truth, right? Awoken. And it is a movement. It ain't a group, but it's a movement. And it's a big movement. It's an international movement that is a unifier of many different races, cultures, and ideologies under one truth. So I agree with you. Flat Earth ain't a group, but Flat Earth is a big worldwide movement that has gained the respect of powerful agencies because we making noise. They had to censor this movement because it was so strong at one point. So make no mistake about it. Flat Earth is a huge movement, and it's gonna keep growing even through the censorship too. It's just gonna take it a little while longer, but it ain't going nowhere. It's a worldwide movement that's here to stay. But the thing about the Flat Earth thing, you got to have class with it. That's what I teach people in Flat Power, so that you don't look like a goofball who just going everywhere trying to talk about Flat Earth with everybody. You know what I found out? People don't care about Flat Earth. We do. So guess what you gotta do? You gotta make them care about it before you just start talking about it. And guess how you make them care about Flat Earth? By caring about what they care about. If you give some, you can get something. Y'all selfish. So guess what I do? I want black people in America to care about Flat Earth, but they don't. Guess what they care about? Delineation, FBA. And I can't make them not care about that because that's important too. So guess what I gotta do? I gotta join my people, show them that I care about what they care about, and then they will start to care about what the hell I care about. You see how that works? Let's go. Shout out to Mississippi Macho. Like, share, subscribe, and hype. Certified FBA. For sure, Mississippi Macho all day. That's called class. More than likely, when you walk up to someone with Flat Earth, they're already part of a group. They either a Christian, a Muslim, a Democrat, Republican. They part of something. And you gotta engage them from the standpoint of what they're a part of before you just start shooting them away with your truth as a flat earther, because they don't care about your shit. We like to think just because we're obsessed and fascinated with cosmology and flat earth, everybody gonna feel that way when we talk to them about it. That's your ego. That's your ego. People care about what they care about, and you care about what you care about. That's the truth. That's right. And the truth is, it's a skill, it's a gift, it's a skill, it's a talent to making people interested in what you care about. And you gotta develop that. You just can't go around talking to people about flat earth and get mad that they ain't listening to you and say, man, they just sleep. No, you just stupid and you ain't got no class and you ignorant. And you think you know everything and just think that everyone's supposed to care about flat earth because you do.
Friends, these are people who are going to make y'all look bad. And then, yeah, so
they had mass propaganda.
put on them. But the reason why I believe, but I'm not even giving them a pass for that. And I'm gonna tell you why. Did we not get shown the exact thing about them? Did we not get to see them with bones in their nose and living in the bush and flies flying around their head without them being any level of building anything past or witness this? They showed us all of that. But we never. The worst you're going to get a black American that does to an African is they got called an African booty scratcher. And bitch, I got called an African booty scratcher. So let's just, here's what it is. We all got called it. So don't miss me with that whole y'all hate us. No, we do not. And you know that's not true. Nobody's on African soil trying to replace Africans. But when y'all get here, I keep saying this. This is my issue with the entertainment world, the music world, the sports world. All of them are propping up non-Black Americans to replace us.
Refresh your space with a mid-century makeover at Ashley. From rich, solid woods to velvet-like texture.
I'm just telling y'all, like a lot of y'all, and this ain't just with Flat Earth, this is with anything you're trying to put in our people. If you're trying to give them the true history of indigenous Black people in America, and they don't care about it, maybe they care about politics, then guess what? You need to learn about politics. You can't just, I stopped getting mad at people. I realized, you know what? I'm not doing enough for the ancestors to present their teachings the best way. I think just because the ancestors was right, that's enough to make people cling to the truth. It's not though. Cause you can tell them that all day and they'll say, but bro, we still suffering. What we gonna do about this? And it'll be some political shit. And you can't really fault them for that because they still need water, food, clothing, shelter, right? And that's all in stuff that you may not care about because you're woke. You on some spiritual stuff. But you got to go on their thinking level and pull them where you want them to be. You know what I'm saying? And it comes with a gift because if a person interested in politics, then you need to be educated in politics so that you can talk about that with them and then segue into Flat Earth. And they will definitely be more susceptible to it.
The reason Black Americans don't take Pan-Africanism seriously is because we've never seen it in the places where it actually makes sense. What we see, by and large, are Black immigrants who come here and
because us knowing our indigenous history is important. I see Aboriginals get frustrated. I see FBAs get frustrated because they say our people don't care about their history. And like you said, the Flat Earthers would say people don't care about their ancestral cosmology, right? They care about it. They don't know they need to care about it. They don't know that they need to care about it. And that's your responsibility to show them that because they're ignorant. Remember, you got the knowledge. So we're not really doing enough to wake people up. We think, okay, we got the truth and all we got to do is tell it to them. No, that's lazy. You literally got to walk them into this shit and cater to that where they paradigm at now. You got to consider where they, like, it's a lot to this shit, bro. And you know the steps. It ain't hard. Y'all know what I'm talking about, what you got to do. If you really want to wake people up, and you got to be passionate about it. Don't be lazy with it. Learn other stuff so you can engage in other conversations. And then so you ain't just the nigga in the room that's only talking about Flat Earth. It's a lot to this thing, man.
and preach Pan-Africanism, which makes absolutely no sense because America has 30 or 40 million Black folks. Okay. We don't have any resources. We don't control any industries. Like literally, we have no control over natural resources in this country. We do not control anything. We have nothing to offer. This country only has jobs from white people. Meanwhile, in Africa, there are hundreds of, like close to 1 billion Black people, all the natural resources in the world that Black folks could theoretically control because you have the numbers. You can control industry. Like, why not go home and preach that?
Come on.
As we sit here right now, we have Ghanaians trying to kick Nigerians out of their country. Where's the Pan-Africanism?
Oh, yeah. I got a video. Shout out to you, real truth, real growth. Welcome back.
Yeah, that volume low back here.
The volume on the video?
Back here, and this, yeah.
Okay.
It's good. It's good on the show, though.
I have a video. I'm going to show y'all this. Now look, this woman got deported from Maryland. Let's watch this. I'm gonna back this brother up, man. Now, y'all heard what this brother just said? Let's play this again. This brother cooking. I'm gonna take his shit back. Listening to this brother, man. He got a very powerful segment in this compilation.
Pan-Africanism. As we sit here, in 2024, there was a sister who went for a beauty pageant in South Africa. But her dad, I believe, was like Nigerian, her mother's from Mozambique. And they lost their mind because they felt like you're not really one of us. Again, where's the Pan-Africanism? Now, again, to be fair, these are just sort of select cherry-picked examples.
No, that's a good ass example. The brother being humble. But if you ask me, ain't no cherry picking, brother. That was a dagger. Because here you got two different African tribes create this mixed African sister, and she was beautiful. She's from two different African tribes. And she runs for beauty queen in Ghana, and she's mixed with Ghana, but they tell her, "Nah, you ain't really fully one of us. Now, come on now, y'all got a problem with us delineating? That's cold." That's cold.
But you get the point. For some reason, this concept seems to only be salient here in America, where, again, we don't have the numbers and we don't have the resources. This concept would be taken much more seriously if we saw it work back there, right? Like if we saw close to 1 billion Black people rise up collectively to challenge white dominance, not to get a few jobs from white people, but to actually challenge the domination, to say we're going to control the resources collectively. Borders don't matter. We are one people. If we saw that movement successfully, where you got the numbers, like tomorrow you could do this, this would be a concept that would make much more sense, but we don't see that. So whether it's Marcus Garvey or whomever, you see immigrants coming here and saying, let's preach Pan-Africanism. And so it's just...
And they ain't doing it in their own land, which shows you it's a tether tactic. It's a way to latch on to your ass.
It's the challenge for us because we've never seen this concept work where it makes the most sense for it to work, where it could actually work. And so from our perspective, it just sounds like you're trying to eat off my plate rather than how can we make a whole plate factory? Your best position, we're not. Yes, America has a much larger economy than all of these other countries. We don't have access to it. We're literally competing for a few jobs from white people. That's what we got. Why is that? Well, we've just never been in a really good position, right? So yes, there was slavery in the Caribbean, but the British left, the French left. We had to live under our oppressor every single day, our very violent oppressor. And so, no, we just didn't have the opportunity to forge a new identity, right? We didn't have the opportunity to wake up and say, we're Haitians and we're one. Like, we didn't get that, right? We were literally just trying to stay alive. We didn't get that. So whether you're Haitian, whether you're Ghanaian, Nigerian, Trinity, whatever you might be, you woke up every day in a place where you were in the majority. And as a Black person from America, whose folks came out of the cotton fields, I admire that. There's a privilege in that I don't think you all recognize, a privilege to wake up every day and be in the majority. And so, yes, there's neocolonialism. Yes, there's a French indemnity on Haiti. All these things are true, but you at least have the opportunity to wake up every day in the majority on the ground and try to control your life. We could only dream of that. That is fantasy for us. It never existed. And so what I'm saying is, if you're asking why you feel resistance towards Pan-Africanism, if you're asking why American Black folks seem hesitant to buy into it, it's because where it makes the most sense, where it has the highest probability to succeed, and where there are actual prizes to be had, we don't see that movement. So no, it doesn't make a lot of sense to us. It doesn't compute. Also, the rules seem to change, right? So again, we talked about what's happening in Ghana, in every other corner of the world from our perspective. And again, we're not scholars in, Pan-African affairs. We're not scholars in world affairs. Americans are very American centric, right? With our media, everything just revolves around us. That's just true. But at least from our perspective, what it seems like is nobody else is being asked to buy into these notions of Pan-Africanism. And so when these Ghanaians say, we really don't want these Nigerians there, they're free to just do that. We know, or at least we feel very deeply, that if we reverse this, right, if a meaningful number of Americans went to any country and started to have a meaningful presence in government, in business, and getting jobs, there would be no movement of Pan-Africanism. And that would be true universally, right? So if a meaningful number of Jamaicans went to Haiti and started getting a bunch of positions in government, when Haitian people are still struggling, they started getting jobs, there'd be no movement of Pan-Africanism. Those Haitians would rise up and say, no, y'all gotta go. If Americans who were best positioned to immigrate went to these countries and started getting, to think about Karine Jean-Pierre, press secretary for Joe Biden, if an American expat got that position in any other country, would everybody be cool? Probably not, right? If a meaningful, get the word meaningful, if a meaningful number of middle-class Americans, because again, poor, uneducated people aren't moving across the world. They're not. They're not even moving across town. As a rule, certainly there are exceptions, but as a rule, if you're immigrating, it's because you have the resources and the means to do it. So educated Americans, Americans with resources, relocate, they go to other places, and they start getting jobs, they start getting opportunities, and the local population is still struggling. There's not going to be some movement to rally around to defend these American expats. If you tell me that, you're not being honest. You're just not. So it seems like the rules are just different for us than everyone else, when again, we don't even have anything to offer the world. We just got white jobs. So this makes no sense. It's difficult for us to buy into something we've just not seen, but it looks like the opportunity's there. Why is it not being seized?
Exactly. And now I'm gonna play a video when you talk about the chick that won the beauty pageant. She was from 2 different African tribes. She was mixed. So she won it with her Ghana side, her Ghanaian side. And the Ghana people was like, well, you ain't fully really Ghana. Like, that's cold. That's some delineation for you. But you will have them come over here and say, we being divisive for delineating, and we ain't even doing it on the level they doing it. I got another video in Ghana right here where a woman deported from Maryland is being dragged in Ghana, right? She moved to the DC, and basically this is Ghana people, how they treat their own people. I'm gonna let y'all watch the video, show you how they treat their own. Watch this.
He's now worried.
A Maryland family trying to get their loved one back. Her deportation is making international news because of this video we're going to show you. It shows her being dragged last week by people who appear to be officials in Ghana. The woman's attorney says she was deported from the U.S. after living in our area for more than 30 years. NBC News has reported about dozens of deportees being sent to Africa from the U.S. since the summer, part of a new third country deportation program. And as Tracy Wilkins and the News 4 I-Team report tonight, the video is raising questions from her family about how deportees are treated in other countries.
Mohammed Aghali's mom is his best friend. The two bought this home together in Bowie, Maryland, and he's now...
I want to say one thing, right? These Ghanaians will come over here and down talk black people. They will say that you're lazy, you weak, all that shit, that the white man conquered you. They say all that. Here goes some Ghanaians right here. They live in America. Their mom is being oppressed in their own homeland by their own people, and they're seeking refuge in the white man country. The white man got these niggas sitting up in America safely while they mama get oppressed in their homeland, and they ain't flying back home helping their mama. Now these folks will tell you, right? You ain't doing nothing, you ain't shit, you lazy, you nigga, you ain't all that. And look at this right here. I just need to let that sink in, right? They being oppressed by their own people. And they'll come over here and talk to you about what the white man doing with you, when the black man that look just like you doing that to you, and they try to put these folks above us. At least we know to get on code and come together against the white man. They come over here and seek refuge under the white man to run away from oppression from their own people, y'all. Ain't that a bitch?
That's crazy. Hey, I can hear you clear, but I can't hear the video back here.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I got you, my bad.
Worried she won't return after being deported earlier this month.
When I felt defeated, felt like I failed my mom.
You felt like you failed her?
I felt like I failed her just because I'm really, doing anything for my mom.
He says his mom, Rabiatu Kuyate, came to Maryland 30 years ago fleeing Sierra Leone's civil war. Muhammad was born here in the U.S. and says his grandparents joined them here and became citizens. Kuyate never became a citizen, but was a nurse with a work permit and was required to check in with ICE every year. But things quickly changed during her July check-in.
They called her to the back, and they said, yeah, Rabiatu, you have an order of removal, so, we're detaining you. I mean, my heart just broke.
My bad, y'all. Check this out, right? So my whole thing is these people treating their own people horrible. How they dragging these Ghanaians. This is their mama being dragged in Ghana. And the whole thing is you will have Pan-Africans telling us to go to Ghana, go to Burkina Faso. When you get over there, those people are oppressing their own people worse than the white man is oppressing niggas over here. That's right. That's what I'm telling y'all. Ain't that crazy? Professor Smalls, all of these why you think they ain't moved over there? They know what's going on because they do tours every year. So you got a Ghanaian woman being oppressed by her own people. And her family in America, they don't even got the balls to go back to Ghana and stand up against their own people for their mama because they know how bad it is. Meanwhile, Pan-Africans telling Negroes to move to Ghana, move to Burkina Faso. Boy, you listen to these guys if you want to.
Did you think that you would see your mother again when they took her that day?
Yes, I was optimistic, was hoping I'd be able to, see what we could do about getting her released that day.
But he would not see her face to face again. After several days, she was moved to an ICE facility in Louisiana where she was held for months, according to her attorney.
Honestly, I don't think anyone expected her to be detained just because nothing had changed with her circumstances.
Immigration attorney Hannah Bridges represents Kuyate and says while she was held in Louisiana this past September, a judge granted an order saying she could not be sent back to Sierra Leone, where she says her client had been tortured. Bridges says the U.S. immediately began exploring other countries to send her to, which she also tried to fight in court with requests for hearings.
Those requests went unacknowledged.
Are you concerned that her civil rights were violated during this process?
Absolutely.
How so?
She should have been given notice and an opportunity to seek protection from removal to a third country. And the government had multiple opportunities to do this.
Bridges says earlier this
month, Thank you, Cole Brown.
Was flown from the U.S. to Ghana, a country she's never been to before.
Hi, Mom.
Muhammad called his mother in Africa while...
Hey, Paul Baldwin, when you say that we do our own folks as black Americans here the same way, I would say the street element of our people do. And I don't think it's fair to like FBA, for example, right? I think we shouldn't generalize like that. Because There is a certain dynamic of our group that's oppressing the rest of our group. But in the case of Ghana, it's their entire fucking government full of black people doing to them what the system doing to us in America. That's different. You can't, you're wrong though, Paul, with that. You wrong though, Paul. Because black people don't have a system of government in America that's oppressing black people. You can't do what you're doing, bro. We're showing a video of a Ghanaian woman being oppressed by the Ghanaian government. I can agree with you that we got gangbanging, we got domestic violence, and you're right, we oppress each other too. But that's different. I'm talking about your people rule, they in charge, your people, the government there looks like you. And what the Pan-Africans telling us, if we move to an African country, we will get treated better because our skin folks is in power. And skin folks is kin folks. They telling us because the white man doing us wrong in America, if we move to Africa, it's better there because black people are in charge. I'm showing this video to debunk that. And I ain't even trying to deny the fact that we oppress each other. I'm making a point. And I'm saying that your remark don't change the point that I'm making. It's irrelevant to the point that I'm making because gangs ain't the system of government here in America. And the whole argument is, what make you think I'm gonna get better treatment on a Ghanaian government than the white man that's already oppressing me? What I'm saying is, if anything, it's just gonna be the same. It's just gonna be a black dude oppressing me now. And I'm proving that with this video. That's the point.
While we were with him, she says her wrists and ankles are swollen from being shackled for the 10-hour flight. She said some others had it even worse.
There was another guy.
The key word is government. Government. You talking about people that own their land. They got their original name. They speak their original languages. They should not be divided like that. That's right. They know who the fuck they are. They run their own nations. Do you know that black folks don't got their original name? We don't got our original language. We divided up into all these religions and groups, and we still can manage to create something called Pan-Africanism. We still can manage to come together and create something called FBA. Don't give me that, man.
On the floor. That guy, they training from the head.
And because, Paul, when you tell me you do got some African spots coming together, okay, I ain't mad at that. So why when we come together, they get mad? Everything you say just gonna back up why FBA needs to be here. Everything you say, Paul Baldwin, is why FBA exists, bro. That's right. You just don't see it, bro. You telling me about Africans coming together, but niggas is mad that black people coming together. Niggas is got everything negative to say about FBA, but to tell me about another group coming together. And you mad at your group for coming together. That be my thing. That's sad, man. Hey, drop a one if that's some sad stuff, man.
Down to the feet. They said if you don't cooperate with us, that's how we're going to tie you.
Kuyate told the I-Team she and other deportees were sent to a hotel in Ghana. She says she was there for 6 days before this happened. A bus arrived to take her to Sierra Leone, even though an American judge ordered she could not be sent there. Her attorney says she was ultimately sent there anyway, although she resisted.
That's when they dragged me. So they bumped the back of my head.
The I-Team obtained multiple videos of the dragging that were sent to her family. Kuyate believes the people in the green uniforms worked for Ghana's government. These are pictures of some of the injuries she says she sustained after the dragging. The video went viral overseas, and several media outlets in West Africa reported that the Sierra Leone High Commission, which is like its embassy in Ghana, said it's aware of the incident and will investigate. We asked the Ministry of the Interior for Ghana about this. They acknowledged our email, but didn't answer our questions. We received no response from Sierra Leone officials.
I consider America my home. It's like I built relationships there.
Kuyate says she's safe.
Yeah, Paul Baldwin, I'm loving this debate against you because you just consistently wrong today on this one. And you saying here being mad is the problem. I don't think you expressing emotions is the problem, right? My thing is, if you got a reason to be mad, you should be mad. That's like saying, hey man, your daughter got violated, but being mad is the problem. Like, being mad ain't a problem, it's just a natural reaction. That's right. The problem would be letting your anger stop your group from strategizing and uniting. That ain't happened with FBA. I don't care if a soldier mad. I care if a soldier can't manage his anger in a productive way. We're not just gonna act like anger itself is a problem. Mismanaged anger is a problem. You need to be mad. You just need to know who to be mad at and how to channel that anger into a strategy and galvanizing your people. Because anger can actually be a good energy if you use it right. That's right. That can definitely be work for your people if you channel that right.
For now, in an undisclosed location in Sierra Leone, as her family sits in the home she owns in Bowie, wondering what her future holds and if she will ever come back again. Do you feel like the U.S. government has failed your mom?
Yes, 100%.
We reached out to Maryland's ICE for comment several days ago. They asked that we share our videos of the dragging, which we did. They still have not responded to our questions about the case. In September, the U.S. Department of Justice argued in a federal court that it had no power to control how another country treats deportees. It said that Ghana had pledged to the U.S. it wouldn't send the deportees back to their home countries. The United Nations Human Rights Office has called on Ghana to stop deporting people from the U.S. to their home countries if U.S. courts have said it's dangerous for them to return.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
But Kuate, she was the primary caregiver for both of her parents, her mom and dad. They thought, the whole family thought, when she got on that plane that was headed to Ghana, that she was going to be released and coming home. So everyone involved in this was confused and shocked and just wondering what can be done at this point.
And at this point, is there hope? How are they?
That's right.
My bad. Yeah, man, this woman was born and raised in Ghana, but when the U.S. deported her back, they was like, we don't know her. We don't know her. And you think they gonna accept you back? You just a regular black dude in America. This woman literally is Ghanaian. And when she got deported to her land, they didn't accept her. That's crazy. Her son said, I felt defeated, like I failed my mom. But they have so much to say about FBA.
So if you want us to really buy in, and it sounds wonderful, it does.
Stop.
Then let's see it work where it makes sense, where there's opportunity for it to work. Let's come together collectively there, back home, and challenge white dominance. So then it doesn't look like you're just eating off my plate and I'm being asked to sacrifice when you're not being asked to sacrifice. It looks like this is a legitimate movement to challenge white dominance, and I guarantee you we would want to be a part of that.
I got something else that I think y'all gonna like, right? Shout out to Q Butter. I respect what he doing with his institute and all that, but I wanted to point out something from his show from 6 days ago. In this show, they was banging on FBA. These Pan-Africans was going in on FBA. In this same show where they're banging on FBA and promoting Pan-Africanism, guess what happened, y'all? A Nigerian dude called into the show or called Cuba the cell phone when he was live and tried to scam him live. And Cuba cussed the man out and was making fun of his accent and stuff. And then they still turned around and started promoting Pan-Africanism. Cuba literally roasted a tether like Tariq Nasheed. He literally had a FBA moment where he tapped into his FBA lineage and he roasted a Nigerian. He made fun of the man's voice and everything. And for a minute, I got a glimpse of Q-Butter, the FBA.
That's right.
I'm going to let y'all see that real quick. That just show you that it's crazy that they would make these arguments. On your Pan-African platform, an African calls in and try to scam you. He didn't call in and try to unite with you. You his brother. You the lost tribe, right? We the only ones practicing Pan-Africanism. They're practicing capitalism.
That's right. You can't make this scamming.
You Nigerian for real?
Feel me, yo. You can't make this scamming up, son.
You Nigerian for real?
You feel me?
That's crazy.
Yo, son. Oh man, son, I love this shit. We should do a reverse IP search, man.
Nah, for real.
Fee?
To get to.
Oh,
I just watched buddy Flacco just got.
Gotta love this, man.
You know, he been running a nice little.
Gotta love this, man.
Talking about you know Flacco been telling folks.
Imagine what it look like at the end of the year with the scammers and AI.
Flacco said he gonna turn your $300 into $10,000 and then $100,000.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yo, you good? You figured it out, bro?
You Nigerian for real?
Feel me, yo. You can't make this scamming up, son.
You Nigerian for real?
You feel me?
That's crazy.
Yo, son. Oh man, son, I love this shit. Anything, bro. If you down, then I'm gonna take you through the process and stop addressing me to be a scammer. Yo, this dude.
50, you drop the cash tag. Boom. Wow. See if
Pull a scammer back. Nah, son. That shit ain't. I ain't even feeling that beat. Hey, I'm not even feeling. Should I call a scammer back? Y'all want me to hear? Y'all want to hear me? Yo, y'all want to hear me violate the scammer again? Let me get my accent right. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, you have to go and talk to the chancellor. See, it's all mixed up. I ain't did it in a while. 1, 1, 2. You want to talk to the chancellor?
I'm gonna be real, my nigga. If Q-Butter was FBA, that nigga would blow up. Tell me I'm lying. Cause Q-Butter, he's a black American. He know he may think he from Africa. He go with science. My thing is this. If a lot of these niggas up north tapped into their southern roots and their FBA roots, I think it'll be better for their whole movement. Especially Umar Johnson, cause he always asking FBAs for support. But yeah, this to me is the closest we gonna get to seeing Q-Butter and his FBA spirit. So enjoy this, y'all. It's definitely funny.
You have to talk to me.
You cannot come and talk to the chance. Nah, see, it's all mixed up. I got the Indian voice going in the back. Maybe I should just troll him with the Indian voice. All right, matter I'm gonna troll him with the Indian voice. All you need to do is purchase. All right. Yo, bro, I got my man's on the phone, son. He messed with Bitcoin. Yeah, what are you doing? I do the Bitcoin. Yes. Y'all can hear it? See if he pick up again. Why you ain't picking up, son? Why you not picking up, bro? I'm trying to talk to you on the phone, boy. I want to introduce you to my man, Haji. I got my son, Haji. I got Haji on the phone. What are you doing? I want to talk to you about the goddamn Bitcoin. You want my friend Quentin to buy the Bitcoin and you not talk on the phone? I want to talk to you about the Bitcoin. See?
You get mad and shit now.
Yo, Brandon, you ain't seen the new spot? Nah, Brandon, this is for us, man. I thought you saw the new spot, bro. Melanated vessel. I took away everybody's wrench. I'll give you your wrench back. It wasn't against nobody. Why the hell is this?
Sometimes you have to do a wrench reset so that because it be like that. I see that Q Butter does that too, huh?
What the hell is this, for crying out loud? Did I hear violate Chris Harris? No, I do not want to violate Christopher Harris. I would like
that nigga's Nigerian accent is fucking funny because they live up there around all of these cats too. But see, I ain't gonna lie, I can see Q Butter roasting Tethers on a show like on some Tariq shit and it blowing up like real talk.
To talk to Christopher Harris about the conscious community homosexual behavior that he has been displaying on the internet. I want to discuss why is this man acting so much like a homosexual on the internet, and he has this sassy voice that he sounds like he was raised by women and women only. He sounds like he makes.
Hey, it kind of sounds India too, like India.
Curry juice with vagina juice that you get out of his bathroom during his menstruation. I don't understand why he started a problem with Quentin Q Butter and he's not anyone himself. I would like to discuss his homosexual tendencies. My bad, y'all.
He about to call the man back and cuss him out.
Yo. And we always collecting donations, y'all. We always helping out. But right now we just violating. I was supposed to talk about, it's too early too, right? We supposed to talk about, what's the title? Why Delaney?
But yeah, I think he called him back. Let me see. He had called him back and he was telling him like, I'm gonna F you up and all that. He was on the phone with the Nigerian. I don't know if he cut that out, but let me see.
Man, this is crazy, man.
Y'all can hear me now?
Yo. It doesn't sound good.
Okay,
My
but
bad,
yeah, y'all get the point. I want is this the part. Okay, yeah, but you get the point. I just had to show that. You can go and check that show out yourself if you want to find that part. But yeah, just to make a point that Pan-Africans will promote us a lot of Africanism. And in the middle of that, an African call in trying to scam you and you have a FBA moment. That was interesting. Let's go back to this.
Man, what's going on, y'all? How y'all doing? Check this out. I've been watching a lot of these reparations hearings, right? And it's two things that irk my spirit. But the second one don't really irk me the most, but the first one do. And the first one is these Pan-Africans. You'll get these Pan-Africans, because this is how I set up if y'all haven't seen it. So you'll have like a commission, right? That's listening to the people, on why we should get reparations and things like that. So they're going to try to pass out to the legislators so they can see if it get passed, which it won't get passed because you can't do it race-based. And that's how they tricking a lot of people. Like, hey, we black, we should get it. You can't get it like this. So that's number one. But anyway, so you have different people that come and speak. And a lot of these are Black Americans too. Let me say this, a lot of these people that are Pan-African are Black Americans, but they get up here and just sabotage the whole thing. One thing they'll do, they get up there and say, hey, our people from the diaspora should get some too. They are brothers and sisters, so they throw that out there. Then another person might come up there, and he gonna start reciting poems. Like these people will get at a reparations hearing where people are trying to listen, that's on this commission board, they're trying to help us get some type of financial gain, and these damn Pan-Africans will get up there and start reciting a poem. A poem that they wrote, they ain't got nothing to do with the money. They ain't saying like, hey, we should get this for this, because if you could trace, they ain't talking about none of that. These Pan-Africans are time wasters. I promise they are. And we all know the tellers. I seen a lot of tellers come up there and speak on like how, well, we should get it too because we experience racism and you know, we be oppressed here. Okay, cool, y'all do. But y'all, that was y'all choice to come here. Y'all immigrated here. Mike, whatever it is, you immigrated here. We've been here. Your grandparents ain't come from this land. Your grandparents come from over there somewhere. Your grandparents ain't got nothing to do with nothing on what we built, what we fought for, and what we bled for here. But them Pan-Africans, though, they is a problem, especially them old ones. Them old Pan-Africans are just a waste of time. We ain't gonna never get nothing if they up there. Anytime I see somebody with a kente cloth on, or them garbs they be wearing, them brown and green and red garbs they be wearing with the hat, it's done. It's over for me, yo. It is over for me. As much as I go at the Democrats, I think Pan-Africans are worse than some of these Democrats that fake like they for you, but they're really for the immigrants. These Pan-Africans are dangerous, bro. They are dangerous. I'm watching this guy. This is something important. Then you got other black people come up there. They talking about social issues. Nigga, forget yourself. You need to talk to social services, what's going on in your apartments and stuff like that. You need to talk to social service about why your kid this ain't got nothing to do with reparations. But shout out to the black people that stood on business, boy. It was a lot of black people stood on business, and the black people that stood on business, a lot of them people didn't want to hear that. They was upset up there. Shout out to New York, my Harlem people. But they was upset up there. They didn't like what the FBAs had to say. They didn't like what the Sulani people had to say. They didn't like that. They did not like that. And shout out to my black Americans that stood on business that day. And this is another thing I want to say before I go. Now I'm going to do that on another video.
Okay, listen. You guys keep trying to use Pan-Africanism to mask your disrespect. Again, you're using Pan-Africanism to mask your disrespect. When somebody tells you that we are not you, we are ethnic Black American, we are a separate group, we do not identify as you, we do not want to identify as you, and you keep saying we're all black, but in fact you know that's not true, and you're trying to force Pan-Africanism, but really it's disrespect. It's not truly Pan-Africanism, it's disrespect. And because you know good and well that if you were in your home countries, you would be waving your flag talking about I'm proud to be whatever it is that you are. If you're from Africa, you'd be I'm proud to be whatever tribe. You'd be sitting there talking about whatever your tribe's little call is, that's what you be doing. Whatever, if you're Caribbean, whatever flag and whatever music that you listen to, you be dancing to, talking about I'm Trini, I'm Jamaican, or whatever. Okay, so stop trying to pretend like you don't understand what we're saying when we're saying we are not all black, we are ethnic Black American. And then when you say, hey, well, you know, the non-melon, the white man doesn't care what we are. That's why we are delineating, and that's why we're saying we're not the same. Because we don't center our group, our ethnic group, based on how those people see us. We just don't. Like some of us do, but the majority of our group, we do not center ourselves and we do not define ourselves by the way that the police see us, or the YT government sees us or the YT community sees us. That's how your group wants to see yourself in reflection of how the YT person sees you. That's fine, but that's not how we do. And this just further explains why we're delineating. Stop using Pan-Africanism to erase us. Stop using Pan-Africanism to disrespect us, because we're not having it. All it does is it doesn't make us say, oh yeah, you're right. No, it just makes us you understand that you're disrespectful and you're even more in terms of erasure. And we're just going to dig in our heels even more. So we just want to keep going. We're getting larger, stronger, and your antics are converting people every day more and more and more. So just shout out to us.
That's right. Shout out to us and fuck all the haters who ain't about unity for their people. What's happening with FBA, what I like, is showing us who the COINTELPRO been all along. It's so beautiful, man, because it's showing y'all anybody got a problem with black folks simply coming together for these reasons to say, look, man, we helped build this land, people undermining us, all these other groups shitting on us. Everybody ain't got no love for us. Fuck it, we gonna have some love for ourselves. And if you part of any other group and you got love for us, we got love for you. All that blind unity, let's just love everybody. FBA saying, look, let's love ourselves. We don't care if you're a black Christian, black Muslim, black people. Let's just come over here and be the tribe that we used to be before colonialism divided us up into all these ideologies. Anybody against that, that's going to show you, look, there go the COINTELPRO right there. Because what does COINTELPRO do? Divide and conquer. And COINTELPRO only going to show up with the people to attack the people that's promoting unity. You notice COINTELPRO ain't gonna go and do that to the Pan-Africans. They ain't gonna do that to the Christians. And the Christians divided up all in the church, over 10,000 denominations. Ain't no black person saying, man, that's low energy. That's divisive. See, all the people saying that, them are the damn agents in COINTELPRO who I'm really watching close around me.
And if those of you who are tuning in who don't know what ethnic Black Americans are, it means we are not Afro-Caribbean, we are not Afro-Latina, we are not African, we are not Aboriginals from Australia. They have indigenous people in every country. We're not melanated indigenous from Japan or wherever. We are ethnic Black American. That means that we are Black people who have been in America at minimum since 1526. Our ancestors built America through forced, I don't know if I can say it, but rhymes with mavery, okay? And then add the SL. We are the descendants of the people who built this country. Some people, and I know for me, for a fact, my cousin just did, I pushed him, he just did my genealogy or whatever on my mother's side, and we definitely have indigenous in our blood. So we are a mixed group of people. I'm not saying that my 5 centuries, 6 centuries, 8 centuries.
And this is the part where FBA lose. What she's about to do is a big mistake that FBA gotta quit making. Whenever y'all talking to Pan-Africans and you end up saying, now I'm not saying that we didn't ever come from Africa, way back in the day, everybody see you gonna lose with that. You still saying you're an immigrant. See, when you try to cater to Pan-Africans and say, but we did come from Africa, what you ain't realizing is you just killed everything you said, because what the Pan-Africans teach is that when we was in Africa, there was already a group of people over here and they had pale skin. Them the people on the reservations, them the $5 Indians. So when you admit and when you agree with them, hey man, I'm not saying that, you know, we didn't come from Africa way back in the day, then you just lost. If we just lost, we might as well stop delineating. We can't forfeit that part of the argument, y'all, because it kills everything we just said. Because the moment you say, okay, FBA wasn't always here, right? We did at some point come from Africa. When you say that, you're saying we're not the real indigenous people to this land, yo. Because once you remove yourself from this land, what the Pan-Africans do, they replace your position with $5 Indians. That's what they telling y'all now. FBAs ain't indigenous here. The real Indians is on the reservations. And you're agreeing with them. When you say, yeah, we did come from Africa at some point, then they gonna turn around and say, see, I told y'all they some fake ass Indians. They some fake Indians. Because you got to identify your origins. Your origin point mean where you originate from. If you didn't originate from right here, if you're not the original people of this land, then that undermines everything FBA is about. You can't say foundational, but say I'm not original to the land. And you're also saying you're not original to the land by saying at some point we do come from Africa. We got to quit doing that, FBA.
Centuries ago that nobody ever came from West Africa. I am not saying that, but what I'm saying is that we are definitely indigenous to this land. We are a mixed group of people.
This is what FBA confusing. You're not indigenous to this land if you just said you came from West Africa. That's the opposite of indigenous. I want to do y'all know that. Do y'all know that the word indigenous mean that you're original to that land and that we can't go back and see wherever you was brought there. You always been there. Is everyone on my panel clear with that? This is what indigenous mean, because I'm finding out a lot of people don't know, man. They saying, I'm not saying we didn't come from Africa, but we indigenous. Well, hold up. Now, if we didn't come from Africa, if we came from Africa, we're not the real indigenous people here. You can't say you're indigenous to this land and you came from West Africa, because when you was in West Africa, there were people on this land and they would be the indigenous ones. If you don't claim that spot, then you got to give up that indigenous title. You're falling for a trick, FBA, and that's because we don't do enough research into evolution, that's nerdy stuff. But we want to be political. We want to be part of the social political. That's popular. That's cool. It's cool to debate politics, to argue with tethers, but the nerdy work, we got to go do the nerd work about DNA and debunk the Pan-African theory. It's just a theory. And we got to be able to articulate and debate that out of Africa theory. We just can't submit to it and say, well, we're not saying we didn't come out of Africa. Well, you ain't indigenous. They win. FBA is a joke the moment we start saying that.
And this is who we are. When I mean mixed, I mean like we have Black indigenous, we may have African, and we unfortunately have European as well. So we're not African, we're not Caribbean, we're not Hispanic, we're not Latino, we are American. We're American. We are one of the oldest ethnic groups in America. And so that is who we are. Stop using Pan-Africanism to try.
Once you bring up the transatlantic slave trade, you can't say we're one of the oldest groups. Because if our people came over here through the transatlantic slave trade, that wasn't that long ago. That wasn't them but a few hundred years ago. That ain't old, man. Not in the scale of the timeline of humans on Earth. That would make our group a young as fuck. Like, America was just built. If you think of all the other countries on Earth, all the other nations, America is a baby. When we talk about Russia, China, Japan, listen, America is a fucking baby when it comes to how old some of these nations is, like Britain and all this shit. America's a baby. So America just got founded, and you're saying the slaves that helped build America and came over from West Africa are some of the oldest people? That's a joke. That'll make us babies, sister. If we're gonna call ourselves the people that came off the ships from West Africa, that means we just got here. That ain't nothing but a few hundred years ago. How you gonna be indigenous and old? We're shooting ourselves in the foot because the people that would have been here already, the people before Columbus, would be the only people that can say we're the oldest group in America and we indigenous. That's right. And guess who was the people here before Columbus, sister? Me and you. Our lineage in this land is richer and deeper than we even know as FBA. That's why they need Sanchez and FBA. That's right. That's why we need each other.
Try to erase that to disrespect us because you want to do that. When you know good and well, when you go home and you eat your ackee and saltfish and you look around and you have your flags all up and down, when you're eating your doubles, if you're Trini, and you got your flags flying and you're listening to your soca with your parents and laughing and joking, or if you're at home and you're listening to Mark Anthony, or you're listening to No Le Pega la Negra, you are celebrating your culture and you understand that you're different from us. So keep that same energy. When you go home and, you know, y'all talk about how you need to go send money back to your home countries to help your families out. And you need to make sure that cousin such and such is trying to get over here. How do we help them get a visa? Or how do we help them fill out the paperwork? You know that you're different from us. So stop it. Be proud of where you're from and understand that we're different.
Has anybody else been noticing how one-sided Pan-Africanism has been as far as Black Americans has been concerned? It's as if they just expect us to continue just giving and giving and giving and giving with nothing in return. What has Pan-Africanism done for Black Americans here in America and even abroad? It seems as if they are playing on our naiveness and just expecting to drain us of every resource we give them or that we even have as well. And then on top of that, because of us, now they're allowed to move here into the United States. That's one thing in and of itself, right? But the thing on top of that is they're coming here and holding anti-Black American views, which is, you know, something that I'm not cool with, and siding with people like a Republican Party. I'm just going to keep it like that.
Okay, good stuff. I'm glad I ain't the only one see how a lot of us is siding with the Republicans in FBA. And I hope that's where he's kind of leaning toward. Hey, everyone, I just want to be clear to let you know this is a call-in show. I got two brothers on the call with me right now, and you can join us as well. If someone have any questions for me, I don't care what it is, y'all, you can hit that link, and long as if it's relevant to the topic, then come on up. But what I ain't gonna do, I'm not gonna be trying to go back and forth with everybody in the chat like I just did with Paul, right? Because I want people to actually come up, right?
Those type of people to just jump on us and dogpile us with all the negative stereotypes of Black.
My bad, Real Truth. Go ahead.
Oh, what I was gonna say is, everybody that's listening, the truth about this whole thing is this, man. Our problems could be over. All we gotta do is unite. The awareness, the information, like everything that we need to get our reparations. We just need to put our faces together and be like, hell no, we ain't doing what you want us to do no more. We know the truth now, but y'all want to keep the struggle going by not paying attention to the details and the facts that people be breaking down, spending hours online trying to get you to see the truth. But it's like y'all hear the pretenders. Y'all hear the people that lead you astray. You don't hear the truth. Take them veils off your eyes and open your ears. Close your mouth. You don't know nothing. Listen to the truth. It's going to set you free. That's all I wanted to say. Salute, Sanchez.
Salutes to that. Hell yeah.
Black people all together. They're saying, no, it's not us. It's not black people. It's not black people. But they're saying it's not us. It's actually the black Americans. They are ghetto. They're stupid. They're gangbangers and this and that. And that's despite the fact that they're coming from countries that have things like terrorism and even worse gang problems and instability than even anything the United States has ever seen. Least of all black communities. I had a live about 4 weeks ago, and I was asking, why should black Americans support Pan-Africanism? And one of those guys that I absolutely despise, those type of Africans that come over here and side with the white supremacists and say, oh no, we're the good blacks. The bad blacks are the black Americans. They're the ghettos, they're the gangbangers, this, that, and third. And that's, again, despite the fact that they're coming from countries that are barely functioning. He was an...
All right, let me get this Lasher Weverick guy up out of here. Because I just said, right, if anybody got any smoke, to hit the link. Now, it say this topic should not even be spoken on this FBI, CIA field site. Now, you know there's a lot of people saying that FBA is FBI, right? And I'm going to tell y'all how you can spot COINTELPRO infiltrators. When you have division in a group that's saying it's promoting unity, it's going to be embarrassing. Because look at what FBA saying. We're saying we're about unity and bringing black people together. Now, when you get some people in FBA that said, man, you're FBI, he's FBI, the Pan-Africans going to point at us and say, see, look, y'all, even FBA calling each other FBI. And that's why, y'all, listen, we got to stay away from anybody that's saying that they FBA and they got inner division within this shit, because black folks ain't never been this united and powerful before, and we don't need no niggas inside of FBA getting ghetto, fucking this shit up, and it's going good. That's right. Keep the ghetto shit, man. You off cold. Ain't no brothers in FBA going back and forth with each other. What I've been seeing, every black man on code with this FBA shit. And the moment we go to infighting and bickering with each other, we lost. Because the Pan-Africans going to point that out and use it against us. We got to be careful, bro, because it's people in FBA that's there to make us look back, to give them arguing points. Listen, FBA doing too good, man. We looking too good. We too on code. You know they got to send in somebody to mess that up and make us infight. Be on the lookout for that, y'all. It's going too good. They can't let it go that good. Everybody coming together. Ain't no infighting. So the first people that we see come with the fucking infighting, they standing out like a fucking sore thumb. You don't know how hard you standing out, because everybody getting along in FBA, man. So the first niggas we see coming with some bullshit, we need to kick them out. We know that that's an agent. My bad. Go ahead, enemies public.
I was just about to say the same thing that you're saying. That's a part of the agent type behavior, when they come among us and cause a confusion and then say and do things that makes us suspicious of each other and cause a division. We have to point them out and get them from among us. That's an agent. We cannot tolerate any of that type behavior, because you know they're going to be sent. They're going to be sent after us, because that's the typical template of how they send their agents in to destroy what we're trying to do. And anybody come here undermine our efforts or bring those among us that serve to our detriment, that person that they brought and that person that brought them need to be gone. We cannot allow that. We can't allow any of that.
Especially when they can talk at us, but not talk with us. If that brother was legit, he would click the link and he would come up with receipts when you go to making these claims about FBI and CIA. That's disrespectful. That's why Professor James Small got canceled, bro. People ain't finna let y'all play them games without paperwork and receipts, because those are tether tactics and COINTELPRO tactics. Tariq with the police, here FBI, bro. We know them tactics, especially when you won't click the link and come build with us and you saying you one of us, but you can stand back and call and throw blanket statements out there. That's COINTELPRO shit.
That's exactly what it is. And brother, James Small is one of the first ones. If you listen to Tariq's older streams, he's one of the first ones who said we were foundational Black Americans. One of the first ones to say it. And now, because it's affecting him monetarily, he's going to misguide a whole lineage of people for the sake of making money and going on those BS tours in Africa. That right there, brother, is shameful for an 80-year-old man who was teaching us right all along. And now, because of monetary, you want to just throw us all under the bus.
And and I got time for you, Lasha Weavery. So watch this, right? The brother Lasha Weavery said, "Who are you, though? I'm a black man with a black mom and black daddy who can trace their lineage back to indigenous people in this land. I'm Alabama, old blood, nigga. Yeah, old
exactly.
blood, nigga, Mississippi, Bama, nigga, right."
And my lineage, my though I'm in New Jersey, my family came up here the year I was born, back in '65. But my lineage is Jacksonville, Florida, Gainesville, Florida, Tifton, Georgia, Cordele, Georgia, on my father's side. My mother's side is Philadelphia and Detroit. So from the soil also, brother.
And that's what I'm saying.
And one thing we need to get rid of also, if we are from this soil, no matter what part of the soil we're from, we need to, be one people here as foundational Black Americans and stop all that territorial stuff. We need to cut that out, because when I see my brother, that's who he is, no matter where he came from on this soil.
And ain't no way a nigga from Birmingham, I doubt that a Birmingham nigga would have hit the link and got on. I got niggas from Bama in my chat right now, drop a one. They donate to me, they know what this is about. They on code. Nigga, you from the ham and you off code? I need to go home and rent a building and put niggas on code. We can't be slow as hell in Bama. Niggas already think we slow. So let's not think about this, right? How I got you. How would it look? FBA doing so good, FBA so united, and it's two country ass niggas from Alabama embarrassing the group because they arguing with each other. Come on, brother. You from my hometown, get on code, man, for real.
Exactly. I have people in Montgomery, I have people in Nashville, I have people in different parts of the South, but that's originally where my father's family's from. So all down there, I have family down there.
What's up with y'all, man?
Shout out to my nigga Marcel.
Peace. You know I gotta represent the dirty. You heard me, bro? Yeah.
Tip my back. Say it again. You kind of low. Much love.
You know I gotta represent the dirty. You heard me?
Oh hell yeah, man. Much love, my nigga Marcel. And shout out to Mr. Robinson joining. I got love for you too, Lasha Weavery, but you call me FBI, bro. You got love for me, you calling me FBI. That's crazy.
I want to tap back in, my brother. I'm still at the office, so I tap back in when I get out the office. All right, peace.
Hey, how you doing, man? What exactly is this FBA movement? I've been hearing so much about it lately. It's just seems to be all the buzz in social media lately. Can you explain it in a nutshell?
Yeah, much love and salutes to you, Lasha Weavery. It ain't nothing but love. I'm glad you clarified. You said YouTube is FBI. But yeah, let's move on. Salutes to you, man. It's all love. Can I explain to you what FBI? This dude got me. To explain to you what FBA is in a nutshell.
Yes.
Yeah, shout out to you, Mr. Robinson. First of all, are you Black American? What's your ethnicity?
I'm mixed.
Huh?
Half black, half white. Half black, half white.
Oh, black and white. Okay.
Yes.
So look,
So would I be an FBA or not?
You say, are you FBA or not?
Right.
No. I couldn't really be able to tell you that if I don't go into I will have to go into your parents' information and all that. I don't know if you want to do that right now, but let me just say this, Mr. Robinson, what FBA is, it's kind of what Tupac proposed a long time ago when he was like, black people, we need our own political party. You remember that famous interview?
Yes. Now that you mention it, yes.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's basically because what it is, black people have been Democrats and Republicans for years, and it have divided us up, and it got black folks on the left, black folks on the right, and these folks saying Trump's the answer, no, Biden's the answer, and neither one of these political parties care about us. So what FBA saying, look, black people, the hell with Democrat and Republican, come with FBA, and we're going to hold our votes hostage, and we're going to make demands before we go to the polls, and we need to come over here in a huddle as a group so we can agree on what demands we going to make and how we going to make them and how we going to move and all that with our vote boycott, quote unquote. You see what I'm saying?
I see. So it's a political organization.
Exactly. And not only that, it gives us an identity on a social political level too.
Okay, so in that case, I guess I'm not FBA. If that's the case,
yep.
So one thing I hear is this opposition to Pan-Africanism, and then there's also insults being directed towards Caribbeans and Africans. Now, what part of the political spectrum does that fall into?
Well, what happens, Mr. Robinson, once black folks say, let's unite, the hell with the Democrats and Republicans, let's have our own thing, then you have Kenyans, Ghanaians, Nigerians say, you niggas are being divisive. You niggas are, and they'll go to trying to undermine what we trying to do as far as coming together on a political level. So what the stuff you just brought out is basically FBA's responses to people that are attacking us just because we're deciding to delineate. So we're not going to let you just sit back and talk crap. We're going to roast you. We're going to do all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I guess, so with that, I guess on the flip side, white supremacy has come to an end. Is that the case?
Hell no. Why would we say that?
Oh, because everybody's attacking Caribbeans and Africans, so I figured white supremacy, it must close up shop.
No, what happens is the face of white supremacy is Caribbeans and Africans. See, the white man got smart. He said, I'm going to quit making these talking points myself because it's uniting those niggas. But what happens is he know that when he tell us we lazy, when he tell us we ain't built nothing, we going to push back at that white man. But because we're such Pan-Africans and we got so much love for Africa, when they have the Africans say that, we still trying to unite with them and come together. But they keep making the same talking points that the racist whites making. So we just said, now, you know what? The hell with coming together with people that's trying to come together with our enemy when they get to this land. That's all it is. So we ain't saying white supremacy ain't ended. We're saying that Africans are bowing down to white supremacy while we trying to stand up to it as a foundational black Americans. So why should we be with them?
Okay, I guess I can understand that, even though I've heard in some circles people call Africans musty. And,
can I ask you a question?
Derogatory names.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
If someone came and took everything my family worked for and murdered my whole family, took away my native tongue, took away my language, and my future kids called them musty and stanky, who's done the most wrong to each other in that situation?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I really apologize.
Put it this way. White people in this country have a history of throwing our babies to alligators, hanging us on trees, burning people alive, castrating them. They stole all our land, our language, our identity. The Africans come over here, they help the white people oppress us, and they side with the enemy. And you say that you have more like smoke for us for calling them names than you got for them for getting with the people that was torturing us. So what I'm saying is this: if someone tortured my ancestors and they still oppressing us today, right, with systematic oppression in ways where we fill up the prisons, right, the drug epidemic, biological warfare, is satanic what they doing to our people, right? And when you have a group come over here and say, well, I'm gonna get with the group that's the strongest, the hell with black people, even though black people are standing up to this big boogeyman, the Africans come over here. Remember, they running from their own problems in their own land. So what make you think they gonna come over here and help you with yours? They already taking the easy cop-out route. And for them to come over here and criticize what we doing when we're standing up against a boogeyman, and they come over here and get with the boogeyman because they're cowards. And what that does, that makes them stronger, and it makes our fight even harder because now the enemy getting more numbers. He's recruiting now foreigners on his side. And you will get mad at me for calling a foreigner names versus getting mad at the foreigner who's siding with a person that burnt my people alive, tossed babies to alligators.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Basically, you're saying, in a nutshell, the Pan-African thing did not work. So now let's go against the Africans because they're siding with
No. We're saying every other group had a movement, my brother, right? Let me stop my screen share. Let me break it down for you. Every other group had a movement and an identity, right? Black people created Pan-Africanism as our identity. So we was never selfish. When it was time for us to create an identity for ourselves, we didn't just think about us. We thought about the entire African continent, Jamaicans, Haitians, everybody. And when black folks had an identity, we called ourselves Pan-Africans, and we tried to get all black people to be part of it. But as decades passed, we found out we was the only niggas wearing dashikis, looking goofy, talking about kumbaya, because the Africans don't practice Pan-Africanism. They practice tribalism, and they fight each other. If they can't come together with each other, what make you think they was ever gonna come together on a big level that Pan-Africanism proposed? And it took decades, nothing happened. No one wanted to be part of that. So guess what black people did? They said, you know what? Everybody keeps saying, I'm a Kenyan, I'm a Nigerian, I'm a Ghanaian. And we trying to get everybody to just be under this Pan-African shit. They won't do it. They want to claim their little tribe. So black folks said, you know what? This Pan-African thing got us looking goofy. Let's just make us a tribe. Instead of making our tribal identity to include all these folks that don't want to be a part of what we trying to do, let's just scratch the Pan-Africanism. We already together, but let's just make it about us since they don't want to join.
Right there. So you said, let's scratch the Pan-Africanism because it didn't work. So because it didn't work, now you decided to make Caribbeans and Africans the enemy, while letting Hispanics.
No. You still wrong. Let me tell you what's going on here. When we say Pan-Africanism didn't work, we just said, let's go work on something that does work, and what we think will work is us just working with each other. Instead of all us black folks going out to recruit billions of black people across the world, why don't we focus on the little group that's here and get some going here? And maybe we can, even if we do that, maybe we'll have a better chance of convincing those other groups to fuck with us. Because just going out there with dashikis on saying, I'm your lost tribe, remember me? I'm your brother, that ain't working, right? These people is practicing capitalism. And so my thing is everybody got to work on themselves. If the Africans want us to practice Pan-Africanism, they got to practice it in their own land first, just like we got to show that we can work together here as a group first before we go working together with everybody. That's stupid. You ain't gonna dare work with it. So, and that was the problem all along. Now look at how much progress, we made in just a little time with FBA. We could have been way farther.
I do have to admit, progress has been made, at least from a material standpoint, as far as the getting the word out.
So real quick, and I'm done. You can take your time. It was never about attacking Africans. It was about loving us, not hating them.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing.
Let Mr. Robertson land his plane, because I was just interjecting. Take your time. Y'all got it.
All right. Thank you, sir. So in that sense, what you just laid out very clearly, that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. I don't know who the founder of the FBA is, but whoever the person is, I don't know what the rules of engagement come from. But whoever it is, whatever they, if there's a committee, I don't know how that works, but they need to kind of make things a little clearer the way you made it clear. And then I think once everyone's on the same page, we work together, we get together, we function as a unit, and then the next thing you know, we can move on to the next group, as well as they function as a unit, and combine forces, so to speak. And then we do that with the next one. And then we can have I won't say unity, but more of a block that we work together with. And we have, good relations with. And I think things would be better in that sense, instead of being negative and divisive. Like, there's a new saying that we see on social media, YN. And when I see that written down, I ask myself, why do they have to say YN? Why do they have to say N at all? Why can't they just say black person, or now in this case, FBA? Why be disrespectful?
That's just a small pocket of our people. That's the young folks. That's like the street element. That's a small percentage. When you dealing with FBAs and all that, you dealing with more of educated, political minded Negroes on the scene. Like, you dealing with people that actually vote and care about politics. They ain't likely to say stuff like, the young niggas, man, we talking suit and tie people in the politics. So those we're not a monolith, right? We got our little gangbanger street people too. They talk a little slang, little pants hanging off their butt. But trying to associate that with FBA is kind of racist. It's kind of stereotypical. It's definitely a tactic that the enemy uses a lot to undermine movements, They would do that with athletes too. They'll see a bunch of black men into sports, and then they'll go to talking about slang and gangsterism. Like, hold up, these are college students. Why do y'all gotta group all of us with the bullshit? When just like, you don't see that with FBA. You just see us focusing on things to better our group and political things. So judge us by that versus the bullshit we see with Sexy Red and all, throwing that on FBA. Is very disingenuous, But yeah,
Mr. Robinson.
Okay. One last question to Brother Sanchez.
Oh, go ahead.
real quick one. Thank you. Are you a Trump supporter, Mr. Sanchez?
I'm a my people supporter. So I'm gonna just mute you for 1 second. I want you to unmute yourself because I muted everybody, but I want you to unmute, Mr. Robinson. Salutes to everybody. But let me block anonymous 777 real quick. Get you on up out of there. Because my thing is this: y'all are cowards. I don't mind a person saying I'm divisive. I mean, that person can't mind me calling you scary. So both of us got a flaw. I'm divisive and you're a bitch because you can't click the link and come talk to me. And I keep telling y'all, if you got smoke, come up. I'm willing to hear you out with your disagreements. I don't have an ego problem. But if I open up the call line, utilize it. I'm not going to let you just pop off from the chat room. So holla at you. We're going to wedge you on up out of here. No, I don't support Trump or Biden. I don't support no political parties, man. FBA is about us supporting each other.
Sounds good. Someone said they had a question.
Oh,
So
yeah, that
it
was
about.
I was going to ask you, Mr. Robinson, I was going to ask you, where are you from?
Oh, me, I'm from the United States.
Okay, so is any of your family from Africa?
No, my mom, she's Swedish in origin, and my daddy's Black American.
Okay, so are you familiar with that we are not Africans, or are you more familiar with calling yourself African American?
Well, I call myself a Black American. I'll be honest with you, the African part, we've been told it, but it hasn't really been proven.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so the reason I was asking you, it was like when he was telling you, you know, what FBA stood for and how those people did our people, it was like you didn't know about that, or you showed no emotions towards when he said, you know, they fed us to alligators, they hung us in trees and stuff like that, right?
Are supposed to react in an emotional way when he was speaking?
Well, I'm just saying, your comeback, it was like dry. It was almost like you was totally disconnected. That's why I
And
asked
guess
you.
what, real truth? That speaks
Yeah.
for itself. You ain't got to even hound him on it. That's a good point. You know
Well,
it.
actually, it's not a good point because what I like to do is I like to hear people out.
Okay,
So
well,
I
I can accept that salute. And I will give you props, Mr. Robinson, for being very polite and cordial, man. That's what's up.
Thank you.
Yeah, but what I was saying was, it's so many of our people that they disconnected from the truth, man, and they show no emotions. I mean, they it's like they totally sold into the idea that we're not from here. You know, I don't know. It's just people are brainwashed, and then this awakening, like we think people are woke, but they not woke. You know, they speak some of the lingo of us being woke, but they're not woke. So I was just trying to see where your mind was with it and where you was from and stuff like that. But
well, it's
maybe
kind of
you.
hard to change the minds of people.
Yeah.
You know, when you've had hundreds of years of brainwashing.
I get it. That's what I was saying. You new to the awake community. This the real woke side right here, brother. But welcome, brother. I'll
No
fall back.
problem. I just hope it does turn into something that initiates true change more so than just the title change.
So somebody join the call. Oh, my bad.
Go ahead, Sanchez.
I was just saying somebody joined the call and their camera was facing a toilet with poop in it. A troll. I hope it ain't a troll, but yeah, let's get a mic check from the iPhone person that joined with the boo-boo in the toilet. Let's hear your voice.
Yes, what's up, Sanchez? I just took a shit, you know what I'm saying, and I'm feeling good right now.
So you're a troll?
Get him out
I
of
mean,
here.
not really. I just want to show you like how it looks like.
Yeah,
Bruh,
and I just wanted
get him up out of here, bro. Put him in timeout.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make a point.
Out.
This is not a FBA, and I'm gonna tell you something too. that you need to sanitize that phone. Now let me give you some tips, right? Now you went in there, you took a boo-boo, son, and you peed. It was yellow. That toilet didn't look good, and you look like, son, you're not done. You need to get back over to till you're constipated. And I'm gonna tell you something else too, right? Because I'm gonna roast you now. No, stop. What you got? What you need to do, son, right? Let me tell you what you do. You don't wipe your ass when you done with this. You take a shower, you hear, son? And I'm gonna tell you something, right? You touched that phone and you stood up there and fimped that toilet before you wiped your ass, and you letting it cake up the longer you stand there. And we know you, so you shit it, and you got up and you put your phone out with dirty hands. You nasty. And guess what? And you couldn't have put your pants up because you didn't wipe your ass, because I didn't see no shitty toilet in the bowl. You're a nasty fella, and you thought that you was joining being a troll, and you really showing the whole world, man, a nigga been not asked to use your phone because he gonna have fecal matter on the side of his face.
Thank you.
You a parasite, iPhone.
And real quick, brother Sanchez, I've been listening the whole time. That brother that came on the line that's questioning us. It seems like he kind of believes that he came out of Africa, when basically we're saying that we ain't came out of Africa. We've been in America the whole time, and they're putting us in Africa, and the Africans ain't agreeing that we African either. So, the brother that was talking, earlier, it seemed like he wanted us to be African when we're not African. But that's all I wanted to say.
Right.
And shout out to everybody. Flat motherfucking power.
Flat motherfucking power.
Let me touch base on something right quick.
I bet you
to all the people in the Mobile, Alabama area, talking about some slave ship stuff, bro. Man, you got to know that shit fake, man. Come on now. Sick of hearing about that.
Nah, they ain't got to know, because they got to be deprogrammed. See, everybody's still going along with the narrative. Like, okay, y'all don't understand that we are POWs. We are POWs, bro. You're the only person in the world that your title been changed over and over. Your status has been changed over and over again. We're the only group in the whole world status been changed, and you don't see no red flags. They just living in bliss, man. That's all it is.
Facts, bro. Facts. I agree. Facts.
Excuse me, I forgot to ask. Would I be considered FBA by any chance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
If you're from here, you were born here. You say your father's.
But I want to know. I want to know why he was going so hard for the Pan-Africans, though. He think FBA is being divisive to him. I hope he don't think that no more.
Well, what was the name calling? It's like if you're on the streets.
But listen, what about Akata?
What about it? If it comes from people who aren't your people, then it doesn't matter.
I'm talking about, that's what Africans call black people, Akata.
Yeah, if you say that you're not African, then it doesn't matter what they say, because they're not your people.
Okay, so then if it shouldn't matter what we say too, then, right?
Right. But the problem is, what's the point of saying anything negative anyway?
So what's the point of even making up a word called Akata?
But is that an African word, or is that a specific tribal word?
That is a derogatory word that Africans made specifically toward black people in America. It's like their version of Nigger from a white man with the hard R.
But is that all Africans or only a select?
Of course, it ain't all white people that call us N-words with the ER, so it's never all.
I might disagree on that one.
Okay, well, check it out though. That'll be silly, because that'll just be a silly disagreement. It's never all. You have white people that was trying to help free the slaves. They was abolitionist groups. So we never talking about all. We always talking about the majority. That's what we do when we generalize. And I can't let you change the definition of what it means to generalize. To generalize is never to say all. And if I don't want people to generalize with my group, guess what, Mr. Robinson? You older than me. You should know this. You can't generalize with other people's groups, sir. That's childish and immature. We don't want you generalizing us, but we gonna generalize you, and we talking about all of y'all races. So a white folks can say all black folks ignorant and stupid, and you can't debate it. If you can do it, they can do it. So I'm fair. I'm saying, okay, I ain't saying all white people. So when they say all black folks dumb, I'm gonna say you can't do that with us. I'm gonna always play fair.
Sir, I never gave you my age, sir.
Well, that's neither here nor there. Don't let that distract you. Just take the game that I just gave you. Yeah, don't let that little bit distract you. Take them jewels that I just gave you, because that's immature to do that. Shout out to the brother Zab. Shout out to the sister.
Salute.
I don't know if you want...
Oh, man, I was really trying to get on last night, but I was at work, man. Y'all had a real good conversation, especially when y'all were breaking down, here's the thing, man. When people say it's a problem when we want to be FBA because we're African and we got to go back to Africa and all that, nobody ever really jumps at the question of where did the Africans come from? Why no one is telling the Africans to go back to somewhere else? But when it comes to us, we got to be transported to other areas and we got to be attached to other people, and we're sick of it, man. Like I'm at the point where I think we just gotta wage verbal warfare with them because they're not really trying to come together and understand our standpoint.
Nah, that's facts. And that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, Mr. Robinson got up out of here. But the whole thing about him, he's a mixed guy that's coming up here. Well, I guess some FBA too then. Nah, bro, you kind of off code and shit with all, because the homeboy up here talking about, what's with the name calling them though? So I guess you're gonna hate Africans now because Pan-Africanism didn't work. It ain't about hating them, man. It's about we finna focus on what we doing, and they're hating on that for real.
Yeah, we gotta beat it in their heads, this truth that we are the original Americans and we're not from anywhere. That's why I like the term autochthonous, because autochthonous means we spring from the soil itself. The same like the Africans, because the Africans claim that they sprung from the soil over there. So we already know that the out of Africa theory, that whole jazz don't really make a lot of sense. So we are the autochthonous. We are from America. America is our land. We're not from anywhere else. I don't even want to go down the whole rabbit hole of slavery anymore. I'm to the point where I believe all of history was nonsense. So all we know is what we know now. And what we know now is we are American. We know the original Americans were copper colored. That's us. That's who we are, and that's it. Yeah. I'll debate anybody on anything else. Man. There's nothing African. I'm to
anything else is recreating the wheel. I feel like.
Yeah, I'm to the point now where I'm not even trying to attach myself to anything African. Nothing. It's just straight American. That's it. Because you gotta be like that now, man.
Zab, that's the only thing gonna get us to where we trying to go. Because we've been attaching ourselves to Africa since the fucking 70s and shit. We should have been done this yesterday. We would have been farther, but I'm just glad it's happening now. And that it's happening how it's happening.
Yeah, me too. Me too, man.
Tell you what, thank you, Zab. You said everything that was on my mind, man. I really appreciate it, Zab.
Yeah, that's big facts. I hope Mr. Robinson come back, man. I was enjoying the spa. Salutes to you, Bobby. Thanks for joining. Again, salutes to the
Man,
sister
salute.
Lexi. Salute. Who is Carnell
Peace and love,
Hickman?
everybody.
Salutes to you.
Peace, Queen.
Salute, my queen. Salute.
Everybody,
Peace
black
and love.
motherfucking power.
Lex, what's up, dog?
Yep. Hey, Sanchez, this Carnell. I done been on your show like a few times before, but like I don't really get down with that FBA stuff though. I don't even understand it, to be honest with you. It came out of nowhere, which is kind of concerning. For real, how it just came out the cuts. Like, oh yeah, like you feel me? It wasn't even
Are you
it wasn't even
familiar with?
process.
Are you familiar with Claude Anderson and Professor James Small?
Yeah, but I don't never remember them saying foundational Black Americans.
Okay, well, you remember them making all of the arguing points that foundational Black Americans making today?
Nah, I didn't even see that on Sinetta channel when he was on his couch.
No, I'm trying to educate you. These are OGs in the game, my brother. And check this out. Professor James Small laid the foundation for FBA. Like these arguing points you hear in FBA, we wouldn't even have them if it weren't for these OGs. Now, Claude Anderson had a group, a movement, and it was called NBA, and that was Negro. What was it? I forgot. It was something like
so it's not a
National Black
yet.
American, National Black American, or Negro Black American, but it was before Foundational Black American. But he had the BA concept, right? At the end. But Tariq just really transformed, and this ain't me hating on Tariq. I don't know why Tariq don't go into the history. He can clear a lot of stuff up. I don't think it'll make him look bad. I think it'll make him look like he's continuing a legacy, but he should really tell this history because there was a movement called the NBA created by Claude Anderson, and it was the spitting image of what FBA is. It wasn't popular. It didn't get big. Tariq pretty much just took that and changed it to FBA and ran with it, and now he the man. Now, people can argue and say that ain't right, but I think, I don't see, much wrong with it. I think he ought to, but I think he do give Claude Anderson credit, though, so let me chill. I think he do give him credit.
But is it a nationality, though?
Huh?
But is it a nationality?
It's a lineage because our nationality is American. That's your country. But what is your lineage, your DNA? So that's the whole thing about FBA is acknowledging your nationality, which is why American is in there. But it's acknowledging your lineage. What type of American? The ones that's been here since the foundation. The ones who they called, quote unquote, black. So you put them two words with it, foundational Black American.
And the other thing too is, hold on real quick. The other thing too with that is a lot of the histories has been screwed up because we have not really had a situation like the FBA before. So now when we say things like we got all these inventions and we had all these buildings, and I've been in rooms with a lot of white supremacists because I like going over to those channels and debating and breaking them down. When I put a lot of information out about the fact that we had ancient civilizations here and we had over thousands of inventions and patents and we own all of these glorious things, they look at me and they call me pseudo. That's how bad it has gotten. Our whole history has been erased and co-opted by immigrant groups who came here later. And at the time, I don't think that we understood what was happening.
Right.
I don't think. There was no way we could have fathomed that we would be erased to the degree that we have been, to where now when we mention these facts, we get called cuckoo and we get called crazy and, oh, y'all never did that. Y'all don't got nothing to do with that. So it's bad, bro.
Real quick, Zab. You don't think it is kind of pseudo or crazy? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to use a pseudo word because, everybody got some pseudoism to them. But
no, so we know that a lot of our
Zab, let me say my point first, because y'all ready to shoot. fuck it, we finna go and get into it. Uh, where's the real smoke for Africa if, because I heard you say something about springing forth from the ground, ancient civilizations, that were advanced. Like two things can't be true. It can't be FBA they're saying within the title their lineage is going back to Africa, but it's, you know what I'm saying?
That ain't saying that in the title though.
Hold on. I'm saying for what they for how they lay it out. Saying that they foundational Black American, I understand that lineage split off from somewhere, but that's how they laying it out. That ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying that's what they saying, for one. And for two, I hear you with the ancient technology, but I've heard that before. My argument against that is we can't say that people were advanced anciently, but then, like people say Black people was everywhere, but all of a sudden the Black people that may have been in America and may have been in Africa, they never crossed paths with each other. You know what I mean? We just
ain't saying that.
I'm not saying that's what you. All right, come on, Sanchez.
So
you
when
keep
we
don't
say,
say don't
but you
say
understand
we,
that
because
Well, let me just put this on the floor real quick. FBA is divided like flat Earth. Some flat earthers say it's a dome, some say it ain't. Some say it's an infinite plane. Within flat Earth, you got so many different kind of multiple sects. Within FBA, it's the same. Believe it or not, you got Pan-African FBAs. So what I recommend everybody to do when you come on a panel and you dealing with FBAs, ask the people directly on that panel, and let's speak for the FBAs that are here and see where they stand with it. Because the only thing all FBAs agree with is that the people who helped build this country, the people who were slaves, should be compensated or have more of a say-so in the area of politics. Outside of that, FBAs are divided, but that's the same with flat Earth. The only thing that we agree on is that the Earth flat. Everything else is divided like a motherfucker, man, what the sky doing and all that, So it's united under a simple general agreement, like most movements. Yeah.
But don't you think it kind of get convoluted when, I guess you could say, for lack of better words, one of the leaders or the progenitors of the term, of the movement, kind of adds into that separation when it's like a fundamental point that get argued against on other platforms, but with the FBA thing, like, because it's indigenous, it's people that say
it's
we
an
not.
identifier. I know where you're going.
Hold on. It's people that say we not we don't have any connection to Africa, lineage wise. But then you have this sector within the indigenous community that says, yeah, and it's probably the biggest sector within the indigenous community that's going completely against that. Even though they saying we're foundationally American, they say by way of Africa. You know what I'm saying? Why we can't speak to that?
Here's the thing, right? The only way you can undermine the movement if you say we don't need reparations and our people didn't build America. Those are the main two things we all agree on. My ancestors built this country and we deserve reparations. Now, outside of all that, any other disagreements FBA got, that ain't really gonna change what united us. You see, that's just like Christians, right? They all can't agree on how to baptize, how to speak in tongue, but they all agree that Jesus died for our sins and that if you don't call on the man, you going to hell. But they'll bicker all day about how it go and this ritual, that ritual, but they'll come together against your ass when you try to go against Christ. And that's what FBA doing, but instead of Christ, it's our people. And even though we may bicker and disagree within it, like you pointed out, Bobby, we all agree on this simple thing, like it would be Christ for the Christians, right? For us, we're foundational and we should be getting the treatment that the small hat's getting. And I know even you can agree, like most black folks can agree with that one, even though you may disagree with a lot of the concepts that's in FBA. Just like most folks can agree the government lying to us, but they don't want to agree with the earth being flat, right? So it's kind of that same thing to where, okay, you can agree we black people, right? We built this country and they treat us like shit, but you may want to debate a nigga for him saying, but we came from Africa or this concept, but that's something we do on the side. Salutes to the panel.
Yeah. Also,
let
let me say this too, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because earlier you said you mentioned the technology thing, and I don't want people to get spooked out by the term ancient technology. Steam engines was invented by black people. That's ancient technology. Windmills, that's black people. Using the forces of nature is a form of technology. The reason we don't really promote it is because it's free energy. You don't really need to pay money to do these things that our ancestors doing. And as far as the Africa thing, if you have an ancestor who, let's say you believe in that whole story, but if you have an African who came here and got with a native Indian, that child is half, but that child is still in an American society and practicing American culture. After 2 or 3 generations, that Africanism is washed anyway. So even if you're going with that story, that really doesn't matter because that bloodline gets washed after 4 or 5 generations. And we're talking about back in like the 1500s, 1600s. So
What
there
do you
really
mean
is
by
no
what?
Africanism to be attached to anyway. It
What
really
do you
is
mean by
just,
what?
what I mean is, if a African came here via slave and they had a child here in America, right? That child would still be 50% African. By the time you get to the 3rd and 4th generation, there is nothing African about that
Oh yeah,
child.
that's true.
Culturally, bloodline, that thing is washed
Hold
out
on.
anyway.
Culturally, I agree with you. Bloodline wise, no, that ain't no, I can't
Yeah, the
get with
blood
that.
gonna always stay the same, but
Yeah,
what'll
blood is
happen
blood.
is
Yeah, but
they
we
won't
talk
be
about DNA though. We
yeah,
know that there's a thing with DNA where you know that there's a thing with DNA where it switches on and off. So whenever your DNA that you pass to your child, it's a strong likelihood that by the time you get to your grandchild, a lot of your DNA has been switched off. And through science, we know that after the 5th generation, everything about you has been erased by that time, which is why trying to find out who you were via
Huh?
DNA is nonsense. So I would argue that your bloodline gets diluted after 4 or 5 generations, and we're
No,
talking
I
about the
don't want to
That's
go
not
1600s.
down
true,
that
bro.
rabbit hole. None of
That's
that
not
is
true.
what everything you just said is completely wrong.
and listen,
I
I'll
was just
say
about
this
to
too.
say, oh, go ahead.
All right,
That's
so
neither
explain how I'm
that
wrong then.
but that's
So look,
neither
bro,
here
I
nor
went
there.
to school with people that I had an African friend when I was in high school, and she still had, she still spoke her native tongue. When I went to her house, they still ate with their hands, like they still practiced that. And she wasn't the first one born there. You feel me? It was like generations down of her peoples being here. But me being FBA, we don't do that. You feel me? Like we don't do that. So they still, I got African friends, bro. They still practice that. No matter if they 5, 10 generations deep, they still carry whatever they got going on back at home here. That's for sure.
Let me say something real
I'm
quick,
asking
Zab.
about the DNA,
Hold up though.
your bloodline getting washed out. I'm not talking about
Let me
the
holler at
culture
you.
that you practice.
But Zab, that what you're explaining is ethnogenesis. That's like saying you can have basketball in your genetics from you can be LeBron James' son. If you don't use that shit, you lose that shit. It'll turn into like a junk. It'll go dormant, is what you're saying. So even though you had the genetics of LeBron, if you ain't interested in playing basketball, then over generations, that will start, your body will basically put priority what you
It
gotta
worked the
use.
Yeah,
opposite.
it was
Real
shed.
quick,
Yeah,
hold on,
whatever
So
real quick though,
Africanism
hold
Zab.
on a
would get
second. Hold on a
shed.
second. Hold on, I'm about to land. It's muscle memory, right? Because You're programming your DNA. What LeBron doing, he's practicing every day. He dribbling, dunking. That's muscle memory. It's stored in the DNA and in the muscle. Because that child is going to develop their dad's traits and posture, and they dad has trained their DNA to hit this jump shot. You reach a point you don't think about shooting anymore. It comes naturally because you can actually program your muscles to respond without using your mind. And this right here is you training your own DNA, right? Programming your own DNA, and your kids will inherit that trait, just like if you program your DNA to crave crack, you're going to have a crack baby. He's going to come out addicted to that. So our children inherit our good and our bad through the DNA. They inherit the bad stuff we picked up and trained in our life and become habitual. And they develop the good habits too, which is, hey, your dad worked out every day, so his children was just born buff as hell. I know some friends like that. They daddy was a bodybuilder, and his sons was buff as hell before they even started even lifting one weight. They got that from him, right?
And again, we're talking about 300, 400 years ago.
Okay, right.
That's 4 centuries
I'm not
ago.
defending Zab's argument. I'm just interjecting because I know he's making the argument of a little different than me. I'll let him expound, but I don't think
the point that you're making, Sanchez, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. But to what the brother Zab was saying, I'm saying that worked both ways. Like all my people from Mississippi, you probably heard this before, Sanchez. So if he's saying that the DNA can be shut off from 3-4 generations, like within my family, I've also heard that, oh, you look like Uncle such and such from 3 and 4 generations ago. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that it might have been nobody within your.
You're still in Mississippi, though.
Hold on, brother. Listen to what I'm saying. See, you keep saying I'm saying even if it was one African ancestor in there from somewhere from way back, if he's in my bloodline, 3 centuries later, that shit can pop up. If he was a great uncle or a great grandfather, you know, that's known to happen within the family. You all of a sudden you have a baby, and then they be like, "Damn, is this my baby?" And then you get the DNA test and figure out it is mine, but. Yeah, you got an uncle that was real light skinned with light eyes from 3-4 generations ago. You feel me, Sanchez? So that's what's coming through. Or you had a granny that was real light skinned with freckles, or one that was super dark skinned with long hair. So you can't say that it's a definite, like when you say that science is saying that the DNA shut off. No, your blood is your blood, bro. If it's in your blood, that shit can pop up from however long ago.
So what about the African that makes their thing dominant over the Black American DNA? Because it seems like the only reason why people are really attached to the African thing, it has nothing to do with science. It's more a cultural, sociological thing that came up out of the 60s and the 70s. It's not really
but when you say dominant DNA and you say the Africans who came with the dominant DNA, like where's that where that rhetoric coming from? I never heard
from when you say I'm African or I have African lineage, and you're literally throwing away like 99% of your American cultural, because at the end of the day, DNA is information.
You can't throw away your culture.
I would like to know how
DNA
we
is
even
information
got.
at the end of the day.
You can't throw away your culture. But real quick, Sanchez, my best friend, all his family from the Congo. That nigga grew up in Houston, Texas, and East St. Louis, Illinois. Nothing about his culture is Congolese, bro. That nigga eat fried chicken wings.
That's the point
Rice House.
making.
You feel what I'm saying? That's the point that I'm making. His lineage is Congo. That's the point that I'm making.
Oh, I'm saying that the lineage,
His culture is American.
It's not even that the lineage is not necessarily Congo, because you're taking one specific person in your lineage and you're like attaching your whole being to that one person.
I don't
And
think
a
you
lot of
listened. You
times
heard what
there
I
is no
said, brother.
person because when people do their genealogy, they don't even find that person. So it's just a
Brother,
cultural,
brother, I'm
sociological
talking about
attachment
somebody. I'm talking
to
about
to
somebody who
to
I know
a
personally.
viewpoint that's not provable by saying that you are an African or you have an African lineage.
You gotta listen to me, brother.
You're
I
creating a
said my
specter
best
that
friend,
have you ever
brother.
found an
You ain't listen,
African?
brother. You ain't listening to me. I said my best friend who I grew up with. He's African. His people directly from the Congo. I'm straight from the Congo. His mom and daddy. If you talk to them niggas straight
Right.
from the
And
Congo.
you
Stop. Hold
showed
on. Let
how,
me, brother. Let
but
me
I
finish
wasn't
my.
finished
Let me,
either. You kind of
I
cut me
know,
off.
I know, but because you misrepresenting what I said. I said he culturally is an American. He don't
All you're
nothing
doing
that
is
he does.
proving that the American culture is dominant. He came
Well, no,
here
I'm
and
not.
he
I'm
threw
saying that
away his
he
Congolese
grew up
culture, and now he's
no,
practicing
because
an
of where he grew
American
up at.
culture,
Your culture
which is
is
more dominant.
no,
And
it's
over
not.
a few generations,
It won't be dominant.
whatever African he has in his lineage is going to be
Yes, it's
washed.
dominant because he grew up in America, brother.
Yes,
But the African,
American culture is
hold
more
on,
dominant.
stop. But I'm saying if he going to marry another a woman that's from Africa, but she happened to be in America, it don't matter what they culturally go and practice. Them people still African.
How are they African? What makes a person
What?
African?
Your blood. That's where you're from. That's where your lineage goes back to.
But see, I think we should go here too. Is Bobby, are you, let me just ask you, do you subscribe to the out of Africa theory?
Man, I don't subscribe to no theories. I don't know. I don't know what theory is right, what theory is wrong. You dig what I'm saying?
You have no
When it comes to
foundational thought.
when it comes to
You
hold
just
on, real
like
quick. When it
The
comes to
reason
you don't
damn, bro.
believe in nothing.
Hold on. Come
You
on,
can't
bro. Don't
debate with
do that.
somebody that has no beliefs. You don't believe in nothing.
I'm not even debating
Brother
you. But you keep
Sanchez
saying
explains
this nigga
theory.
crazy. Okay, right. That's what I'm saying. When you say the out of Africa theory, it's crazy that you saying you can't debate with me. I'm saying I don't know for certain. But you sitting up here rocking for
You
FBA,
gotta have a
it don't
foundation
matter.
though.
It don't matter. But if you okay, brother. But FBA believe in out of Africa because that's what they claim they come from.
Well, let
It
me
don't matter if
speak
it
to
No,
was
this,
some
Zach.
of them do.
450.
Some of them
Yeah,
believe
Bro,
that.
the whole
you can't,
movement.
because check
Can I
this
say
out,
something real
Bobby.
quick?
Let me say this right. A person that's not FBA, we expect them to speak like that. Now, FBA is a big movement, and that's like telling a Christian, all of y'all believe in baptism. That ain't true. Some churches don't baptize, right? So you can keep saying that, but those Christians will know that's just not true about what we do. And we got to debate with honesty. It's not no majority of FBA that believes in Pan-Africanism. The crazy thing is that FBA is very freaking diverse and divided up on ideas, right? And you do have a lot of aboriginals that's FBA, and everybody know aboriginals, they basically anti-Pan-African. But again, in this same group, you got Pan-Africans. It's too diverse to say everybody do this when really FBAs clash a lot, because of these different ideologies. But, that's neither here nor there. If a person still want to say what they want to say, that's fine. But what I will say is this. Let's look at the main common principle of FBA. We're a bunch of black people in America. If your blood can be traced back to people who were enslaved on this soil, you know that you ain't getting treated right, even though your people built the country, right? And that these small hats who are foreigners ain't built none, ain't done nothing. It's the dude on the oatmeal box, the pilgrim. He controlled your land and got the government in his pocket. So that same government got your people divided to where they can't rise up against what's happening. And what FBA is saying, that's why fuck voting, fuck believing in the government and establishment, left versus right, because it's just dividing our people. And FBA is basically saying, let's come together, acknowledge who the hell we are on this land as descendants of the people who were enslaved here. And we can disagree on whether we think them slaves come from Africa or this or that. Long as we agree on, our people was enslaved here and we ain't getting what our worth is versus the small hats. So while these people run this country in the ground, we debating about dumb stuff when the whole purpose of FBA is to end the debate and to say, fuck what you thinking with your theories, your ideologies. If you're a black man in America and your folks built this country and you ain't getting treated right, come over here.
Hey, Sanchez, it's more diabolical than that because what has also happened is we have been completely erased from the timeline because we have nothing to attach ourselves to. We really don't have no history but the history that they want us to have. And then at the same time, what the political remedies they created for that timeline, they give it to everyone else because everyone else gets to get the benefits of the so-called children of slaves by getting all of the benefits that go along with it. So it's a diabolical scheme to completely erase us from the land, erase us from anything having to do with the foundation of America, erase us from anything great, erase us from any political power. It's like they literally wrote us out of history. And we have to literally fight to exist at this point.
Yeah. And on top of that, they go ahead.
Can I ask one more question? Yeah, I got one more thing that I need
Hold
to
on.
say.
Jeez. Go
Oh,
ahead.
my fault, real. Yeah, because and this just so I can get an understanding. You know what I'm saying? I don't want no smoke with nobody. If Sanchez or the brother Zab want to get if on one hand we saying that it's indigenous, right? Like the divide that's between FBA, it's indigenous. The black people came directly from America and therefore should get indigenous American rights. If on the other hand, I hear the reparation argument, right? But do you think, Sanchez, that the reparation argument is directly tied to African slavery or not? Because I think it's two different reparation conversations that might be going on, right?
Okay,
It doesn't
so
even have to be tied to that.
I got
Hold
you. I'll
on,
just
hold
be
on.
brief.
I know it
I'll
don't
answer
have to
like
be
this.
tied, but I'm just saying from how America, not from how you may see it, from how America, the government is like context is everything. You get what I'm
Okay,
saying,
I got you.
Sanchez? So
So
when they saying reparation, what events are they speaking on to
all right,
give
I got
reparations
you.
to?
I got you. I guess so. One thing we gotta realize is this: slavery was a crime against humanity, and it took place on the soil that we own right now. And we got to look at the people that benefited from it, the people that perpetuated from it, and hold them accountable. So it ain't necessarily that I got to prove where the slaves come from. I got to prove simply that I was enslaved. We know where it happened at. So who I am in this case is only the burden of me is to prove that I'm a victim of this crime. And then the justice system can give me justice based upon that. It ain't really the debate we're having now. This is more intellectual and ego. In a case of reparations, right? And I don't think we're going to get them, but I do think we should control the narrative. That's important. In the case of reparations, it'll be a matter of you proving you were a victim of a crime. And I can do that without going into out of Africa theory or debating about the slaves could have came from China. If I can prove that because it happened in America, and I don't gotta go beyond America to prove I'm a victim of this crime. So once I trace my lineage back to the slaves and I can prove that my lineage goes back to a slave that participated in slavery in America, that's it. Clap, you're done. See, we're putting all this other stuff on it that ain't required. In the case of law, I got to prove, if I say I got robbed, prove you the victim. And I can prove I'm the victim of this crime, I'm going to be compensated. That's it. That's it. I ain't
You
got
ain't
to
even
go. See, that other stuff is what we do because we're in the conscious community. We like to kind of get into the little intellectual stuff. But yeah, go ahead.
You ain't even got to go that far, Sanchez. See, they are their own worst enemy. How did they get caught? Look at the title you got, black. Whoever is considered black in America, you are the people that were effed over, and you are the people that they owe. You can't get away from it. Your title black, right? Like your grandmother, her title probably was Negro or colored. White people used to love to hang that sign up there, no colors. Whoever status was kept being changed, and right now today, you labeled as black, right? I ain't even gonna go into African American because that's the takeover. If you black in America, you are the direct people that are owed. You ain't gotta go no further.
I think it
How
should
that feel?
also be tied to the original landowners and the original progenitors of the culture. The
That
only
is.
thing, the only thing with the black thing
You could
is,
be Nets M. Johnson with
Bro,
these lands.
listen, you caught when you call it when you listen, they kept changing our title, bro. Listen, we're the only people in the whole entire world. They
and
kept
that's why
changing our
black is
title.
dangerous because it's a
No, listen
title
what I'm
that
saying.
can be
I know it's a
changed.
title. Listen what I'm saying. My
They
point
could change
is,
it back because
my point is,
originally black
bro, my
people meant
point is,
Germans.
listen,
The
listen,
Germans
bro.
were
My
originally
point
the
is,
black
bro, you're
people.
going everywhere.
Now
You're
you
going
see
everywhere.
what I'm saying,
The point
Sanchez? That
is,
everybody
that's what
ain't
I'm
go.
saying. No, we ain't gonna argue. The point
The
I
is,
don't see
term
what you're
black
saying.
is very sketchy, but when you say
bro,
you are the
listen. The
original
point is,
indigenous,
if you're
you can't be
labeled black,
sketchy with
bro,
that.
the point is, if you're
You
labeled
can't
black,
be a slave that get reparation either.
that's who get reparations. If you label black, that's who get the reparations.
No, you
All
That
that
can't
other
part.
because
stuff,
now that's how you open it
Guess
for
why
people
we
to
need
come
to end this
to
whole
come
thing
in.
because it's simple, right? I'm gonna tell you how simple it is. If you're doing your genealogy, it traces back to slavery here. It wasn't that long ago, man, when we was enslaved in this land, bro. You can trace your lineage back to some plantation in Bama, Mississippi, right here. Once you do that, you're done. Y'all doing too much. You ain't gotta have this conversation. It ain't about a label. It ain't about us getting a title right. It's about your family genealogy. FBA is a lineage. If you can't trace your lineage back to Mississippi, Alabama, to some nigga that was enslaved, quit talking. All that other shit's irrelevant.
But Sanchez, can I make this? It ain't gonna be the last point, but can you kind of see how when the reparation conversation first came around and everybody was like, it's the Pan-Africans kind of slowing it up with all this extra rhetoric about who should get it and how we gonna do it and what about Africans and all of this shit, which I agree with. I agree with that 100%. But then when you now fast forward and we're into this era of knowledge, you got the reparation conversation still happening, and now it's this other sector of people who's saying that, well, we need to not be calling ourselves black, and we need to be doing it this way and trying to
Well,
get do you understand
the
how
whole
you
thing
understand what I'm
about
saying?
the black argument was going on way before FBA. You always gonna have niggas say we should stop using the word black, right? But if you got a bunch of black people coming together and they're using the word black, foundational black American, because that's the title that we go under, what the whole world know us under, I don't think us using black or not will undermine the agenda. The power is in the numbers, not the titles. I keep telling people we can call ourselves gray, purple, pink. As long as we put our feet down and stand up with the agenda, with the numbers, that shit don't matter, man. So when it comes down to who gonna get what, that's a personal responsibility. Because when you show up to get reparations, you're not really showing up as a group called FBA. You showing up as whatever your name is, Willis Smith, with your lineage and done the research. You got a lot of people in FBA, and they'll say they FBA because they black, but they don't really know they damn lineage and genealogy. right? Just like you got a lot of Pan-Africans saying that they Africans, but they ain't done they damn genealogy and they don't really know where they from. You got that in both groups, and I don't like neither one of them in both groups because they talk too damn much. When it goes down to get reparations, I can prove my lineage to slavery, and I can't show up and speak for no other FBA but my family lineage. That's how the FBA shit go. What the unity is everybody saying we are the blacks, the Negroes that was enslaved, the people that built the country. Everyone saying that ain't truthful about it, but it'll show when they show up. If reparations is ever given out, trust me, the enemy gonna make every family prove their lineage. Now, if you ask me, he should do it because you know who you stole from. The people in power can trace their money back and their history of crime back to every tribe and lineage they run. They know who we are. So this whole conversation is to their behalf because if somebody steals something from me, you know who the hell you stole from, but they rather us argue about who get what so they can sit there and play dumb like we want to give it to you, but we don't know who to give it to. Bro, you the one stole it. Like you the one took our language, name, all of that. So who else would know who we are and all that but the oppressor? Right? So, yeah.
Aside from the reparation thing, having a unification system, especially one that attaches ourselves to the origin point of America, is a very powerful concept. That's why they are really trying to like stop it from happening, or they're trying to infiltrate it, or they're trying to attach other groups to it because it's a very powerful thing. And we know that things like COINTELPRO have been set up to make sure that Black people in America never are able to unify because they understand the power of unification. And this is something that, I get why people are opposed to it because it's very powerful.
Yeah, and like I said, that's what I was trying to simplify.
I'm gonna say one thing: ain't no Pan-Africans in Africa.
Facts. Ain't no
My fault, real Drew.
No, you good, bro. Yeah, you right, man. That Pan African shit is crazy.
I'm saying, if you really think it, I mean, no matter how you feel, because I'm one, bro, man, blood or Crip, Democrat or Republican, FBA or Pan-Africanism, bro. I'm one of them people that's just like, bro, you can't make me be something. You did what I mean? When I'm looking at it objectively and saying that both of these things really don't have no attachment to Africa, because none of it started in Africa. It's niggas in America that wanna show they love to where they believe that they from. Then it's another group of niggas in America that say, hey, that might have been where we was from possibly at one point in time, but we here now. This is what we rocking with.
Well,
it's
here's the thing,
damn near,
Bobby. Here go the problem. The Pan-Africans ain't say we from Africa. The white man told them we from Africa, and he said I found monkey bones to prove it. He uses evolution, eugenics, and all that, and they just copy what the slave master said we from. What FBA doing is repeating what grandma said we from. And it's disrespectful for a nigga to try to argue with my great-great-grandma about my fucking oral lineage when every tribe got an oracle that tells them orally and pass their history down through the tribe.
But you know what it is, Sanchez? The bigger problem is if you look throughout all of what we call recorded history, everyone wants to come here. From the conquistadors to the Europeans to the Africans, everyone wants to come to the land of milk and honeys. Like they literally used to call this place the land of milk and honeys. Everyone wants to come here because they obviously understand that America is very central to humanity. And being the original people of that central point is very, very important. The Africans are killing themselves to come here. The Europeans all want to come here. What's so special about America? Obviously, it's something really important. So it makes sense when they try to get the original people of this land to want to put our consciousness in other areas, like what happened with the Pan-African movement when Marcus Garvey was telling everybody, let's go to Africa, because over there is like what's happening. Or when they sent a lot of black people to Liberia and set it up and that failed. By now, we can clearly understand that the consciousness is here in America. That's why everyone wants to come here. And we here are the original ones of this place. And we're not going to switch from this position, man. It's here to stay. This FBA thing is only going to keep growing because we understand what's going on.
Hey, Ram, unfolding. This the deeper thing about it. Now, once you really do the history and you see that the Pope sent them over here since like the 1400s, all of those countries came here. So they all been tapped in since the 1400s on what this place was. And we were over here.
Probably even before that.
No, it was the 1400s. Listen, conquistadors came East Coast attack. The French came through Louisiana quarters. Europeans, Brits came up top. Russians came up top to Canada. The conquistadors came through Spain, California, the West. See, they've been attacking this place a long time. That's why they know what this place is.
Yeah, I mean, like all the technology
so that's
globally comes from America. The pyramids, that technology, America. All the food,
Can we stop at the
America.
pyramids real quick, bro? Can we touch on that? Because I got a question about the pyramids too.
No, it was all around the world. It was a global communication. That was destroyed.
What I'm saying is America, like you know that the Amazon rainforest literally is the reason why we're breathing fresh oxygen right now. There's more trees in the Amazon. The Americas is literally the central point of planet Earth. We're the most powerful part of the planet right here in America.
Right. I had a question about the pyramids though, brother. Right, it's all leading back to this relationship with America and Africa, because you keep saying ancient technology, and I'm walking with you on that. Then you got into the pyramids. I'm walking with you on that. How coincidental can it be for you to look at two cultures and they damn near mirror each other in architecture and other things, even when you look at
I got you. I'll answer you because I know where you're going. So the reason for that is if you believe in cataclysms, there was a cataclysm and people in America set up colonies and reestablished civilizations in Africa. That's why we brought the pyramid technology to Africa and China and places like that.
Stop right there, brother. Can we walk this down? I hope you're listening to this too, Sanchez, that this ain't the first indigenous person or who claim this that I've heard say that. And I'm not disagreeing with it, but I'm saying if that's true and niggas left America anciently and went over to set up colonies in Africa of the same culture, then fast forward at a period of time, whether if them folks came back over through what you call slavery or they was able to build their own ships or whatever, how we now trying to find a separation?
I got you. I got them.
You see what I'm saying?
I got you. So,
what kind of question is that?
So look, it's not us finding the separation. It's not us finding the separation I want to put. It's us realizing, man, don't nobody want to unite with us. They treating us like we got the cooties, right? And then we start saying, bro, fuck it, let's just unite with each other, man. I think that's reasonable. I just simplified the whole shit because it's not like FBA is divisive. Remember, I keep saying this. The first big movement that black people in America created was Pan-Africanism. That's a movement that's including everybody. That's including brothers in the diaspora. That ain't just us. Ain't none of those people ever created a movement to include everybody. It took us to make that, man. We, out of all these different black people in the world, all over the world, it was the black people in America that said, let's make a group for every fucking body. And when we did that, All these other groups was like, man, fuck that. I'm Nigerian. I'm Kenyan. I'm Ghanaian. We like, bro, here goes some for everybody, man. Come with this and we can be bigger if we get one big name. No, I'm this, I'm that. Because in Africa, that's what they practice. Tribalism, the Bushmen, the Ashanti, this tribe, that tribe. You know what I'm saying? And trying to make them get a concept that they ain't practicing on their own land and make them practicing it worldwide with black people, it was a failure from the get-go. We should have been done what everybody else done. Just make us a tribe and focus on ourselves. Now we late as hell to the party doing it, and people act like we doing some new shit. Like, what the hell, you know what I'm saying?
But listen, we always create culture, always get created by Black Americans. That's that's without
But
question.
do you get
I
my
stand
point
on
about
that.
us not being divisive though, and us always coming with, we came with union first before we came with delineate, is what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I get that point. I ain't even go push back on that at all. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see no divisiveness in the FBA shit when it was started, or the Pan-African shit. Like I say, it was all, none of it is started by niggas in Africa. Once you understand Africa, then you understand that they really don't, like, the way that we think that they look at niggas over here, like you say, they go off tribalism. They're not, we're saying Africa, but that's a continent, man. Like Nigerians and Cameroonians, they ain't really, rocking with each other like that. Niggas from the Congo and niggas from Somalia ain't rocking with each other like that. People
And they don't
huddle
call
off.
themselves Africans.
Right, that's what I'm saying, real true. But in a kind of juxtaposed way, the same thing go on in America. You dig what I'm saying? We're just a little bit more open with each other because we know that lineage wise, familiar wise, that we might have some type of relationship with each other through, you know what I mean, moving around,
But
being
see,
from the
like
South
the
and
big
stuff.
issue
But
though
Hold
is
on, hold on,
we
like,
hold on.
hold on real quick,
1
bro.
second,
But we
Bobby. Let
do
me
the
say
same.
this.
Okay.
I'm gonna add to what you're saying, Bobby. We do the same thing. Guess what we do? We say, I'm from Chicago. I'm from North Carolina. I'm from Alabama. It's the same thing.
That's what I was just gonna get
Let
ready
me
to
say
say,
something
real
real
true.
quick. Let me
I
say
was gonna
something
say
real
that
quick.
same thing.
It,
Go
it
ahead.
ain't the same thing, because I'm going to tell you why it ain't the same thing. We got to specifically deal with FBA. Even though you got black folks in every state that like to be divisive, not only with their state, their football team, their street corner, it get very divisive. The people that make up what we call FBA need to pat themselves on the back because they represent the change, the difference. Remember, I agree with y'all. I keep saying black people have been divided up from day one in America. Religion, politics, all that, and y'all just named another one, states. So that's why FBA is so beautiful, because FBA is nationwide. You got black folks in every state saying, you know what, fuck my state, I ain't putting that first, I'm putting my lineage first, and we should have been doing that. So I think that the conversations y'all having are very important to shed light on why FBA is big, is powerful, it's important, because people waking up and realizing all these divisive situations that you just pointed out. So shout out the FBA, man.
and
that's
when
why
you
I
have
brought
a
it
lot
up.
of these individuals that come from other areas who run interference, because the fight that FBAs have in this system is a pivotal one to our upliftment. And every time we make strides to that, when we have other groups come in and run interference or get in the way or deflect or just muddy up the water, they're slowing the progress. And that's specifically why they bring them here, is to slow up the progress. That's
But wait,
why
brother, you
they,
didn't hear how you just slowed up the progress of your own talking point?
what are you
When
talking about?
you, because
Talking
you're,
about
I don't want to put nothing on you, but you FBA, correct?
Yeah.
But from what I'm gathering from listening to you, and you don't agree with you know what I'm saying, with the people like Tariq Nasheed that say that they come from the diaspora.
I don't think I think that
I don't.
that part I'm not really hung up on because that's a historical debate.
Yeah, that's an
What I'm
inter-group
worried about is
argument for
what's
sure.
presently happening right now is more important.
I mean,
Presently, what happened right
contextual.
now,
But hold on, real quick.
the specific
Contextually,
group of us right now, we got things
hold
that
on,
we need
real
done, and when
quick,
we
because
have
you
other
said
groups that's like getting in the way, that's a problem.
I heard that. But when I said you getting in the way of your own conversation, I need you to follow me. You see how quick Sanchez said he don't, and I commend him for his honesty. The reason why I'm asking that question is because earlier when the reparation conversation came up, and Real Truth just said if you black and your people come from such and such, you get reparation. And you see how you interjected and said, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't be called black and we deserve this and this because we indigenous and we spring from the land. So I'm just speaking to the divisiveness that I see within the group. That once it get to a certain point, them things go have to get addressed because once the reparation conversation get to a point to where it get taken seriously, who's to say that you don't got 40-50% of the people within the movement
Yeah, but if
saying,
we
nah,
don't
Well, hold on. Let me
unify
say this.
and we don't get in
Let
a
me say
position
this.
of power, we're
Hold
never
on. Let
gonna
me
get
say
to
this.
that
Hold on.
point.
Hold up, real quick, right?
We gotta unify first.
Hold up,
How
hold
can
up.
we be unified and
Real
divisive?
quick, real quick, right? When I ask for the mic, relax, y'all. I shouldn't have to beg for the mic if I'm letting y'all speak on my own show. I'm gonna pass it around. It's gonna be decorum. What y'all doing ain't fair because you acting like in order for black people to get some going, we got to all come in a room and agree on everything. See, that's what holds us back because what keeps us forward is knowing, listen, man, we ain't gonna agree on everything. That's the mature thing to say. And to say, look, long as we can agree on these simple things, and that's what FBA doing. All Pan-Africans don't agree on everything. All of us on this panel don't agree on everything. To hold that on any group is crazy. The small hats, the Jews don't agree on everything, but they agree on we need to run everything. There ain't none of them disagreeing on that. They agreeing on let us run America dry, doing what's best for our people over Americans. Long as they all agree on that's all they need to be united about. They can go in their little synagogues and debate all day, which they do. Right? That's what I'm telling y'all. But when it comes down to us getting reparations, that ain't a matter of all FBAs showing up at a building with the government proving who we are. That's a matter of each family. When they go to file a claim individual, like everything the group can't help everybody with. Same thing with Pan-Africanism. If you saying you're a Pan-African, it's your responsibility to trace your lineage back to your tribe in Africa. That ain't the group responsibility. You phony if you doing that, man. Like, come on, who does that?
I don't think you listen. I think you missed the point that I was making. I'm not did everything.
Hold up. I think y'all. Let me land here. I think y'all missing the point of what FBA is about. And all these other arguments we have in Bobby is irrelevant to the agenda of what's unifying the group. So you ought to ask yourself here, all these little divisions y'all point out, how come that shit ain't stopping FBA from growing strong? That's what y'all should be asking, because you can point that all day. It ain't stopping us from being a powerful group unified on simple things. So that's all I was saying.
Bro, yeah. I be in these Aboriginal and different, FBA little panels and little talk groups.
And they disagree on a lot of shit.
Right, wait a minute. On a lot of shit is one thing. When we specifically talking about reparations, which is the major talking point of what FBA came to, set forth. It's a large group of people within the community, Aboriginal, FBA, whatever you want to call it, that feel like the black claiming that you come from slavery, anything that you have to do to get the money of reparation. The same critique that you was giving Umar Johnson when he was kind of like slowing up the conversation, and I agree with you. I'm saying it's the opposite of that conversation going on within the same community You just heard this brother up here saying it. I
I
don't know
get
if
what you
you
saying,
not,
but
not
here's
okay.
what you missing right here. It don't matter if niggas in FBA disagree on the word black, because when it comes down to reparations, I keep saying this. We ain't. You think when they say okay, we finna pay black people reparations, FBA be here tomorrow at this time? That ain't how it's gonna work. You ain't gonna get every FBA in a big ass building, all these people when they cutting the check. It's gonna be wherever you at in your state. You gotta go through your local government, file your claim, and guess what you gonna have to do? Prove your own family lineage. This ain't, it's one thing that the group is there for. It's other things within the group you gotta do yourself. Now, it don't matter if we bicker within FBA about whether we black or we should use the word or not. If they, when it, like you said, when it really come down to cutting the check, it ain't gonna matter what the hell we're arguing about inside the group, because we all still calling ourselves foundational black American. That's to put the heat on them and to put the power in numbers to hold our votes under this title of FBA versus Democrat or Republican, and to galvanize ourselves with a boycott politically just to even get them to cut the check in the first place. But like you said, if they do cut the check and they do decide, okay, we're gonna give it to y'all, you can't do that as a group when it comes to a lineage-based thing, because there may be some people in FBA that's faking the funk. We may find out, man, hey, bro, why didn't you get reparations? Oh, he was a tether. Damn, he was an implant. Like, it's going to find out who's who when they cut, if they get serious, because the people who really got ancestors that was enslaved in this country, they're going to be able to trace their genealogy back and get that check. It's going to be individual. I can't prove it for your family, his family. You see what I'm saying? So everything can't be grouped as, so if FBA don't get this right, you ain't gonna get reparations. Or if y'all don't get this right, how you gonna know who gonna get them? It ain't no y'all when it come to that. It's personal at that point. And then I got to celebrate, thank the group for saying, hey, it worked. It got us to this point. They cutting the check, and I hope everybody get theirs. I hope, you know, everyone who they say they was, because this gonna prove it now, FBA. And we may find out there was a lot of people from Africa in this shit. You know what I'm saying? If they do, when they do their genealogy. Because what's gonna make niggas really do the genealogy work is when they know it's a check about to be cut full amount. It'll be worthwhile then. So that's what I said about the people in each group that's claiming that shit but ain't doing their own genealogy, even in the Pan-Africans. Because if the white man say, look, we giving reparations to the Pan-Africans, then guess what? The Pan-African group got the same problem. If you can't prove that you from West Africa and came over on a boat, you was fronting in the Pan-African group. You got niggas in the Pan-African group that's indigenous to America. So if that's what I'm saying, like, in each group, is possible for that, but that ain't the group responsibility. Individuals gotta have some responsibility in the group, you know, and that's where that come in at, but, you know.
Yeah, I think another issue too is the whole concept of being on code. You know, when it comes to FBAs in this political environment, a lot of times things happen, or you know, something might go wrong, and that person will be seen as black. And even in other instances, individuals may only want to identify as black when it could be beneficial. So I think having that identity where ethnically we could say this is us, it puts us in that position where we could really take we could take the future in our own hands. And I don't understand why that's an issue when everybody else does it.
Hey, let's let the sister tap in, Ms. Johnson, see what she got to say.
How you doing? This is my first time being on a live. Earlier, I'm probably a little too late, but when I'm new at this FBA, and I wanted to get clarity. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I used to be with the Pan Africanism years ago, and I wasn't really tripping off the FBA until I realized the tellers were upset and telling us where we were from and where we weren't. And I'm a lot older than you all. I was born in the 70s, and I don't know if you guys know your parents. There was a time when we were growing up in elementary, everybody said, they had their great great grandmother was an Indian, and I did notice sometime in the 80s or 90s we were labeled African American. But what made me start doing more research is when I saw how the tellers were upset. And then I realized, wait a minute, there was a time we were called mulatto, colored, and then Negro, and then they changed it to Black American. And then Jesse Jackson, I think that's when they changed it to African American. And just to get clarity here, we're all the same people. We're those same people. We're just FBA now to distinguish, to make a distinction. And just as when we were called Negro, Black American, some of us was Christians, Catholics, atheists, Hebrew Israelites, if that's what you want to call them. Some of us was Muslims, some was Republicans, some were Democrats. We're just still the same people. Everybody have their own different belief systems or whatever, but we're that same people, right? And I just want to get clarity. Let me know if I'm incorrect, because I'm new at this. Because it's 1 minute I heard someone say the movement. From my understanding, the movement is the reparation. The delineation is us making a distinction of who we are.
You're on point.
Here's what I believe. I'm going to tell you what's better than the reparations. The unity that black folks is showing right now, man. Like, to me, that's worth more than any money we would ever get in reparations. Because even after the reparations, that kind of unity, we can be dangerous with reparations if we keep that unity. You see what I'm saying? So the power was never in the reparations or the money. It was the fact that, look, we all coming together like this. And people don't like that. And they will say, well, I'm not going to unite just for no reparations. No, you unite because why do you want to be so divisive, little divisive people? But they'll call us divisive. You see what I'm saying? It's reverse psychology.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I agree. Bro, Sanchez, I want to ask a question. I agree with you with the FBA. I'm FBA as well, right? But what's our foundation here, right? Like, what are we gonna say in order to get the reparations? Like, are you Native? Are you Native American? Indian?
Well, look, you don't say nothing to get the reparations. You prove that you were a victim of a crime, and that was the enslavement of our people that took place on this land.
Yeah. See, what about? I'm not disagreeing, but the Native Americans are denying all of that. Like, they're trying to deny the situation. Like, they don't want the Hispanic looking ones. I mean, the ones that
who cares about them, man?
That's neither here nor there.
That's what they're gonna. That's who the government sided with by saying that they're
we're not worried about
the government ain't sided.
They got their own problem.
Here's what you got to realize: the government ain't sided with his. Hold on, brother. The government ain't sided with no Hispanics because they really getting strict with the immigration laws and ICE with them, right? This what we gotta realize, man. We got the power as black people because we keep admitting that everyone copy off what we do. The entire American economy is damn near influenced by us. Look at the music, the fashion, all this shit, bro. Like, it's a lot of power that we got. You think of Jordan. You think of all the black, what we've done. We still building this country, man. And I ain't living vicariously through these folks. I'm just saying that we ain't galvanized like other groups. For example, the small hats. You got rich Jews and poor Jews. They all work together for what's best for Jews and make sure everybody eventually get on. Our upper class sell out to the system and help them enslave their own people. FBA is a counter to that. FBA is a cheat code because it's saying, look, our people need to be anti-establishment and we should have been relinquished hope in the system and put that hope in ourselves. That's all FBA is in a nutshell. It's saying we ain't vote no more. we ain't even believing that you white folks gonna do anything for us anymore if we don't come together and leverage our unity against the system. And FBA know that. We know that, look, we gotta come together, power in numbers, if them people gonna even take us serious. So, and we ain't gonna let nobody distract us from that just because they don't understand the simplicity of how shit work, though.
Dr.
That
Claude
lady was
Anderson.
finished.
That's
No,
that.
she
Yeah,
wasn't
that's what
finished. Y'all
Dr.
cut her
Claude is
off, bro.
saying.
Y'all
Go
cut her
back.
off. She wasn't
My fault,
finished.
my fault, Shorty. My fault. Go ahead. Going hard.
I'll land real quick. It's 43 million of us, right? And I guess that's what you were saying. We're trying to get on code. That's what we're working on. Everybody getting on code, because I know that we're delineating, which means we're making a distinction of who we are. That's why I said we're the same people who were called Black Americans, and recently our name was changed to African Americans. We're just now getting on code. We're now foundational Black Americans. With respect to the different ideologies, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Muslim, like I said, it's 43 million of us. I do not subscribe to either political party, but there are FBAs who do. But I guess that's what you're saying when we're getting on code, when we're holding our vote. Is that what you're saying? That's taking time, when we're getting on code with that?
Yeah.
So,
like no having some kind of foundation behind it, you know? That's
Yeah,
all.
okay. Because every platform I get on, they speak a little different. So I'm just
hey,
getting
I
some
think she's a
clarity.
little bit low and muffled on my
Okay.
end, though.
All right. You can hear me now?
That's better. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, I'm new at this, and every platform I get on, they may speak a little differently. And so I guess, that's what getting on code is considered. We're holding our vote until we can get some tangibles, because, like I said, it's 43 million of us, and some of them are still voting Democrat. Some of them are still voting
Oh, yeah.
Republican, and it's not like it's a political movement. We're just distinguishing who we are.
Well, it
Is that
started
correct?
off with the reparations conversation, which makes it political, right? So, but the whole thing is this right here. Longest the majority of us is on code, then the minority that's still believing in Democrats and Republican, they're off code. So to say, yeah, let's talk about on code and off code. Let's use, for example, a street gang. Off code would be snitching. Now, long as the majority of the gang ain't snitching, one or two rats can't really destroy the whole damn gang. They can hurt it and set it back years, But if it takes everybody. And that's my whole thing. Like, the majority of people in FBA only came under the title of FBA because they prefer that over Democrat, Republican, and they stopped calling themselves Democrats and Republican once the reparations boycott began, right? So,
Yeah. Okay.
ADOS is another one that they say,
All right, I'll land.
That makes sense.
Yeah, salutes to the panel, man. Powerful bill, man. This what's up. So the floor is open, but yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I'm gonna reiterate, like I said earlier, right? All of us know that we're here in America. All of us know that we are called Black people, and we should all pay attention to the information that's being presented and challenge the people that put us in this situation, instead of going into all these different groups and all that other stuff. We're our biggest enemy at this point. I'll fall back.
Now, let me ask you something real quick. Do you think that FBA could be a viable solution to the problem you just presented, as far as you got black folks divided up religious-wise, political-wise, and finally you just got a general umbrella for a nigga to come up under and say, look, I'm just a foundational Black American. I trace my lineage back to people who were enslaved on this land, and because of their enslavement and the crime that was committed on them, we want justice, even if it's 2025, because y'all did it for the small hats. And their crime didn't even take place on American soil, that part. So
it's clean cut. when you say
So-
FBA. Because
And I'm
everywhere you
saying,
go around here,
no, I was just asking you, do you see that as a solution to that divisive problem you pointed out?
absolutely. Because in the end of the day, everybody that comes to America is gonna call you black. All right, your people from here, that's the foundation, right? We were here. It ain't no we came from Africa. Foundational Black American, right? I don't like the term black, right? When you go into the research of it and you know why, all that other stuff, but that's a clean cut way of saying it, looking at it, and hey, this is who we are. Y'all know what y'all owe us. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else got theirs. It's even a list. There's even a list showing us that we ain't never got nothing. It's a list showing you all the reparations they paid. Japan, Nagasaki, all that stuff. Everybody got paid reparations except us. So FBA, clean cut.
Well, Paul Baldwin, this when you say that it's more division because everyone gotta claim it, that's ignorance and stupidity. A lineage can't be divisive. If I'm telling a person to go do your genealogy and tap into your ancestors, and you telling a person that connecting with their ancestors and their lineage is divisive, to me, you're being satanic. And you don't want a person connecting with their ancient loved ones, man. Ain't nothing wrong with a person tracing their lineage, learning who they are, how they people contributed to this country. Looking at some of these black folks gonna find out that they got great grandfathers who was inventors, who built stuff in this country. You're gonna find out, damn, my great granddaddy had a hospital in Texas in the 1800s. It's a beautiful fucking thing to know who you are. You telling people that never known who the fuck they was, now that they got a big movement of self-discovery and going to trace our lineage, and we falling in love with trying to find out who the hell we are. Now we being divisive when every group are proud of their damn history and who the hell they are.
You know what it is, Sanchez? They hating because they can't attach themselves once we do that. Once we do that, it's over. You can't hate. There ain't no hate, cousin. Hate. Nah. Bro, if you're not a part of this, bro, you're not a part of it. So stop hating, bro. Y'all don't want to see us.
And I don't want every black person to claim FBA, just like I don't want every black person to claim flat power. The Jews don't need every Jewish person to be about their agenda. It is way more Jews in this world than the ones that's running the goddamn country, right? They just need a few good men. No one need every fucking body. That's too many people. You just need a few good men, and that's what we building in the FBA. Let's drop a bomb for that. I know that burn. I know that burn, man. I don't know why y'all don't like that though. That's weird, man.
They can't attach themselves. That's why.
This shit's weird. Y'all coming together, unite, and you following your lineage and trying to fall in love with your ancestors. That's wrong, Sanchez.
I think they're being sent as provocateurs. They're trying to like stop the momentum from really like getting going, but it's not gonna work, man. This is something that is ordained, man.
Hey,
It's
bro,
sad to see. It's sad to see, Zab. Damn.
It's like you had a family reunion and somebody comes to the family reunion, right? You know they don't belong there. They know they don't belong there, bro. They hate, bro. Stop.
Oh,
they
man.
fighting for dear life, man.
It's over.
Oh, man. Fucking crazy.
They
Like a
always
person
gonna hate
can't, how I can't love on my lineage and trace and learn about my ancestors who was Olmecs, Mayans, without still loving everybody else, man. I can't do both of them.
Even Mr. Robinson earlier talking about, but why you calling them names? Bro, you supposed to be on the outside. That man just said these people was throwing us to crocodiles, and you jump on the African side, defending them, talking about we call them names. Why we gotta do that, man?
That's the trap of the immigrant. Telling you, once you
So
start siding
yeah,
with them, you start siding with all them other shits, and they start feeling like they have the ability to tell you what to do and your shit. You know what I mean? That's
hey,
all.
bro, listen,
Not them to feel too
listen.
comfortable.
Little bit known, little bit known. It's a whole organization of like back in the day, the government would send people in the hood. They put plants in the hood, and certain plants had certain jobs. Who had the drugs? Who had the guns? Who was doing this or who was doing that? And the people looked like you. You couldn't even tell them the difference. There's always gonna be people around us that's just gonna try to destroy anything we do, bro. That's their job every day. You got different organizations that got different people on your ass all the time. Busters, hoes, and police, bro. All the time. It ain't gonna never stop. So, yeah.
And to my brother Lionel, what I was saying when you said you praying for y'all that FBA isn't just a fad, I'm gonna entertain that, right? Let's say FBA do turn out to be a fad. Guess what? We had way worse fads than FBA. Come on, bro. Like, that's like saying, okay, black people had a fad where they was eating good and being healthy, but it went away. It still wasn't a bad time. You know what I'm saying? It was short. Then guess what you would have to say? Man, bring back FBA. That was a good fad, right? That was a good fad. We was healthy. We was eating right. Boom, boom, boom. So I don't think it's a fad because it's an awakening. You learning who you are and the history of what your people did in America. That kind of knowledge just don't come and go. Like once you know 2 + 2 is 4, you know that's knowledge. So this would never be a fad because it's a lineage. It's me saying, hey man, let me quit calling myself an African and let me go see what my ancestors was doing in America 5,000 years ago. How far can I trace my lineage back right here where I'm at to see what kind of achievements my folks have contributed here and stuff. That's beautiful.
And Sanchez, you want to know why I know for a fact that all of the Olmecs and all of the ancient stuff is us? Nobody wasn't worried about any of that until we started bringing it up. Nobody was talking about the Mayans, the Olmecs, all of the ancient stuff until we specifically started bringing it up. So now, for a lot of the people who claim that's them, why weren't y'all talking about it? Why weren't y'all putting y'all ancestors up? Because a lot of the Mexicans, y'all practice Catholicism. Y'all do all that other stuff. So why now it's a big problem when we're saying that we're the Olmecs and we're the Mayans? Y'all weren't even worried about it until we started bringing it up.
And
a lot of these Native Americans wasn't worried about Indian culture and indigenous culture until we really put it in the algorithm. That's how I know it's us.
Hey, look, let me say something. I want to deal with the people that say calling yourself black means death, and what you doing is speaking death into your life. And I think that's the most pseudo judo ever, bro. I just think it's just pseudo, because that's like saying calling yourself brown. Brown is the color of shit, and what you're really doing, right? You're subconsciously saying you shit. Right? We can play them games with any color. Like red means stop. So if we call ourselves the Red Indian, that means it's going to stop our progress. So yeah, every color is associated with a symbolic attribute, but we didn't give these colors the attributes. Our oppressor did, and they chose to see black negatively. I don't choose to see it that way. If you want to see colors through the lenses of your oppressor, you will be scared of crayons. But I ain't got no problem with the black crayon, man. And I don't think if a person say that they black, that it's a proper identity for who they really are. But I don't think it can harm them, or a word gonna beat them up, or the color black gonna curse them. All that is reaching. And I also don't think it can stop that group of people from making progress, because it ain't what they call themselves. The power is in the numbers, not the titles. I gotta repeat myself so much today.
And also that black is like, that's the cut, right? Everybody that got their cut, bro, that's it. That's the mark.
But isn't
They
black
call that the
dead
mark of the
then
beast.
law? Is
I
black
mean,
not?
Yeah,
realistically, black is
according
the
to the
universe.
European demoy.
But we
My bad.
changed it to be powerful in the 60s. I'm black and I'm proud. We
Yeah,
made that
black used to
popular.
be
That was
black used to be the
COINTELPRO though.
universe. Like
Yeah, that was
all of
COINTELPRO.
space time is
So
black.
black is the
All the
universe.
colors come from black. It's the most powerful color there is. It's all the colors. It's the universe.
It creates the
But
spectrum,
that
right?
ain't that ain't why they
All the
call us
colors
that.
don't come from black.
We embraced it in the
Hold
60s.
on. If black is dead in law and we're calling ourselves black, if reparations is a lawful
Yeah, but
movement,
whose law though? That's their law. We don't gotta follow
yeah,
their law.
you can
Black
say.
is not. Hold on, real quick, brother.
Hold on. Let me finish my point real quick. Look.
Go ahead.
So if black is dead in law and we're calling ourselves black, a brother just said, but whose law? We just spoke on oppressors, did we not? So if we have an oppressor, if our oppressors write the law and they wrote black is dead in law and reparations is a lawful movement, I mean it's something that's gonna have to happen through law, then how do
Can
foundational black Americans hope to achieve or to get those reparations?
let me get it real quick. The civil little mortus does not mean black is dead in law. Even when you get to the black codes and the thing of which you speaking of in context, you talking about like a fifth edition Black Law Dictionary, right? You gotta update it because you know these laws get changed and certain laws get did away. None of that shit that you talking about is in Black Law Dictionary today. All that's been done away with.
Okay, so since 1965, tell me that was any law that's been written in for so-called black people. Since the Civil Rights Act of 1965, tell me what we've had come into law in the last 60 years specifically for blacks.
I mean, the reason we haven't is because of the fact that a lot of immigrant groups came over here and kind of, subverted all of our progress. Even when you look at how the Democrats have used the black concept, they claim to help black, but then everything that is supposed to go to black goes to all the other groups. That's just one example. So it really is a subversive
You say all the other
concept
groups
the way
are
it has been used.
They definitely came over here and subverted our whole situation. I'm definitely with that too.
If we were preaching inclusion and they came over and supposedly subverted everything that we gained, then how can we be mad at that? And if that's the case, then why do we still
How
have
can we be mad at that?
Hold on. How do we still have people in FBA preaching that same inclusion? There's still Pan-Africans in FBA. There's still people that want to see the diaspora come together in FBA, right?
I want to see. Listen, hold on. Let me holler at you on that. Watch this, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna do an even better one for you.
By the way, salute Sanchez. It's only my second time on your panel, Brody.
Hey, salutes to you too. Hey, I want to see that. I want to see all people eventually come together with a common interest against a common enemy, because it'll help us, because the enemy done that. That's called a United Nations, right? Of course, that's what that just show you how ahead of our time as black people in America that we was, because that's what Pan-Africanism was, and we created that. And that was really like our own like United Nations type shit. And niggas wouldn't even, they don't see how deep, how ahead of the curve you gotta be to even come up with Pan-Africanism. They still don't see it, which is why it ain't worth trying to push it no more. Might as well tribe up.
How can we tribe up though, Sanchez, if FBA is so divisive, or not divisive, my bad, diverse as you say, right? So we got people with all types of beliefs in SBA. I think one of the points that somebody
that ain't what make a tribe ain't a cult. So put it this way, right? Within the Dogon tribe right now, they just like everyone else. You got Islamic Dogon and Jewish ones. They've been colonized and divided. If the Dogon keep their religious ideologies, but they all agree, man, we need to come together to work against this colonizer. I think that'll help them out. That's what FBA doing. Because within FBA, like you said, within FBA, you got all of these different ideologies, just like within the Jews. It's so many different kind of Jews with different ideologies, and they debate all the time in the synagogue, but they all just agree on a political level that we controlling shit, we running shit. They agree with that, right? So I'm saying y'all are pointing out basically inner fights within a group. You notice you didn't say that, you didn't say outside of FBA. You said within your family, y'all fight like every family, but come mess with us outside and see what happened though. Be an outsider and come try to do that with this family though. That's it. That's it. We just want the right to be a family that don't agree on everything like every other family, because you can't show me a family that agree on every goddamn thing, right? So don't look for that with our lineage, man. That's all. Be realistic, you know.
Yeah. I'm being realistic, but like you just said, you just made that analogy about infighting in the family. If Uncle Ray Ray fight Uncle
Long as
Pookie,
that's in the family and it ain't out the family, then you on code. Right.
Hey, fights amongst family has split families up, yes?
But that's what I'm saying. It ain't split FBA up because we don't choose to fight. Hold on. Let me listen to you. What I see right now, I see FBAs all around YouTube doing what I'm doing right now. Defending our right to unite against people that's looking for everything to make us dissipate and not be a group, not be a lineage, not be whatever you want to call it, right? So my whole thing is this. We ain't really got time to infight. Now, the thing about this, every group infight, and yes, it can break families up. So why are you trying to break us up, sir? If you worrying about our infight breaking us up, I'm telling you, these kind of conversations from outsiders that's really trying, like you're acting like you care about our unity right now. But you don't, because we're unified and our infight ain't a problem. Me and Zab are two FBAs on a panel right now. Me and him don't agree on everything, but look how me and him on code tag teaming this thing, because this is what groups do. And we know the mission of the group, right? So my whole thing is, it ain't about, like, you can point out all these different concepts that we all got. It still ain't stopped us from going around repping FBA. So what's the problem? If you worry about the family being broken up from our different ideologies, I can tell you right now that ain't happening, and it ain't even nothing for you to worry about. We got it. But thanks for your concern. Hold on, but let me thank you though. But hold on, let me ask you a question so to make sure we got clarity. Did not you just say these different ideologies within a family could break it up?
Correct.
All right, I just want to thank you for being concerned about my family, brother. I appreciate that. That's good stuff. But what I was telling, hold on. Let me land. But what I was telling you is, you don't got to worry about that. Please, don't worry about that. We good, yeah.
If I'm FBA, how could I not?
Okay, so check this out, brother. If you're FBA, I'm telling you, chill and relax, because your people is powerful right now than we ever been. We more unified than we ever been. Let's not point out problems that ain't risen up yet. Let's drive the car, right? And let's see what we hear. Let's listen for clinks and clanks and stuff, right? And if we hear stuff, let's address it. But let's not be paranoid, like, and just basically you're looking for stuff that ain't there yet. And yes, it may pose a threat or it may not, but it haven't yet. We good right now. Let's enjoy it right now. We doing good, man. We coming together. We unified. We got a plan. And you right, my brother. We should think about these things that you saying, right? Because we want to consider everything that may break us up in the future, right? But I think what can break us up is being paranoid too, and having arguments about stuff that ain't happened yet when we should be celebrating patting ourselves on the back, brother, that we making history right now as a people. Let me drop a bomb, man.
Yeah, what he's saying right now is like, It's like, come on,
I
man.
know what he's saying. Yeah, hell yeah, you got it.
Everybody gotta go say that. Everybody gotta go say we like fried chicken and watermelon. If we don't say that, then no, you creating something, man. That ain't got
Nah.
nothing to
See,
do with nothing.
y'all ain't understanding what I'm saying at
No, I
all.
got
Y'all
you.
just
I got brother. Hold up. You telling me? Hold up. See, now this is getting frustrating because a person keep talking about somebody not understanding them when it's a simple conversation about a house divided, about a family that we don't want to break up. All I'm doing is saying I don't think we are. Hell, it's too powerful. And let's not even think about that, right? It's simple. That's all.
Okay, can I make my final point? It's just a question, really, right? So my goal in asking that wasn't to divide, wasn't to say that we all gonna be on code or nothing like that. What I'm saying is historically, these kind of idealistic differences have caused the collapse of movements, right? So what I was asking y'all is, what are we doing this time to make sure that we cut that out, that we have the strengths to overcome those things, to make sure that we don't repeat history.
I got
you know what I'm saying?
I got you. See, when we say on code, it ain't just some slang term. On code means within FBA, we all clear that we ain't all agreeing on everything, and that we all got different spiritual ideologies, religious ideologies, and all that. So the code is, don't bring that into the bill, into the argument when we doing business. Leave that at home, right? Because that's what the small hats do. They don't show up when it's time for them to control your president debating about religions and theology. They do that in the synagogue. They ain't gonna let their little personal ideologies stop them from the group agenda. And I think that's easy for us to do. I got plenty of belief in my people that we're gonna do it. We doing good right now, and we just gotta keep up what we're doing right now.
Hey, I hear you, Sanchez. I just think that when we make it a comparison to the Jews, they got a community, they got a code. They're really all on code, right? Like they really know, hey, this is what we want to do with the world. We want to be the bankers. We want to control this. We're gonna have our communities and not let anybody in.
You know that they didn't start right there though. Everything got a starting point, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But well, as far as we are right now, is what I'm saying. They're really all on code. So we're at the starting point, is what you're saying. So we're just getting it going, is what you're trying to say?
Last time I checked, FBA was a new movement, and it's beautiful. And I'll say this real quick, man. When I compare a new movement to a group of people like the small hats who've been in power for centuries, even with the old church with Rome, they go back to Greece, right? I'm keeping that in mind, okay? So when you're comparing something that's in an infancy stage to something that has matured over the ages, you may want to keep that in mind, because not doing that, it makes you look disingenuous and dishonest. If you know that your little brother who just started playing basketball is going against Shaq, and you sit up there and say, but look at what Shaq doing. Shaq dunking all up. Bro, Shaq ain't in his infancy phase of this shit. That's so damn wrong to do. I'm just pointing that out. I hope you ain't, let's just, let's, move
I
on.
didn't make the comparison with the Jews. I didn't make that. I was just giving the analogy that
No, I was
giving
just saying anybody doing that. I wasn't putting that on you. I was just speaking in general.
My fault. Yeah, we good. Yeah. Hey, I wasn't up here for no divisiveness, but there's real questions that should have been presented that I felt like I needed to throw in there.
Those are some good questions, man. You can throw some more out if you want. Much love to you, brother. You ain't doing nothing wrong. You making the show lit.
I do got one more question for everybody that does their genealogy on the panel or in the chat. I've been doing my genealogy for about 7 years now. You know what I'm saying? It takes a long time because you can't really find all the answers and you got all the hurdles in there. But my question is when y'all go back and you see those slave schedules, does anyone understand that a lot of those people were your family members? They wasn't no plantation owners. And if they was a plantation owner, it was your great great granddaddy who had a farm and owned some land and had all his family working on there that they considered slaves.
Bro, I just listen. I just recently ran across that information in my family. Right.
Yes, sir.
And I know my family back to like the mid 1700s on
Can
this
I
land.
say
Like,
one thing real quick?
go ahead.
He's saying that the slave owners, a lot of them was black, right?
Yeah, because they had to do that to keep the family together. So
Now
they
let
had
me
to.
let me speak to that real quick, real true, and I swear I'll let you go. Right, the whole thing is this: we ain't talking about the slave owners. We talking about who benefited from the institution of slavery. So check this out, right? What happened was the white slave master said, "I'm tired of sleeping in this damn slave master's house, right around my cattle, basically living on my farm, on my plantation. I'm rich as hell. I want to move my family to a mansion up in the mountains. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to hire some of those NIGGERSs to take over my house and to govern their own self." So the house nigga, because everybody say, I know what you said, well, it was work and it was us hiring our families so they wouldn't go into slavery. I ain't speaking to that. That's not what I'm speaking for. Because people that did that, they ain't the white pilgrim on that oatmeal box that built the empire off of all the labor that took place in his land. Because what were the slaves doing? They was harvesting crops like cotton and different stuff like that. And they were underpaid. They were paid. That's like them, they going in Africa right now. They got diamond mines and all that. And they paying kids 5 cents a day to be breathing in chemicals. They dying young and all that. And we say that's a crime against humanity. We got laws in America that prevent that kind of child labor and harsh working conditions. So if years go on with them children in Africa working like that, dying and suffering for pennies, and the government say, you know what? We're sorry. We should have never done that. It was inhumane. We want to give reparations to all of the families that's been digging up blood diamonds in Africa and Kenya and Senegal and all that or whatever. And we want to pay y'all back because it was harsh working conditions. You were dying. You was breathing in chemicals. We was hanging you, beating you, whatever you want to say, right? And we sorry. And we underpaid you, right? That's what we talking about, y'all. You're getting in the way right now. It's like I'm trying to shoot at that pilgrim and then somebody hop in front of the bullet and say, but wait, my daddy had made his families work for him. Man, get out the way. We ain't talking about you. We talking about that dude. See, and that's what we do too. And guess what? That helps the enemy. Because I'm not trying, like, there were a lot of black folks that bought their people out of slavery. Why do y'all try to equate them to the dude on an oatmeal box? That's weird to me. And you try to flip it like these the same people. And it's the same thing. Damn, bro, what's going on?
That's not what I was getting at all, Sanchez.
I
was actually getting at I was actually getting at his story, right? Just trying to, everyone has an individual experience. You got to find yourself in a story because not all FBAs got the same experience. Nobody does, right?
We don't all got to have it though, brothers, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, what I was trying
you
to
don't get no reparations. It's easy as simple
right.
as that. You
That's
just
simple as that.
The ones that don't get nothing.
This
That's
is the
facts.
thing. Those people who got paid reparations were usually not, they didn't have their lands taken. You know what I'm saying? I think we confuse reparation with reclamation. The resources is here on the land. Can we all agree with that?
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't just the labor that was taken from us. It was our actual lands that we lived on. Your granddaddy farm, your grandmama farm, your great uncle farm, all of that got taken. So the resources and the wealth is in the land. We talk about reparations, that's going to be some paper. But nobody's talking about reclamations where we get our shit back so that we can have
let me ask you something.
Wealth off of that
let me
land.
ask you something. Let me ask you something.
You was making the McDonald's analogy earlier. That's what I'm talking about, Sanchez.
Right. Check it out, right? Reclamation and reparation is like tomato and tomato, and I'm going to tell you why, right? Reparations is us reclaiming what's ours. If someone break in my house and take my shit and the police want to give me justice and give my shit back, they're repairing the situation by allowing me to reclaim it. And in one of those cases, I got to fill out paperwork as to reclaim it. Because guess what? I'm going to have to prove I was the original owner. And once I do that, I sign the papers to hand over my shit. The paper that is signed is saying he gave me my shit back. I got justice. We repaired the situation. We good now. Them niggas can't complain no more about nothing being stolen from them.
I get what you're saying, Sanchez. I just don't think reparations is coming in the form of, here goes your 300
It don't matter
acres
about how, but see, here's what I'm saying, right? When the white man bring up reparations, because first of all, we didn't bring it up first. I don't even want to talk. Listen, I don't even want to talk about and argue with my black brother about the format that it's going to come in, because I'm going to be honest with you. When the white man, if he do decide to give us reparations, I don't think he going to say, how do you want it, black man? You going to get what the hell he give you, is what I'm saying. That's how it's going to go. Because remember, it's him bringing it up. It'll be like someone breaking in my house and they say, you know what, Sanchez, you ain't going to do nothing to get your shit back. And I'm like, nah, bro, you got it. I'm too scared because you got all them militaries and armies with you, right? And he say, well, listen, man, I'm thinking about giving you your shit back, right? I might give you your shit back, Sanchez, but I ain't sure. And he say one day, okay, Sanchez, we decided to give you some of your shit back. You think I got room to negotiate? Well, this what you're gonna give me. Like, y'all silly. Like, why even argue about that? I'm just being real about the situation we in. I ain't sugarcoating shit.
Yeah. You also said that you don't think we're gonna get it anyway.
Right. I don't.
Right. So it don't really matter having that kind of this kind of conversation if you don't believe
because
you're gonna get it.
I think the most important thing to come out of this is the unity that we got. Because with that, we can build whatever we want. We ain't even gotta get reparations. If they do, they do. They don't, we don't. I think we should still keep our foot on that though, because they trying to use that talking point to galvanize our people with Democrat and Republican just by talking about reparations. So now that's forcing us to talk about it, to tell our people, look, don't listen to them. Come over here with us till they cut the check. All right, and let they talk with actions. And then, you know, you because what happens is people talk and you give them a vote. And that's stupid. What happens is you let people talk and you say, okay, I'll back you once you do what you just said. And it's enough for our people to just hear them say it. And we put these people in office and they put a yarmulke on and they become practitioners of Zionism and they put Israel first.
And that's how they control the narrative. We got to control the narrative. That's what FBA is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Which narrative are we talking about? Because last time a narrative is just somebody being able to tell the story. So why do we?
What they're saying is the politicians are bringing up the reparations just to get vote. So they're using it as a weapon.
True.
They're weaponizing it against us.
So
what Sanchez is saying is that we got to control the narrative. Don't let them control the narrative. Since they brought it up, we're gonna control the narrative.
And Sanchez also
let me give a shout out to Cole Brown. Let me give a shout out to Brandon Prather and No Flat Earth Talk. Yeah, we got I just downloaded a video on my main channel though. It was a pay-per-view joint. It's Ancient Cosmology. Y'all should check that one out though. Shout out to Dre Day. He says African women making videos talking about $1 a day will feed black kids in America. Wow. Send me the link, Dre Day. Much love, bro. Shout out to Galactic Carbon. Great day, bro, Sanchez. Much love, bro. I do think it needs to be let go of black due to the tatters riding the coattail of the copper-colored people of the Americans. I'm gonna break some down to you about the word black when y'all bring that up, right? The thing is this right here. It'll take us more time to stop every black person in America from calling themselves black than it would for us to just tweak the word black by adding a few more words with it to separate ourselves. And that's what you add F and A to it, and it becomes foundational Black American. No one can claim that but us, brother. So, and it's a cheat code because it saves us probably 10 to 50 years of us trying to make every black person get rid of the word black, which is so embedded into our language lexicon. Like, I mean, that's gonna set us back when we could have just been a united, say, fuck it, okay? They call us black, let's just go with it, and let's put this on there to distinguish that. You know, that's more reasonable. So, yeah.
And people don't understand when the way it's embedded, right? How do you do it? You got to do it through the mind, right? They got colleges, HBCU. That's why it's so embedded, bro. It's deep. It's very deep rooted. Wicked.
But what do you think about the term Moor? Like a lot of the claims that the Moors make as far as like nationality,
I don't
it's
have
better
no
to be that than to be a color.
Well, the thing is this right here. It's better to be rich than to be poor. But if people calling me poor based upon what tax bracket I'm in, I don't think me arguing about what they call me versus me getting my money right matter, if that make any sense, right? Because if we call ourselves more or this or that or that, I think we're wasting time, like as a football team, right? Let's say we coming together as a football team, a new team in the NFL, and we ain't even kicked one kickoff yet. And they like, is your team ready to enter the league yet? You need to turn in your paperwork because we about to start the preseason. And we holding up, we ain't even about to, we a brand new team. We just came together. We was divided. Now it's a new team. And now we can't even play because we're over here arguing about, man, we ain't gonna call ourselves the Patriots. No, we the Buccaneers. No, we should be the Jets. No, we should be the Dolphins. Now, everyone already know us as the Blacks. Why not just go out there and play ball? We can change the name anytime, long as your game is right. I keep telling you, the power don't come from the name of the team. It come from the unity of the team. If we go out there and be on one accord and execute these plays, they can call us the shitheads. We gonna win. We can argue about that shit later.
Right.
That's what I be saying.
The shithead.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't even like the word black, but again, that's the name of the team, okay? That's your team name. That ain't really important if we out there playing right, though.
Hey, Sanchez, I think the issue that people take with that term black is like we said, we've been reclassified so many times. Is FBA just our own self-reclassification?
I think it's also the fact it's a color. It's like we calling ourselves like a crayon color kind of thing. We playing into their game. I feel when we do that. I get what you're saying. Like we found something and let's just run with it. But
no, that ain't what it is. It's this right here, right? We got a lot of our slave masters' last names, right or wrong.
Well, that's been played with too, but go ahead.
I'm asking a simple question though. Walk with me, bro. Do we have a lot of our slave masters' last name?
Yeah, you can say that. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this right here, right? We don't got to get rid of all of our slave masters' last names and correct the names and shit. Like my name is what it is, and yes, it's my slave master's name. My first and last name is slave master shit, right? But I ain't gotta go to court and get my name right before I go out there and make some noise against the enemy. Like I'm saying, y'all keep worrying about names. Like you can, whatever your problem is with black.
But what about power?
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Listen. Whatever your problem is with the word black, it's a color. It's this. It's that. Remember, copper colored is a color. Red skinned Indian is a color. I'm not really concerned with the word and it being a color or whatever. The Browns is a color, right? But the Jets ain't. They're airplane. I'm just saying, whatever the name of your team is, whether it go to a color or whatever, is not as important as the performance on the field. That's something y'all can't get around. You can't give me no example how our name gonna affect our performance.
It's not gonna affect the performance, but when it comes to, so it's like we got Chinese people, we got Russian people, we got Germans. So when we try to put ourselves in that same pedigree and we say, well, we the black people, I
That
think we
ain't what we
kind
saying.
of,
We saying the foundational black America. You ain't FBA now? Come on now. Don't do that. Go ahead. I see what you do. Let him land though. Let him land, y'all. But he see what he doing, right? If you just say black alone, I don't even agree with that. The only time you gonna hear me even use the word black to identify myself is for lack of better words when I'm generally speaking. Cause I feel like y'all, or in the sense of FBA. Cause I feel like who am I to go into this galvanized unity and raise an argument about the name of it when the performance is just impeccable? I think it's a distraction.
yeah, I agree with you. I was just, being like devil's advocate in that standpoint from the argument that people raise when they bring up the whole black thing.
Trolling.
To me, that just sounds like not everybody's on code.
No, not
But it
everybody.
is what it is, though. It's already
Listen.
FBA.
Not
We're
every.
not gonna go
Again,
back
hold
and
on. A
undo it.
question. Here's the
Like I
thing.
said, the ball is already rolling. You know what I mean?
He just said everybody.
And here's the thing: when I just said that not everybody on code, guess what? Not every Pan African on code. But I keep saying that everybody ain't gonna be on code. Everybody in the game ain't gonna not snitch. But if majority on code, that's all your group need, right? That's with any group, bro. Every player on a team ain't gonna play good. But if the majority of the players that they play good, y'all got a good shot.
And remember, we started by you read the comment where the guy was saying that black meant death. So that's the debate right now, like the whole black thing.
No, it's not. You trolling, bro.
Then
trolling.
Sanchez could go back to the
trolling.
stop sign thing. Then if you
Yo,
red means stop.
why
Right.
you keep trolling? He keep bringing up
Feel me?
old. Watch this. He gonna bring
Yeah,
up an old
hey,
argument.
salute,
You already
Red.
answered.
Hey, that was hilarious too. By the way,
You know,
because
I'm like,
it's
I'm up
brown, so
against
shit
about them
brown.
playing
So
the game.
you know.
I'm like,
Watch.
you know what I'm saying? So if we stop playing the game like dude said, right? Because white people gotta stop calling themselves white. You know, we all started calling ourselves black, white,
Pray y'all.
all this other because white people started calling themselves white. And they was calling us colored. And so all that
all
shit's
that's irrelevant, though.
Yeah,
All
it
that's
is.
irrelevant.
You know what I'm saying? But so if we stop playing
Respectfully,
the game, it's gonna cause them to go back to Caucasian.
I'm
And
gonna
then people
I'm
gonna
gonna tell y'all some real shit, right? The game is divide and conquer. And what I've noticed is that our people have been divided and conquered. FBA is proof we stopped playing the game. Now, they may not like what we're uniting under, but we definitely uniting and everyone else still divided and conquered. Other groups still, and we making a lot of progress coming together on one accord with one agenda. So that's the opposite of playing the game. That's making your own game now, basically, your own shit.
I guess they'll be happy if y'all say foundational dark Americans or something. Use dark or something.
But
It's
see,
like it's a
you
problem.
know, Retton is like this, man. You got a group of people that was scattered and divided. And no one was even caring that, man, these people so divided and conquered. And the moment those people start caring and say, yeah, man, we divided and conquered, let's come together, then people in the group start saying, hey, man, why do we call ourselves black? Why do we be divided and not united? Because I don't really care what we call ourselves versus how we treat ourselves, so distant and not working together. So if we got to call ourselves the shitheads to be in our own group, then damn it, hey, we the shitheads. But I'd rather us be the shitheads together than whatever you want to be apart, right?
Facts.
That
That makes sense. That makes total sense.
It's a fact.
So that's why I don't like to waste a lot of time with the words. But I'll yield the flow. I think someone else want the flow.
I'm with you on that too, Brother Sanchez, because I feel like I don't think we really made a big deal about being called Black America back in the 80s and 70s. And it's like now we're trying to come together and distinguish ourselves. You know what I mean? It can be little distractions. Not saying you, Brother Ren, was trying to, but I'm just saying we do have to move forward, at some point, because I think it's been going on, since 2015? FBA? I'm new to this.
Yeah.
I just learned about this.
We skipping over the fact though that most families can't go past their great grandmama. They don't know nobody past their great grandmama at all. You know what I'm saying? So many families they don't even know who their greatest grandparents are, who their family, where they come from. They just stop at their grandmama.
The Mormon temple too, I think, is a good place to go do your research. You get some names and they can help you.
I know back to my Mormons. The Mormons have all our records. That's why we don't know who he is.
I just learned that. I just learned about that.
We can't get them records for the Mormons. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of us, we don't even know who he is. A lot of our genealogy, if you ain't really got it like that, you only gonna make it to the 1500s at best if you're really doing your due diligence. You know what I'm saying? Anything before that, yes, we definitely going to the Mormon church, but don't nobody talk about that.
Stolen heritage. Yup, I get it. Yup.
And the question is, why the fuck does the Mormon church have all our records? Why is that?
When I found my dad,
all of us.
I found my dad a year ago, and my dad is Dominican. And my grandmother live in London. So I found my family in London and Dominica last year.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother side that I didn't know. Because I already knew my mother's side. I never knew my father's side. So when I found out that, it's like, okay, I can trace back. I can ask my grandma. My grandma 82, she's still alive. London. I can ask her, who is this? Where does this come from? Who is that? I ask them. I go to my parents and my grandparents and ask them questions. I don't let nobody identify me by what science say. I listen to my grandparents.
Hey, I listen to my grandparents too.
So a lot of people want to prioritize words over unity. See, because they ain't worried about a Crip calling himself a Crip, a Blood being a Blood, or a Pimp being a Pimp, a Mac being a Mac. All of a sudden, once we unite under words we've been using, now let's worry about the words versus celebrate the newfound unity. I can't do that with y'all. And to me, that's weird as hell. And it's to the people in the chat that keep saying, but what you call yourself do matter. Not as much as your group being together on one accord.
Facts. Let's deal with that.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, Sanchez. If I'm going by the oral history, both my grandmamas still alive. They said that black was a negative connotation when they was alive. You didn't call nobody black. Them is fighting words.
Well, it ain't today, just like nigga. So check it out. We got to live today for 2025, right? And bringing that up don't change nothing I just said. It was literally no disrespect. It was just irrelevant because we don't live in their time, bro. And they don't live in ours. Welcome to 2025. Things have changed, and that's what FBA is about, adaptation to 2025. And it's a good way to adapt to who and what we are right now at the moment, right?
That's what they told us we was, though. We might as well call ourselves the foundational.
But here's what I'm saying, though. The question, they told us we was black, right? And we didn't want to have a quiz about this title until we unite. Why weren't we concerned about this word until now we uniting together? Like, my whole thing is this. If you want to go learn about who we were and what our original names were, you got to trace your own lineage back and you will see, okay, my great, 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 this was named this. So all of us got a different last name that linked to our ancestors. But the title just so happened that our social political name is under. It's black. So my thing is this right here. Unless y'all can prove to me how on a political level, because what you brought up was fighting words, it was derogatory, that's irrelevant. That means someone just don't like it. And it don't matter what you like and I like. I keep telling y'all, I don't like the word black. But what do the whole world say we are? So guess what? You got a choice to make. Do I spend 50 to 100 years trying to debate with black people that we ain't black because niggas been doing that for 50 years? Or do I just come together with all these people that's saying, look, we're going to just put, it's going to be foundational black American, and this going to be the political agenda. You already got millions of black people going under that. And I'm going to say this real quick and land. You will look stupid walking in the room with millions of black people who discussing about what we gonna do with all this power that we got now that we got numbers, because power is in numbers, and you start talking about, hey everybody, why do we call ourselves black? The room will bust out laughing. You know why, bro? That's irrelevant. We talking about what we gonna do with all this new power we got from this, because the power in the numbers, not in what we call it, the title. And there's no way y'all can debate that at all. People in the chat, I would love to hear y'all come up and do it too.
All respect, bro, Sanchez, but let me ask you this. If I show up to those millions of black people who are calling themselves black with the millions of other people who aren't calling themselves black, but we are the same hue, am I getting laughed at? No, I think I'm gonna be taken more seriously. Now, when we say 43 to 46 million FBAs, that's FBA putting everybody into a category, is it not? Because I know there's probably millions upon millions of people.
It's still irrelevant though.
It's still irrelevant, right?
Not
still
irrelevant. It's not irrelevant.
Still irrelevant, brother.
It's not
it's still irrelevant, brother.
It's like what you saying, Sanchez, going over their head. They just missing the point of us coming together.
They doing that on purpose at this point.
Yeah, it's still divide and conquer because y'all want to argue about it.
No matter, because think about it, no matter what you say about the word black and what we calling ourselves, I'm telling you, I'm a prime example that it's irrelevant, because I hate the word black, but yet I'm screaming foundational black American because I don't care about the title. I care about all this unity my people got, and that's bringing us power. So my whole thing is this right here. It ain't up for debate because you're not FBA. And again, Retton, I don't think Retton like the word black either. You see what I'm saying? But he's, if I'm not mistaken, he FBA.
You're right.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Right. So why y'all worried if we're not? That's the crazy shit.
I'm
That's beyond me.
Hard, bro.
After you say it, they're gonna be like, well, but Sanchez, but
yeah,
like,
right.
Bro, what the hell? Why y'all not dealing with what he's saying? Why y'all keep saying but?
Nothing this whole time.
Like back in the days, what the hell is we talking about?
Hey, peace to the panel. I just wanted to say what's up to y'all, brothers. I ain't been up here ever, so I just wanted to say, you know what I'm saying, what's up to y'all. I want to add a little thing. What I think is, bro, with all these books they don't wrote on us not being able to do this right here, like just talk and come together and unify. That's the main thing we need to focus on. Because we ain't supposed to be doing this if you let them tell it.
Yeah. I just want to say something. I'm gonna land my plane, Brother Sanchez. Someone mentioned that they could not find their ancestry, and it was ancestry.com. My cousin went on, and they have census records on there. Just to give you a heads up, that's how I found out my great grandmother was a mulatto, and that's what made me do more research. But just ancestry.com, they have census on there. Just another form of reference to look into.
Ancestry will tell you who your cousins are, but it won't tell you what land you come from. It's just
No,
telling you,
I'm
okay,
saying it's a
that's my
start.
cousin.
Right. I was able to
Yeah.
find out my great grandmother, her name, and she was labeled as a mulatto. It's just different, ways to go about researching. I just heard a brother say he couldn't find out, but it's just wanted to give him that called ancestry.com.
That only means that she's black mixed with white.
Yeah, but
Or,
it's still
Not
a start.
necessarily, bruh. Not necessarily.
I
I'm
didn't
talking about
even know
mulatto.
that.
It could, yeah.
The title
That,
is
Hey,
mulatto.
That can be an
I
that can be an African and an indigenous American, and they would still be mulatto, sir.
There was a lot
Go
of
ahead,
liquor ship,
Sanchez.
man.
Go
Like
ahead,
there was a lot
Sanchez.
of
Go ahead.
liquor ship going on in history. Like they were literally just looking at you and like making determinations.
Go
A
ahead,
lot of
Sanchez.
this.
So check it out, right? I can show y'all several videos. I'm gonna show you one now. And I don't really like to show these because my monetization. I've showed it before, and it mean I can't monetize the video. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just share it with us on the panel, but not on the YouTube. That should get me. Let me do this real quick. So y'all will be able to hear it out there, but we gonna see it on the panel, and we'll be back after I play a couple segments, but I'll play through
Identical twins, 5 DNA. One set of identical twins, 5 DNA ancestry tests.
What? I have French and German.
Oh, I don't have that. 5 different sets of results.
We strongly think that you and your sister should get the same report.
I don't want to be a buzzkill, but I don't think it's entirely accurate.
Want to know more about your heritage? You can't afford to miss this marketplace.
Now I watched this. This came out years ago, man, and they debunked Ancestry.com. What it is a huge database of blood samples, and yeah, a lot of our ancestors' blood is in these databases, right? So you will see some of your family members pop up, but what we're saying is with Ancestry.com, you still got to take the people that you find on that and literally go do your genealogy and meet them people and go and say, okay, boom, this my cousin over here. Let me go meet him and talk to him about who his people is, they people, because that's where the footwork come in. But if you don't want to go through Ancestry.com, you can do your own genealogy through your local libraries and stuff. And the people in your local area with your family will lead to other people and branch off, and you'll start seeing, okay, other lands and shit too. So genealogy and all that is the key. But this right here, DNA can't tell us where we was. So a lot of people use this to say, well, we from Africa. This the out of Africa theory. And that ain't what these ancestry tests is doing. They just comparing your blood up against a database of a lot of more people. Yeah.
Right. They have no DNA markers for certain areas, but I was just speaking when you have the account, if you have some names, they can bring up the census records, and we were able to find out or confirm, she was a mulatto in her name. The last name was Moore. But thank you for sharing.
Yeah, don't mulatto just mean a mixed person with black and white? Don't that just
Indian
mean
and
that?
black. A lot of times they switch. They recategorize. What is it? They reclassified the Indians, the black Indians, as just saying they were mulatto.
I'm talking mulatto though. Mulatto just a mixed person. That's it, right?
That's
not
what I'm
like
saying.
The
Aboriginals.
So these two
Play
twins,
the video.
these two twins, they both got a test done and they came out different results. But I'm gonna try to skip to the part real quick.
I don't trust the DNA.
Yeah, we should.
I'm shook. These ancestry kits can change some people's sense of who they are.
11% Scandinavia, which I love.
Now this is crazy because, like I said, it's a big percentage. We are 53% Nigerian. Woo!
My mom is full Chinese and my dad is half Chinese, half we thought was Spanish, but is British. 5% of me is Ashkenazi Jewish. I don't even know what Ashkenazi means.
So this is just random people sharing their results, but these two twins here about to get theirs done.
Tree DNA throws us.
Let's go and skip to this part right here. I think that's it.
Hey Sanchez, don't forget to tell them
Family
about the
tree
entertainment
DNA.
purposes only.
Scott, sorry, say what?
Don't forget to let them know about the entertainment purposes only that they specify on that.
It's gonna say that in here too.
It throws us a few surprises.
Wow, I'm 13% Middle Eastern.
And then there's Iberia.
Look, this is neat though. That's Spain, that's Portugal. Yeah, I never would have guessed.
And get this, according to MyHeritage, we may not even be Italian.
Holy. So 60.7% okay, Balkan. but click on it. 19% Greek. Oh my gosh. Car, 3.4% Italian. I know, but it's actually saying you are 3.4% Italian.
So are we a little bit or a lot Italian? Mostly East European or mostly Balkan? What's up with these results? I'm hoping Simone Gravel can explain.
Hi. Hello, Dr. Gravel.
Welcome to the lab. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
He is a population geneticist at McGill University in Montreal.
Last time you saw your DNA, I'm guessing it was in a little, tube like this.
I spit in quite a few of those,
That's
yes.
right. So once you send those to the companies, they'll take your saliva, they clean it up, they will break down the cells so they can free the DNA, and then clean the DNA, break it into small pieces, and then they lay it out on one of these chips here.
So if we look at that chip, will my spit on this chip tell me that
percent of my DNA comes from Scotland and Ireland. So I traded in my lederhosen for a kilt.
So you were shaking your head.
This one drives me nuts, and I saw it all of the time. Whether you want to wear lederhosen or something else is
Scandinavia, which
Hold on, I'm trying to find the right part. This is what I'm gonna do though, right?
Chances
play
are
this
you
one
or someone you
for
know
now.
got one of those DNA genealogy kits for Christmas. But here's a question. How much faith should you put in the results?
Well, we wanted to find out, so we got identical twins to put it to the test. Here's our investigative reporter, Brendan Kirby, with the story.
Some 30 million people have purchased home DNA kits to trace their ancestry, but many may not realize why results vary from one company to the next. We put 3 under the microscope and examined the science.
Oh, and we had a little bit of Italy. Italy is right here.
Caroline and Camille Clark are both 7-year-old first graders at Hutchins Elementary School in Mobile. They both have the same favorite subject, science. It shouldn't be a surprise. They're identical twins. So the results of DNA tests should be exactly the same for both girls, right? We wanted to find out.
All right, you want to open it up and see what's in there?
So we had each girl take 3 of the most popular DNA ancestry kits on the market: Ancestry.com, 23andMe, and National Geographic. Mother Lauren Clark knew a little already, based in part on an ancestry DNA test that her father took.
My dad's side was all European, so basically from the UK. So I'm interested to see, I know his family last name is Clark, which is traditionally Irish or Scottish, and so I'm interested to see what theirs comes back as.
And indeed, all 3 tests peg the twins' ancestry in that region of the world. But look a little closer and you'll find nuances. Ancestry.com and Nat Geo had the same results for each twin, while 23andMe showed slight differences between each girl. And all 3 tests showed differences from one another. Ancestry.com lists the girls as 63% England, Wales, and Northwestern Europe, and 37% Ireland and Scotland. But 23andMe breaks it down a little differently. It says about 60% British and Irish, while listing other regions in Europe separately.
And guess what? It be some people that'll go get their DNA test done and they don't like what they fucking get. And they'll get it done with other ones and they'll like them results and just go with that. Tell me that ain't crazy. It'd be cats be like, I had to get 2 of them done, but it does say it's Africa. Like, but hold on, that just show you if you gotta, why you gotta get 1 and 2 and get So that's what, if you get with different companies, that's another thing. But another thing we got to go into is this, right? The military warning against DNA test kits, sending in your biological data and stuff. Now, look, it's okay. People reunite with their family members, though, through this, right? But it's a lot of more people promoting cults through it, like the Pan-African theory. You know what I'm saying? But let me play the video.
The results from Nat Geo, meanwhile, turn up something the other two didn't. It finds Caroline and Camille have 2% DNA from northern India.
We actually talked about how there was just a little variation, and we thought that was interesting.
Perhaps.
Now, if you got identical twins, how you gonna have some variation in the results? And we thought that was a little interesting.
More surprisingly, small differences showed up even within the same company. For instance, 23andMe says Camille is 63.2% British and Irish, but Caroline is only 59.9% British and Irish. The test found nearly twice as much Italian DNA in Camille than it found in Caroline.
So why do we even call them identical twins if that's the case?
Those discrepancies confused the Clarks.
Yeah, which you would think would have been exactly the same, given that they have identical DNA.
It should be, you would think, but I don't know. We talked about that and we thought, well, maybe it's the way that their lab tests the sample.
It's amazing to hear them I want to hear the excuses they try to make. This gonna be good. Let me quit pausing.
But I don't know. We talked about that and we thought, well, maybe it's the way that their lab tests the sample, or maybe there was, more of a sample.
So what?
Damn. And they can't just say, maybe the shit's just not what we thought it was, because we got a misconception of what this stuff can do. And what it's just making comparisons against a database. And I don't even know if the system they're using to make these comparisons is accurate, because this is the kind of stuff happen.
What gives? Representatives from 23andMe, the only company whose test did not produce identical results for the girls, say the differences in results are likely because the analysis of DNA can have small variations between the two results, even though the DNA is identical. All Ancestry DNA tests work on the same principle, examining the DNA for markers common to people in certain parts of the world. But different companies...
You see that? They just told you what I was telling you. They just comparing your shit to different people around the world, and you will never really know who you are like that, because it's 10 billion people on Earth. The biggest database is 28 million samples. You really comparing yourself to a very small percentage of all the groups and cultures on Earth. And out of that 28 million database, most of those are from one continent, Africa. So it's not really a good database if you want to know where you originate from. Like, if you want to just see how many strangers that your blood is similar to, okay, and say, well, maybe I'm that part of that group. You playing with yourself, though.
Yeah, because they misusing the science, because they're starting, if you really want to find the truth, why not just lay it out there? But they're doing it to where they believe life started in Africa, so they're focusing in on Africa to skew the results to prove their own theory. To me, that's not scientific. If you want to know the truth, just let the chips fall where they may. Don't try to tamper with how you want the results to play out by focusing in on one area, basically.
Yep.
Right. And
Yeah,
my
bad. Go ahead, sis.
No, I just want to clear this up. I'm sorry if you guys misunderstood me, because I do not trust that DNA. My cousin just so happened to do it, and it was through there. They give you an account. When you open up the account, they give you the access to the census. And because I do know who my great-grandmother was, and we knew the name of our great-great, and we heard that she was an Indian, we just looked up the name, confirmed, and that's when we learned she was identified as a mulatto. I heard a brother said that he didn't know, and so I was just saying that was a way to start, maybe if you open up an account, but I don't trust that DNA.
Yeah, she's saying
that's fact. No, she actually used it the right way, because what happens is we ain't talking about her. She actually used it the right way. She used it to connect with her people and to have a starting point, because there is a good database you can use to get started to do your genealogy, because like I said, a lot of our people is in a lot of these databases too. But what happens is you will take those names and then you will start your investigation from there. That's just the start, right? But so a lot of most folks, they going on there, they see their family that's here in America, but they only focusing on the fact that they got all of these similarities to blood with people in Africa, and that is more, in most cases, is more hits for in Africa than in America. So they say, well, see, we all come from Africa. No, it's just more African blood samples in the database.
Exactly.
It made your DNA way fun.
That's how I found my dad. I used it to find my pops, and when I found my pops, I went from there, and now I can find somebody to talk to. Now I know who to talk to, and they tell me who I am from there. But all it did was find me who I was related to. It ain't got nothing to do with what land I'm from or none of that. It just showed me who my cousins and my family members were. That's it. It's your paternal and maternal side. That's it.
I forgot. Dan Calloway, he has a book
No
that
land.
helps you retract your lineage, your ancestors. I forgot. He does have a book that helps you.
So,
And
I think he
y'all know about
got, I think he got a,
ways, right? To check. Because I heard him say he couldn't.
he got a book on that for sure. And also, for people who want to get started, man, I would recommend a brother like Dane Calloway, and y'all can throw any more other names that y'all got, you know what I'm saying? Salutes to this FBA thing. Point these people in the right. I think some of these people may even have services, man, where if you're just lazy, some folks will trace your genealogy for you. I ain't gonna make no endorsements. But
yeah. Legendary Top Cats, Sanchez.
Yeah.
Go over to BCU. They got a whole little program, help you trace your genealogy. Like I said, I've been doing it 7 years. If anybody has any questions, you can reach out to me, man. Like I got a lot of information on how to do it, but it does take time, and that's where a lot of people don't want to involve themselves, because that's hours per night for just one hint, So
they just gotta get passionate about it and look at it like some passionate research, investigative stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And what about all the people that have been doing it and they've been finding out that they actually got land and farms and things that have been in their family that's pretty much up for grabs that nobody's really claiming? What you think about that?
Brother, one of my favorite rappers, man, Nas, bro. Now, Nas was on one of his covers with the pyramid, the Egyptian shit, right? So he got a little Pan-African influence. But when Nas did his genealogy after he got his money right, he traced his blood to Virginia. And he actually bought the property that his folks owned in Virginia. He owned it to this day. So, that's something that I'll say about, like, when a lot of folks do their genealogy and find out that they right from here. They did a whole little documentary on Oz where he was shocked, right? And this was a conversation years ago, and he brought it up. It was like, yeah, man, it's been spoke of that the Pan-African thing, niggas know we ain't from Africa, like, through slave ships. But they'll say we here because of Australopithecus and the out of Africa theory, and that's another debate that's we're gonna have to be ready for that, because that's when the Pan-Africans gonna be hitting us with the Darwinism, the Freemasonry, the evolution. That's the last debate, because we know that it's even Pan-Africans that got books called Here Before Columbus that's saying what we saying. But the whole thing is like we said about Tariq Nasheed. We will always say, but we did eventually have to come over from Africa on a ship at some point. Yeah.
Right. See, and that's why I started this thing by bringing up the term autogenous. Like, that's a term that I recently found out about. And what that does is it starts from the standpoint of understanding that really nobody really knows where the first human really came from. Because there's always a time before that. But what we do know is if you go from the standpoint of the original human being manifested into reality, that landmass, it exists, and you can't really put that in a time period. You know, the NOI say 6 trillion years ago. The Bhagavad Gita say that time is a loop. There really is no origin point. So whenever they come with what they claim is scientific, where they say we came from monkeys or we came from a asteroid, all of that is speculation. That is pseudoscience, realistically. There is no science that could prove any of that. That's all speculation when you get to that degree. So if they try to debate with you, I think we really gotta lay it out that your whole theory is pseudoscience. Y'all really can't prove that. The only thing we can prove is that we are here now. As far back as we can go, we see ourselves, and perhaps we've been here even longer than that. That's the only thing we can prove. So I don't even think it should be a debate you know,
Exactly.
thing.
Why should we have to prove, you know what, like you just said, and the ethnogenesis? Like everybody had ethnogenesis at some point. And I look at it like this: the very fact that we were called mulattoes, why they didn't call us Africans then? Why they didn't call us Africans when they changed our name to colored? Then they changed our name to Negro. Then they changed our name to Black. They never called us Africans until the 80s. They know that they were, we're Indians, the
That's
Aboriginal.
facts.
And
They
even
didn't.
one more
Yeah.
thing,
No,
real
you
quick,
got
one
it.
more thing.
You
Even
got
with
it.
the out of Africa theory, you know what I realize is as far back as they look, they keep finding more and more fossils. Because I remember, I'm old enough to remember where they said like
Fossils ain't real, bro.
we no, I get that, but that's not the point. I don't want to get bogged down with that. But the point I'm making is, I remember when they were saying like humanity is only 6,000 years, and then it went to 100,000, and now it's 200,000, and now it's 6 million. So it keep going back further and further. So I'm of the belief that we always been here since time immemorial.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And
we
you know,
earthlings.
if you go and look at what all the ancestral mythologies, and I hate to use, mythology though, but because that's kind of disrespectful. But if you think of what the ancestors spoke about in the origin stories in the earliest indigenous lands, it was basically there's no beginning to time, which is why time wasn't linear to them. It was circular. Ain't no
Right.
beginning to a circle or end. Yeah.
And I think that's why we have that term work from the soil. And I think that's literal more than it is
We
figurative.
from the earth, man.
I
That's it.
think we manifested this realm. We are the breath that created the reality. We are the stabilizers of this reality. Like, you know how they say like we're God in the flesh. So
Human's consciousness.
yeah, we are the
It's-
the earth. The earth realm is a manifestation of what we are vibrating out. So as long as there's humans, there's going to be an earth. As long as there are earth, there's going to be humans to manifest it. You will never find a period in time. So you know how like in science they say there was a period of time when there was dinosaurs and there was no humans, and I don't believe in none of that. That's pseudoscience, and we got to really lay it out there for people who want to go down that rabbit hole, because that really is pseudoscience when they say that.
They really don't go down a rabbit hole. That's why they're saying pseudoscience. Because when you go down there, you will understand that it is pseudoscience. You got to go down there first.
As long as there was earth, there were humans walking on that earth.
Yeah, they're called
And-
earthlings.
And I'm gonna tell you how we know that these Pan-Africans are imposters too, because they'll go along with the Big Bangism, the beginning of time, and humans starting with the comet on the rock near Mali and the evolution shit. They'll do all that, and they'll be acting like they like Egyptian culture, right? Dressing with unks on. But the Egyptians taught that time was Nehedjet. Nehedjet. And that means cyclical, renewal, eternal, permanent. It basically means no first moment. That's what Nehedjet mean, like no first moment. So the Egyptians taught the opposite of the heliocentric stuff that the Freemasons teach. And how do we get evolution, Big Bang, all that stuff from Freemasons? And I'm going to point this out and yield back. Today, we said we got experts that's teaching us about the world around us, the world within us, who we are, where we are, all that. If we rewind time thousands of years ago, there was a Masonic fraternal order that had a monopoly on all that. When you talk about gravity, relativity, all of the stuff that shaped how we see the world, at some point in the world, it was Freemasons dominating physics, science, and all that, and they still doing it today. But back then, it was open that Newton was a Mason, he was this, that. But my whole thing is, they ain't teaching what the ancestors taught, for one thing, and we can see that the ancestors' version is right, and it doesn't require evolution and all that. They'll laugh at the idea of time not having a beginning because they gave you a Gregorian timeline with a starting point and an ending point to the universe, where the universe gonna black out and everything gonna go. But that's the opposite of just a infinite life. Just always was and always would. It's hard for us to grasp that though. There was no beginning to this. Yeah.
I feel like we live in a infinite time loop, and all ancient cultures, whether it be the Mayans, the Hindu, the Egyptians that you said, they all believe in forever. The white man's science was the one calling that myth because they don't have no place in it. That's why they are confused. A lot of the ancient cultures are not confused.
Hold on, what you mean by that? They ain't humans? How you mean they ain't got no place in it?
Well, their place in it is they are recently created into the story.
That's pseudoscience right there. What you saying? That's pseudo.
I mean, I don't think it's pseudo because why else would they be trying to figure out where they came from?
They came from their
coming up
mom
with
and
a
daddy like everybody
timeline
else.
to put themselves into a story.
White
Because
people
according to
came
their
from their mom
story,
and daddy just like you came from your mom and daddy, bro.
hear what I'm saying.
Ain't no
According to
difference.
according to their story, they believe that they were created, right? And from that creation point, they kind of spread out.
So
Even
if they was created,
in
how
their
they kept
Bible,
creating?
listen, in their Bible, they say that Adam and Eve was created, and they usually say 6,000 years ago, or they'll say something like
listen,
that.
y'all. So what he's saying ain't pseudo right now? Anybody in the panel hear what he's saying? He not saying
Oh,
that's
I'm not
pseudo?
agreeing with it. I'm telling you what they believe.
It don't matter what they believe. It's a fact.
I'm telling you how their story is playing out, because according to them, they're saying that their ancestors evolved from monkeys out of Africa.
They said we did the same thing. What you talking about?
Yep, yeah, but they're trying to place us in their timeline.
You confusing me now, bro.
I'll say this, right? I'll say this. You have a group of white folks that will say, entertain what you just said, but the majority of them say we the monkeys, though, is what I'll say to that. The majority rule. Right?
What I don't understand is why they always try to make it seem like the white person ain't human, just like we human. I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying.
It was created.
Right? Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Like, we all came from a man and a woman. Like, what the hell?
Even with the Yakub theory, it's all weird. Yeah,
that's pseudo, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey, you know what I'm saying? I'll be stuck in the middle because growing your bones in the form of your bones being in the form of a baby, and then through time growing and all that, that's a form of transmutation. You know what I mean? You're in a different form than you began. You know what I mean? So
the only way you transmuted or evolved was from a sperm cell to a spinal cord into a brain. That's it.
You got jackals and shit.
To house your body.
Let's just deal with logic though. If niggas is out here making babies with white people, what is that to say about us then?
There we go, Bobby.
We like to lay with the monkeys, huh?
Thank you, Bobby.
But no, I'm saying, hold on. No, what up though, Red? No, I'm saying real quick though. But even if we joke and say lay with the monkey, then you will be calling yourself a monkey, because in context, when I hear this conversation, it's like you trying to make white people another species. And I
Mhm.
will walk with hold on, I will walk with you on that if niggas wasn't out here making babies with white people.
I think no, I think they
There we
are
go,
a
Bobby.
created
That's
species.
like
I think
the
Yeah.
they
same can't
Yeah.
mate. That's one thing about
they
nature.
they
Nature
are
gonna
a
let you know
created
when.
human species.
That's
So
an
we
ego
could
thing,
breed with
man.
them.
Let's
Hey,
just
this
talk
is
it from ego.
interesting. Can
Just
you
talk it
tell
But
from
me
but
ego.
then,
but the
why
whole
is it that
thing
their
is,
birth rate
oh
is
my
low?
bad, my
What's
bad,
stopping it?
sister. No,
No,
hey,
I'm
hey,
saying this is
you was
interesting.
first.
Listening. Can you
Why
school
is
me
they
on that?
birth rate?
Yeah,
They
we can
birth
hear.
Yeah,
rate.
I've been hearing that
But
That's a
stuff.
listen, I'm
social
gonna
that's
tell
a
you like
social
this.
construct.
I was
Go
just
ahead.
finna say this too. All these little consensuses and stuff, I be like, I don't know how much we can trust, cause you'll have some folks say, well, white folks' birth rate going down. And then some white folks won't be saying that. I think that's a
But hold
scare
on, real
tactic.
quick, Sanchez. It
Yeah.
is, but it ain't because
I don't
of
think we
like
can prove it.
it's because of well, I'm saying birth rates across the boards is going down. White people shit is down more because of just socially how the world is, especially America is being grown today. It's more single people, it's more people choosing not to have children, it's people choosing
Right.
to have them later on in life. It's just it ain't the 50s. Like think about how
Yeah.
they was having babies after the war and all that baby boom and shit
I
like that.
get that,
So
but
that
I'm talking about that specific argument that, and because I hear this argument coming more from white nationalists. They will say the white
Yes,
race, we're our, the sister. You hear what I'm saying? And
yes, yes.
I'm telling you that both can't be true, could it? Because what I hear from black nationalists is black folks, our birth rate going down. We got to do something. It seems like both nationalist groups is using that as a scare tactic to make their group do whatever they want them to do and get galvanized for their mission or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
In
yeah,
my
that
opinion.
we
shit
do
is
know
not.
that we do know that they are recessive in the sense of if they have a baby with anyone melanated, the baby will not come out blonde Nordic looking
It's
because
gonna
they have like a
That's
kind of
false.
they have like a
it's gonna
recessive.
come out mixed.
It's gonna come
But
out
no, I'm
mixed.
saying
It's not.
what he
It's
just
never
said
gonna
is
come out
false though.
looking exactly like them.
But
It's
it
gonna
ain't
Hold
come
on,
gonna
out
real
come
quick.
out
darker.
looking. It ain't gonna come out
Nope.
looking exactly like neither one. The way DNA work is gonna be 50-50 on both.
But
But
hold
it's
on,
going.
Yeah.
Sanchez.
They're gonna be
It
darker though.
no, they
They're not
won't,
gonna
brother.
be
Hold
full
on,
Nordic.
But
hold on.
It's gonna be
let
dark.
me. But see, here's what I'm saying, though, Zab. If you take somebody like, for example, they daddy dark, they mama is a white woman. They may come out what we call a red bone or a fair skinned person or a mulatto, right? That's because when you say well they're gonna come out colored or dark, but there's gonna be a lighter shade of darkness because that white part is mixing. So if I take 50% black, mix it with 50% white, I ain't gonna get neither. I'm gonna get gray, and that's what the mulatto is. He's in a
All right.
gray area.
This is
But
what I
hold on,
believe
Right.
Sanchez.
according.
Can
Right.
I hold on real quick, Zab? Let me. Besides what you believe, I'm saying DNA don't always work like it works like that, Sanchez, but it don't work like that with skin tone. Like if you got a white person or even a
I know
light
it.
skinned
You right.
person and a dark skinned person, a baby can come out looking
Jet black.
exactly like the
Yeah.
mother, or jet black like the father. No, I'm saying when he said they won't come out Nordic, bro. I've seen that. I've seen black women that had babies by white dudes, and the baby come out looking just like the daddy. You see what
Well,
I'm saying,
according
or
to
vice
what
My
I've
versa.
been
son, me
You
and
see
my
what
researching,
me
I'm
and my
I've
saying?
baby
saw
mama
that
Like
is
too. I've saw that too.
it ain't
well,
always like this
according
me
to
and
what
mixture.
I've been
Hold
me
on,
and my
researching,
real quick, Zab. Come on, don't cut me. I'm saying it ain't always like this 50-50 mixture of like, you see, it is 50-50, but it might be just like the white skin layered over a black person features. You see what I'm saying? Or some,
Right.
you know what I mean?
Right.
Or
And
you get like
Zab,
according
and
it
like
be
Zab,
we it's be weird shit.
me
this
me and my
according to
will
what
be
I've been
quick.
researching though,
This
me and my
this
me and
gonna
my
be
baby mom, me and my baby mama is dark brown skin. My son came out high yellow, looking white with green. His eyes changed colors. His eyes changed colors, and people think he mixed.
and see
People
that
all the time.
what
according to
Zab
what I've
is
been
arguing is the dominant gene theory. And if I can nip it in the bud here, if that was a dominant gene, it wouldn't allow for any kind of mixture. It'll just dominate. But go ahead.
Right, right. That makes sense.
I
You're
mean,
right. If it's
I would
dominant,
argue it
right? That's
does
what it's called.
dominate.
Dominate. It should dominate, right?
Right.
It
Go
don't
ahead. Go ahead,
dominate.
Zach.
Well,
It don't
according to what I've been researching, that Nordic stock, they were created in labs. That's why they call them Cabbage Patch Kids,
In
right?
what lab though?
They
In
were
what time
created in
period?
Well,
labs and they were
now
sent
we going
everywhere
into
to.
This is
theories and
pseudo for
conspiracies,
real.
though. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
pseudo.
I mean, why
Yeah.
not? Let's go
Hold
down
on,
that
real
rabbit
quick.
hole. Why not? Because
What time
it's a real
period?
it's a
When were
real
they? Hold
phenomenon.
on. When were they created? Hold
Out
on.
of
Tell me.
nowhere in the 1800s, they
One
started
mic.
shipping them everywhere. They shipped
Okay,
them
they
to
was created.
Australia. They shipped them
Hold
to
on, real
America.
quick, real
That's a
quick.
real
Let me ask you
thing.
this. Let me ask
Where
you
did
this.
they come from? They
If
were
they were created, hold
even in
on,
the
listen to me.
stories, right?
That's
Even in the
that's a
stories.
Hold
reach,
on,
brother. That's a
Zab,
reach. I ain't
Zab,
gonna
let me
lie.
ask you this. What's the probability that a human created in the lab would be able to make and create another human that's not created in the lab structure?
It's very
You talk no,
it's
I'm
very
saying just
logical.
like
Like they were
in
doing that
nature,
in
a donkey.
Sumeria. The whole Anunnaki story is about creating a human race
Oh yeah, we
and
going
populate.
there. Oh
So we
yeah, you
know.
going there. Go
Listen,
ahead,
I don't
cuz.
put no
Well,
technology
listen.
past my
Here's
people. I
what's
feel like
going
if we
on.
could think about it, we could do it.
Here's what's going on. We ain't putting technology past them. We're just choosing not to go with the radical explanation for we explore the more simple ones, right? And the more simple ones, we can base them on how we make babies today, right? So what I'm saying is, if we say that the white man was created in a lab, then all of the foods that he eat is just regular shit we eat. You would expect a lab human to come out eating some weird foreign
We all
humanoid
eating
type
weird
shit.
shit
Like,
right now,
so,
though. A lot of our food is
but hold
weird.
hold on a second, brother. So if we able to eat it and he's able to eat it, who's to say we ain't all been in the lab based on that logic?
I mean, you have a point, but when you
Right.
look at the fact that we know what we know about homunculus, we know that when you
We don't
read a
know
lot of
about
these,
that.
what does
This
that
is
mean?
all theoretical, though. The man in the brain.
Yeah, but why were they researching these things, these alchemists? Why were they looking up things of how to create humans? Why we have all these books about cloning? Why all these ancient stories of people being made? And listen, I don't feel like humans are
Cloning
not
is the
capable of
process.
ancient cloning
So
technology.
Cloning is the
These people
process of
came out
knowing
of
how to make a
nowhere and they
twin,
literally
brother.
sent them to
Hold
Australia.
on, real
let
quick,
me
They
brother.
holler at
sent
you.
them
Hold
to
on.
America in droves, and all these orphans that came
Homunculus
out of
ain't nothing.
nowhere. That's
Listen,
the only
listen,
explanation.
listen. Homunculus ain't nothing but a way that they're mapping the functions of the brain through a little man archetype. And I could break that down to you if you go right here, right? It'll tell you like what part of your brain control what part of your body. Like this part here control the hand, that part control the arm. And a very neat way to teach that is just to personify the human body as a brain. And everything you looking at on that body is showing you that's the part of the brain that control that. So do you lay homunculus out like this? A lot of people don't like, they will use this for something else, but this just like another way of showing you which parts of the brain control what parts of the body, basically.
Okay, I could follow you on that understanding, but what about all of the teachings about cloning? Do you think that cloning is like a recent thing? Like
Growing
we
up, we were
just now
German.
figured out how to
I
clone
don't think
people?
you listening. He answering you, but you ain't listening. You
I
keep
know I'm not talking
asking another
about
question.
homunculus.
Cloning,
I'm
hold
off the
on.
homunculus thing.
Zab. I just said what cloning is the process of knowing how to make a twin. That's the only known way to make a clone.
So
It's literally
you don't feel like they got like whole labs where they got like hundreds of people just
no, you
cloning
still
it?
have to no, you still have to go through a birthing process. It ain't
Right.
it's nothing. What I'm
I'm not
saying,
saying that you
SJ,
don't
you
gotta
still
go
have
through a
to
birthing
go, yeah, you
process,
still
but
gotta
you
get
could
women.
you could also do it with machinery. You
No,
don't
it's
necessarily need a
it's
person.
no machine, bro. It ain't no yes, you need a person. That's what I'm saying. It ain't no machinery that's been yet proven that could sustain human life, bro.
So how you
The
explain
pro
test tube babies
You
or
keep
bro,
asking questions that you ain't got no answer to.
a test tube baby still has to be inserted inside a real woman and grown for 9 months. That's what I'm saying.
according to the technology now,
No,
but if the
according
technology
that's what I'm
continues to
saying.
advance,
But we ain't
it will
but we
get
ain't
to a point where you don't
hold on.
need
I'm saying where we at right now, they do know how to clone, but it's the process of making twins. They whatever that is, whatever gene that is, that know how to tap in to make twins, they done found the way to isolate that, and you know what I mean. Basically, switching on and off at will. That's the cloning process that's been unlocked modern day. But you still gotta get that shit inserted inside a woman, go through 9 months, you know what I mean? And it'll be the same person over and over and over and over again. And there ain't no telling how long they've been able to do that shit. That's what I mean. It ain't gotta be all fanciful, man. Sometimes the simple shit is, wizardry. But you want to make it, something else. I feel you though.
That's exactly what's happening, Bobby.
So check this out, right? And I want to tell you what makes sense to me, because the idea of cloning, I ain't arguing against that. I believe our ancestors was creating human-like humanoids that was indistinguishable from humans. But I don't think that they was just white. I think they came in all fucking races to the point, like AI today. AI ain't just one fucking race. So if you want to talk about what we call mankind, I don't think mankind is the kind of lab experiment we think. I think the ancients was fusing man with machine, and I got some images to kind of support my point. I want to know if
And
y'all...
I agree on that. I just think that the recent batch was the white people, but I do agree.
He didn't even finish making
They're
his
able
point.
to do
You
it
agree?
in all races and all colors. I'm just saying specifically, this
Well,
past reset was for the creation of them. That's
What,
why
what
out
I'm
of
what
nowhere
I'm what
in
I'm
the
saying is
1800s,
this
they
right
started
here.
sending them everywhere.
This what I'm saying, brother. Here go a black pharaoh with a chip in his head, and there go a white dude with a chip in his head. What I'm saying is what you can prove what I'm saying if you look at the world today. When Elon roll out the brain computer interfaces and he promises people immortality, like what Jesus got with the Grail cup, which is the chip, right? It ain't just gonna be white folks taking that shit, nigga. It's gonna be all kind of folks chipping up. And I'm telling you my theory, so me and you don't get, you can tell yours. Mine ain't focusing on no particular race, but the human race of all colors. Cause there's a non-human, brother, you gotta let me land. I know it burn. You making it look like it's a debate and I'm winning when I ain't trying to do that, Zab. I'm just trying to throw my little idea out there and then you can have it. But it's making it looking like that. So relax a minute, just let me land. What I'm saying is this, bro. You can make that shit about white folks and about race. I'm making about humanoids, and that these humanoids are machines that are indistinguishable from humans, because the chip evolved over time to where it ain't on top of their head like that no more. It's gonna be subtly implanted within the brain, which is where we at now with it. And I'm saying you wouldn't be able to know who's chipped up or not. And I'm saying it'll be people of all races infiltrating every group of that race. But they ain't even none of the races. They all are fucking robots. And guess what they would also do? Divide up all the races and make them fight each other while they rule over each race. And everybody, I believe at the top of each damn race is a fucking possibly a humanoid group ruling it, but look just like you.
Yeah,
if you really want to go deep with
and
this
I
shit,
agree with you.
this
on all of
another
that.
theory though. You know,
I was just saying, like, when we talk about the recent, because we know there was a population explosion that went on in Europe where there were a lot of Irish people, a lot of British people, a lot of Germans, so much so that they started, importing them all over the world. I'm saying that I think that those were the people that they went and tapped into a lot of this ancient technology and created them. Henceforth, why you have the myths about the Cabbage Patch Kids and all of the people, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that
He's not listening
only
how
white
all the
people.
people
I'm
can be
just saying
doing
the
the same
recent
thing.
one. I believe that's what they did for this recent situation.
yeah, I
That's
ain't really
mundane.
going with beliefs, right? And that's why I always try to support my argument with what we can see with our eyes, because what we can see now today it's people of all nations getting behind transhumanism, right? And I'm saying if there was an ancient transhuman movement to create a lesser type of human that took over though, then that thing would have been of all races and creeds. It'll create the United Nations because it'll have a group of its own planted in everyone's nation. It'll be covert. Humans won't even know that we already invaded by aliens. We'll be too busy divided trying to find which color skin to hate. I ought to write a book on this shit for real.
Nah, for real, because you'll be able to distinguish from their
very
soul if
interesting.
they have a soul or not a soul. Your soul ain't got no color.
Hey,
You keep
check this
looking at
out.
the color, but you're not realizing all those people that you're looking at, that's soulless, they are a part of the thing that Sanchez trying to explain. They come in all colors, shapes, and sizes.
Hey, check this out though. He got a point in a way, and the only reason why I
Oh my
say that,
God, here we go with this shit.
check it out, Rick. Look, this is what I'm saying, and this real. Like if you was born in the '80s, like me, right? And when you seen white women, they buttocks and they thighs were not like they today. But see, this is the thing. They always say that because they sleep with a
Yes,
black
they
man.
was, brother.
Hold on, check it
Hey,
out, bro.
boy, that boy right there said, what now?
Man,
Hey,
women
bro.
always been thick, man.
Yeah,
Nah,
that's
They
facts.
come
That's
from their
facts,
mama,
though.
their mama and their grandma thick, they been thick.
Hey, now, to say that it's just white women thickening up today is crazy because statistics show that even the younger girls are they stuff in the food that's making them what they call it age accelerators. So it's not, and what do you think? So the women are just more obese, period, in our time, or thicker, period, no matter what color. Because when I went to South Korea, I was shocked. I was like, damn, I always thought, for the most part, they all are, fairly slim, but that ain't all, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, some cultures are just built with curves. Like, even Hispanic women and stuff are very curvy and stuff too, or whatever. But I'm just saying how, but I ain't gonna even get into. I think it's a shallow debate to go into, like, who the thickest?
Very, very mundane.
Like,
Very.
let's go deeper.
I was gonna say like, I was gonna say like, building on the thing what you were saying, Sanchez, about.
Let me say one thing. My bad. They just said that the Asians, they're genetic splicing. Like the NBA players and shit, like the basketball players that's coming out of the Asian and all that, they mad tall and shit. You know what I mean? And they already exposed it, like, willingly. Like, yeah, we doing all that, whoopty woo, you know what I'm saying? We got tall basketball players, niggas. You can look that up and all that yourself.
But that's just like saying the people from Sudan is the tallest people in the world, right? Why all of them just so tall?
Making it seem like
they genetically splicing them? Or is it genetics?
I think that the people from Somalia with the big heads, then okay, they must be aliens now. That's Yakub people, huh?
Exactly.
Shout out to my Somali brothers and sisters. They the most hated right now. I don't want no smoke.
And building on what you said about ancient transhumanism, I believe that time is a loop. So you can actually look at the ancient technological past to see where we may.
You say you believe time is a what?
It's a loop. We live in a time loop.
Okay. So and where you going at with that?
Well, I'm going at
Can I ask you a question, Sam? Why did we create white people? That's what's more important. Why did we do it?
To use them, I'll answer you. I think we created them to use them as
don't say slaves.
Warfare. No, for warfare.
That would be slaves.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same way. Look. Here, check this out. Right now, every advanced country is now building robotics. China is building their robot army. Where Elon's saying he's gonna do it.
And you saying white people are robots that we built?
I'm saying that eventually, as the technology gets
Terminator.
better and better, those humanoids will be the same. It's gonna be the same layout. We're gonna have these humanoid slaves that will eventually rebel against us, and we're gonna end up.
But
let
me explain something to you. Bobby pointed it out earlier. If what you saying is true, there would be no way that the original humans could procreate with the lab humans. So I'm showing you a collage on the screen right now, right? If your wife get the Neuralink chip, technically she's no longer a human, but y'all can still make babies. So what I'm saying here, when the Bible say we made it with the Nephilim, we made it with these other type humanoids, the reason we was able to still mate with them because the Bible is explaining an ancient transhuman movement. That's the only explanation you really go with.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. I never said I disagreed with that concept. What I'm saying is I think that's what happened. A lot of them people were created.
Hold on. What did he say just now?
He's saying the transhumanist movement basically
It wasn't based on color, skin color, though, is what I'm saying.
He don't even know what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to prove. He don't even know what you're saying.
Nah, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm specifically talking about the Europeans.
No, you say you agree with him, right?
recently.
Hold on. You say you agree with what he's saying. So tell me what he's saying. Crickets.
I'm just not trying to go back and forth with you, man.
But we all human, but we got different breeds though. You know what I'm saying? We the same, but we still different though.
We pit bulls, like pit bull breeds, right? How they make Frenchies and all that.
Right, them dogs. And
you
so
said breed. You said breed, so I'm talking about dogs.
Right, them all dogs. So when humans, when you talking about Caucasian, when you talking about blacks and all that, yeah, we got different breeds, even though we all human, because we have the brain, the eyes, and the legs and arms and whatnot.
So we all human, right?
Right, but we still different breeds.
So what's different? So why are we trying to make it seem like we somebody different? And we all humans. You just say it.
But we're different breeds. It's just like a dog.
Okay.
It's like
Now watch this, right? In the book of Revelation,
they're created humans by us.
Look,
go ahead, hold on.
In the book of Revelation, it talks about people receiving marks in their forehead, and that mark will give them immortality. And when you look up the word forehead, your forehead go all the way back to the middle of your skull. So this chip right here is still in the forehead area. And check this out, right? This little plus sign represents immortality. When they say the cross represent immortality, resurrecting on the cross, every picture you see of Jesus, it got a little plus sign by his head. And that's because to show that he is a god, or what we would call today a transhuman, which will be a superhuman or a god, if you will. But this is what I'm saying. If we want to make sense of the mythologies and folklores, we got to introduce technology back into the ancient world. And you can't put a color on it. This shit deeper. Like, I'm literally telling you, there's a group of cyborgs that can't die. They cheated death thousands of years ago, ruling the world. Folks will laugh at that and say, no, it's reptilians and monkey people doing it. I'm like, bro, which make more sense?
So Sanchez, you know how like a lot of them, because I look at a lot of ancient paintings with halos. So are you saying, the halos on a lot of these paintings with these saints, you think that's also what that is as well?
Well, what the halo represent is the fact that it's a heavenly body or glorified. The halo over your head symbolizes you're a spirit. You're already dead, right? And Christ, when he got up out the ground, and the symbol of the Grail cup on his head is synonymous with the halo, because all it's saying is that he's resurrected in his all white body, like what he did on the cross, right? And that he's basically a dead man walking. This would be like a zombie. So the first god in the world was in West Africa that represented resurrection. The first god in Africa that represented it, right? And his name was Nzambi, which is how we get the word zombie, of someone getting up from the dead. Now, the Bible said Jesus gave up the ghost, which means the spirit, the breath. And that means that his body was dead, but he was able to basically project his consciousness into a new body. And that's what we're going to be able to do with brain computer interfaces. When this person die, it's time for them to die. If they want to, they can upload their soul into a computer and live on in that simulation in another body. And just, you know, this is what was going on. So you can make drone bodies and people can be walking around talking to us even if they dead. And basically, long if it's a chip in that body, you can ping or bounce their consciousness to that body, and now they'll be moving around and all that. They call this stuff witchcraft back in the day. When they found out that people was cheating deaf and all that, they started killing these witches, but these witches got strong and now have turned on us. And what this is these are ancient people that didn't want to die, right? And we made a law that, you know, this kind of technology was an abomination and that people need to go on, pass on. And everybody with these chips went into, it was a war. And they came out strong, risen up. I know this sound crazy, but you got to explain the sudden power shift that took place on Earth. Because the royal families that came out of Egypt, the dynasties, they had a worldwide network of other royal families, and it was basically bigger than just Egypt. What connected all of these wealthy, powerful people and who put them in power? We didn't just hand over the power. It's the same thing happening today, y'all. The first people that get the Neuralink chip, they're going to be the first new people to take over the economy, the workforce, and get the best positions. It's going to be a huge power shift in the world when they start bringing this transhumanism in. Because if you're not chipped up, you can't compete. You can't compete, and that's what happened in Egypt.
And what about vampirisms?
That's what this is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what this is. It's parasitical. And it ain't that they sucking blood, they sucking electricity. The god of electricity, El. They need, once you merge with the machine, you got the power your robot have with outer power source, electricity. So unlike me and you, we ain't transhumans. Our body is powered from our soul. And when our soul leave our body, then the body don't have a power source, so it falls down. But unlike that, once you fuse with technology, the part of you that like your robot have, it needs an external power source, which technically makes you a vampire as a transhuman. Where are you gonna get this energy from? Not alone, let alone for you to have your superhuman ability. We gotta make databases all around the world, which takes water from the planet. It pollutes the environment just so a few people can have God-like abilities and have chat GPT and all that and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't use it, you can't compete. So they forcing it on you. If you say, fuck it, I ain't using none of this technology, which is a war against the organic world, then guess what? You fall behind economically. It's on purpose. And this kind of technocratic agenda can't be coming from real humans. Now, I don't know how we get deep down this rabbit hole, but we way off the subject. And I'll tell you right now, I don't mind opening this can of worms and theories up. But when we go down this road, and me personally, I say, okay, this is where the conversation go beyond just races and skin color. And it goes into, are you even human or not? Because I can't just look at white folks and say, you know what? All white folks got the chip in their head. I don't know that. I don't know who chipped up or not. It's like that movie, They Live. And people may think I'm crazy, you know.
You're right. The group that's doing it right now, the Elons of the world, they are a particular race. Like, that's a fact.
I can't say
Again,
that.
it ain't about
that ain't
race.
a fact,
You just
bro.
talk about
It's
the
not
soul,
a fact.
having the
It's
soul and not a soul.
It's not a fact.
How you get back to race?
Listen, you know what's crazy though? I'm showing him black pharaohs in Egypt with the chip in his head, and he's still saying it's just the white people. Let me show you something else, bro. It's weird. I don't know what white folks did to you, brother, but it's okay that to say that technology is you ain't gotta lie though, brother. Like, look at this right here. This technology is even in Mesoamerica among our, why you think the Indians wore feathers all around their head? They was showing about, this is Neuralink. That was in reference to their goddess, which is Guadalupe, which is another form of Medusa, but it's showing you Neuralink technology. Just like with autism, everybody in the world was becoming transhumans. Everybody, this technology was getting popular like the iPhones and shit, brother. We ain't doing nothing new. Everybody was using this AI and getting and following the beast, man. You can't put that on one group. That's like saying, well, the only folks using iPhones is white folks. Why would it be any different with any other technology? This is just technology. It's universal.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't know how many ways you're gonna have to put it, Sanchez. You done said it 15 different ways.
Think about it. If I'm a group of transhumans, like he compared it to vampires, right? How do I reproduce? By biting other people, making them vampires. That's how the technology spread. He said it himself. So it couldn't have just been exclusive to one group.
Like, you still don't care? It's still white people, huh?
Well, he just he can, yeah, he just gonna fall. Sometime what happened when you come with all that, the brothers, they know you right, but they can't. I get it. You got to just kind of let it. You don't want to be. Hey, salutes to the brother, man. They get it, man.
Look at that right there.
Look at that.
That's crazy.
Look at
what
that.
What the hell? Go back to the. What the? Man, come on, Sanchez, man. Got to screenshot that. Look at that.
And what happened, this dude, and this is like a primitive form of it, or like a, let's say if you want a more cheaper version of Neuralink that's less invasive, then you can walk around with this looking like a unicorn. And then what'll happen is when you get near an outlet, you can just plug your brain into the computer. I'll show you what that looked like real quick. It looked like this. And you can basically go to sleep and upload directly into the computer and be wherever you want to be. This is the future, folks.
But instead of him saying they start off using their technology on people that don't have limbs. It could be black person, Indian person. If they don't have an arm, they put it on their head so they can learn how to use their neurons to make their arm work. So it don't be no race. It's people with no limbs or something that be in there working the Neuralink test subjects. They don't have no limbs. That's most of the people that have Neuralink right now. They don't have no limbs or something.
And this stuff will evolve into mind uploading. That's really the end goal of it. It ain't just about healing folks. Yeah.
Exactly. They masking it with that. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. That's for sure.
That's the agenda. They got so many people using it right now. They got this one girl right now that she's so nice in video games, and she don't. I don't know if her hands don't work or she don't got no hands, but she used the computer with her mind so fast and played a video game. It's like a girl that played video games is winning all the games with no limbs, playing the video games with her mind because they got her plugged up to that Neuralink thing. So they just like Sanchez said, they're using it, but then they want to abstract that soul that you really using.
Watch
to
this,
put it
right?
in the box.
Remember how Professor X, he never left the headquarters, but he was everywhere and anywhere. He was omniscient. And that's because Professor X really had the Neuralink technology, and all of the damn X-Men had a chip in their head, and he can remote view through any one of them. Go watch the shit. You remember that little gift that Professor X had? Who remember that? Am I remembering X-Men right? Then Professor X was able to remote view through any of the X-Men?
Yeah, and then
Was
he
am
had
I-
this thing called cerebral that he
It's
go in that little
cerebral.
room
That's cerebral.
and he put
yeah.
the thing on his head and it
Uh huh.
heightened his ability to go to anybody all over the universe or the
That's
world when
that's
he put that
Neuralink. Yeah.
Neuralink. Yep. Soon
Uh
as he
huh.
put it on his head, because he can use his powers, but it's the powers and height. As soon as he put that Neuralink thing, and you got a picture that look just like the one he used, Sanchez. You got a picture of the same Neuralink thing that they put on their head, look just like the one he put on his head in the movie. And when he put that on, he can reach so many people more easier. Like he said with the Neuralink thing, with the
Yeah.
technology.
Let me pull up Professor at Cerebral. I forgot about that was the name of it.
Salute to your power.
Salutes. Oh man, they telling us right in our face, bro. Look at this shit. Damn, man.
Exactly, Sanchez.
Yep, that's it. That's Neuralink.
Just said it. It what I'm talking. You just said it. When I'm talking about the different breeds, they got the technology that we had. The difference is, like Professor X, he had powers for real. He used the machine to heighten his powers. The people who got the
That's
technology
what we
now
do.
don't have no power.
I literally just said that. He just came behind me and said everything I just literally said.
Yeah, but see, watch this though. Watch this though. Why he think we're gonna use it in the future? Cause look, we had the powers to do all this stuff without the technology at one point, right? But because we kind of de-evolved, a lot of our people gonna accept this to be superhumans versus activating this gift within us. And guess what? Even if you don't activate it in this lifetime, it's better to die like that than to do this shit. I know that much. But what I'll tell you is this. All they doing is reverse engineering the gifts we had. I watched a documentary the other day, right? And what scientists found out is when they was doing research with dreams, they told this dude, we gonna put an image in an envelope and we ain't gonna tell you what it is. And whatever, and we gonna see if you dream about that night. And he did. And they did several instances of this. They didn't tell the people what was in the envelope, and they y'all can go watch this. I put the title on my phone. They've done a lot of experiments, and I'm gonna review this thing too, so don't worry. Where they've proven humans have the capability of remote viewing. We have the capability, if we in proximity to each other, to read each other's thoughts. We have the capability, right? They found out that we're able to dream into parallel realities like tomorrow, next month, and come back and tell the future, which is what the prophets was doing, the Mayans and all them. The CIA got all this research and they will never let this be known. Guess what they doing with all this research? They reverse engineering these abilities that we already got as humans. And instead of them coming out saying, hey, let's teach all these humans how powerful their mind is and let's activate these spiritual gifts that we got. They ain't telling us this, and they creating technology to aid humanity to use these gifts versus working on it naturally like the ancestors said. And this right here is condemnation. It's a trick of the devil. So that's important to know.
Just like that movie, that's what they get deja vu. When they made that movie with Denzel Washington, they had the technology to try to stop crimes and stuff before it happened. And this month, the scientists said they discovered how to they had two people laying in the bed together and they made them meet each other in the dream. They said they just learned how to do that. And that was a week or two ago. Y'all ain't saw that? When they said they know how to make people go inside each other's dreams now.
Yeah.
Nah, that's tight though.
You know, and remember what we were saying about the halo now. The halo ain't exclusive to Christ, because if you look at the goddess Kali right here, you can see the gold halo around her head. You can see the gold halo right here on top of the pharaoh head. It come later with Christ. But what it meant with the original people of it was technology that gave us immortality, not just who walks around with a cup on their head and say, you know what, this cup gonna make me live forever. We want to believe in fucking fairy tales versus reading between the lines of how they hid the ancient technological past.
True.
So
I
oh,
was
good.
gonna say,
I be
you know,
thinking like in the early 1400s before the reset, right? You know, all these people had this top hat on and they used to dress alike. You think they had that Neuralink technology hiding underneath the top hat? Because everybody dressed the
Good
same, they
question.
look like robots.
Think about
Good
this,
question.
right? They said that the word, I'm gonna show you why it's a good question. These people who wore the Neuralink hats, let me show you something. See, you asking a good question. I'm gonna give you a good answer. I'm gonna take my time. If you look at what's on top of this pharaoh's head, that's how you get the triangle hat that the witches wear. You ever saw a witch hat with the pointed top? These are the witches. Now I'm gonna give you another picture of one of the witches of old. Look at this. Now check this out. You see the cone part of it? That's important. I'm finna give you, because that's how we get the witch hat, and that is a Neuralink hat. And let me show you another one. Here go another one. This is called the Magi. And this became the Statue of Liberty. It's 7 spikes because the Neuralink gotta connect to each one of your major chakra points, so that when you load into the simulation, if you choose to, through your chip, you can cross over your sexuality, your appetite, your thing. All of that is a different chakra. Hunger, sex, what control and governs your body. It's memory stored there. It's transferred in Neuralink, so you can have that in another world as well. So check this out, right? The people, here's another god. His name is Baron Samedi, and they spoke of this god as a spirit that can't die. He's an immortal being. He's sort of right. He ain't really living, but he ain't really dead. He's like a fence straddler. He's in between the realm of the living and the dead. And the only people that make sense with that is transhumans, because this is a person that died, right? But the only reason they living on is with technology. And that's what I'm telling you. Papa Lekba, all of them were transhumans, but they turned them into monsters, boogeymen, and folkloric characters. The church did that because they didn't want us to know about the technology our ancestors had, which they're bringing back now. Now, look, a lot of the guys that had this technology, they were called magi. Magi is where we get the word magic and magician from. People who didn't understand this technology just said that it's witchcraft and it's magic, that this person knows everything, and that this person can remote view and tell the future, and that this person has been living this long and can't die. This person can't get sick. This person can transmute their consciousness from that body to another body, which is when they were speaking with Legion. Legion said, we are one. He was a hive mind, because the ancient magi, right? When they all get the chip, they create a network, one big mind that they share. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard to beat them. But this who control the world, and they don't want us to know this, because here go an image right here, right? Here go the magi carved in the wall. When you say all of these old rulers had these big ass bulky devices on top of their head. Why is that? Look at this right here. Look at this. How come all these and you see them floating in the sky? Because that's to say that this crown give them the power to travel to heavens, because you can beam your consciousness anywhere when you got the chip. You can be anywhere. So you see them levitating, flying. We ain't doing nothing new under the sun, y'all. So like the Mercury wing helmet that allow Mercury, this is technology. This is Neuralink in the ancient world. And if we don't introduce this to the ancient world, our people keep believing in fairy tales, and they don't know people that wasn't practicing magic. They was hiding the technology, telling folks it's magic, to empower themselves. Because think about this, right? It'll be like this. If you went to a tribe in the jungle that's never been in contact with civilization or technology, and you bring a bunch of technology, the tribe ain't gonna follow your ways because the tribe already got their culture. It's common sense for you to say, if I want the tribe to follow my ways, what I got against them is my technology. Now, in order for my technology to make me a god, I can't let the tribe know that it's actually a mechanism or technology. I got to sell the technology as a power, superpower. The tribe don't know what it is. They gonna say, damn, I met a god. I met these people got superhuman abilities. How are they doing that? And these transhumans will play right into that belief and say, you're right. I am God and I got, why would you tell them, hey man, it ain't all that, it's just a chip, and if you do this, it'll do that. Oh, okay. And they'll figure it out. How did our people overnight turn over their power and start worshiping these first dynasties? I'll wait. Ain't no other explanation. These people couldn't have been human. They had to have some kind of edge other than Spartans, let's have a sword fight and I'm better than you. Hell no. Get the fuck out of here. So I'll fall back. I don't want to stay on this subject. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down those people for the day because we really far off the subject, but we will be back in the future. Peace and much love to the panel. I'm gonna read any donations and then I'm gonna close out. Much love. See y'all on the next
Great
one.
Great bill tonight.
Great bill, man.
Oh hell
Great
yeah.
bill. Keep it coming, Sanchez. Keep them good subjects coming.
We gonna.
Hey, you was on fire tonight, Sanchez.
Hey, let's
on
get
the
another.
FBA,
When we gonna do another flat Earth debate, Sanchez?
It's coming soon. And make sure y'all subbed up to Flat Power because I'm gonna have the Flat Earth debates over there, and I'm gonna have panels over there soon. Peace and love. I'll put the notifications out for sure. Shout out to the people that hit me with the donations. Dre Day is African women making videos. Okay, I read that one. Shout out to Galactic Carbon. Great day, bro, Sanchez. I do think it need to be let go of black due to the tethers riding the coattail of copper-colored people of the Americans. Okay, we'll talk about that on the next one. Salutes to you, Galactic Carbon. Appreciate all of y'all, man, and for viewing and for donating and all the channel members. See y'all on the next one.